All right, you guys, here is part two of how to land a remote high-ticket sales job that's setting or closing, selling for internet-based businesses. Sorry for having to break it up, but this is the last video. You don't have to chase down anymore. Let's get into it. I'm going to show you here a look into our community, and I'm recording on Riverside right now, and hopefully this works well because I don't really do the screen share often. We're going to hope this works. But this is from our hiring channel 6 hours ago. Recruiting partner here posted 4 offers, and I kind of want to break down how I would look at these. Now, because they're in our community, they are vetted to a certain extent, but I just want to run through some of my thoughts as I see these and kind of what I would be considering if I'm an appointment setter, closer, etc., looking for one of these roles. So we're going to just talk about these 4 offers in this post here. As you can see, there's a lot more frequency that's being posted in here, but we're going to look at these 4. And yeah, let's get into it. So I'm going to show you the links. Like, look, dude, if you want to go type in the links in YouTube and go apply to these, or I'm sorry, YouTube and LinkedIn or Instagram or wherever they're at, go apply to them. That's cool with me. We post probably like 200 per month right now. So it is what it is. But anyways, first offer here, 8K per month closers hiring for fitness coaching offer. Luke Briggs. I don't know who this is. TotalLifeFitness.co offer fitness coaching, offer predominantly for middle-aged women and some men. Closers, $5,000 to $8,000 per month, remote, but they want you to be in Wisconsin. That's a little bit out of the ordinary. Anyway, so I'm seeing this. I don't think the screen share is going to work. Actually, it will. Check that out. So this guy has a smaller Instagram following, a lot of posts, which, you know, just by the following alone, it doesn't really mean too much, but a lot of posts, looks like value posts, definitely gets results for people. Cool. Let me go back. So let me go to his website. They look pretty trustworthy. They don't look to be on some like new age fitness weird stuff that some of these guys are. Looks pretty straightforward. Cool. So my main consideration, let me go back to the school thing, is 5 to 8K per month. I want to know data. I want to know how much revenue. So some of these actually have revenue, some of these don't, but how much revenue? What does the existing sales team look like? What do the sales metrics look like? What are the expectations of the closer who comes in? The main thing that we're looking for, even if this is a lower on target earnings, let's say it's $3,000 per month, we just want to see data that backs up $3,000 per month. And if it's not there right now, what are they doing in a different department of the business to make it the $3,000, the $5,000, the $8,000 per month role? Are they doubling ad spend so that the closer can make more money than they're currently making? Because that's one thing we see a lot is like, hey, our current closer does $5,000 per month. We're looking for another one, and they don't intend on doing anything differently with the ad spend. So if you bring on another closer, that's splitting the opportunity in half. So you want to make sure all this is backed by data. So you don't see it here because it's here. This has been vetted as like a role worth posting for people to look into. But what I would do is I would click the application. Actually, let me click this. It's a type form. So maybe it says something in here, maybe it doesn't, but on the interview and as I go through that process, I would definitely get clarification around those things. Next, 17K per month closers hiring for management SaaS. So this is software. This is coming off LinkedIn, grin.co. I'm not familiar with these people either. Discover brand champions, influencer marketing software. Okay, unique, cool. Switch back over here. Let's see, this guy's LinkedIn. Senior Director of Sales, Tampa, Grin. How long have they been around? 4 months, so it looks newer, but this guy, I know Procore. Shout out Tech Sales Hacks. If you guys know Tech Sales Hacks in Austin. Okay, cool. This guy can obviously sell here and there. I guess maybe this is his, I don't think it's his company. Cool, so for this one, offer 3K plus 3K. Oh, okay, it's software, so 3K per year offer for creator management platform. They do $4 million per month. That is a big ass company. So this as a closer with a 6K base, yeah, this is a good role. It's a 12 times 6. What does that come out to, you guys? It's a lot. That's a good base, good commission. They probably have an existing sales team. So what I would look for here is, you know, just ask them, make sure this is real, make sure this is not a typo. Ask them about their current sales team, KPIs, the direction the company's heading in. And honestly, this is a really good looking role right here. And 1099 contracted remote. A lot of people come to me and they say, I've sent hundreds of cold DMs and I got like 2 positive responses. How do I find jobs in this space? Well, Lucky for you, we started the serial sales community where over the last 12 months, we've posted over 7,000 open 1099 remote setting or closing roles for people like you that have the sales skill, but you want to do it in your own way. You want to do it from home or from wherever you want. You don't want the W-2 stuff. You don't want the corporate politics. You don't want your boss breathing down your back. Well, if you have the skill, or if you think you could have the skill, we can help you get it. We want to put these jobs in front of you. All you have to do is look at the serial sales community, first link down below, see the types of jobs that we're sharing, and take a bet on yourself. Commit to yourself to actually make this happen, because you know it's going to give you the autonomy or the upside that you don't have in whatever it is that you're currently doing. That's why you're watching a 15-hour free training. Do you really want to watch 15 hours of free training and then still not have the things that are going to make this easy? Like, you can be the most educated person in the world, but if you don't have the access and the proximity, it's still going to be really, really hard. And so if you want the access and the proximity to me, my team, the community of people that are invested in this more so than almost anywhere else, first link in the description, check out the page, chat with the team. But in the meantime, we'll get back to the training. Hope you enjoy it. 23K closers and 7K setters hiring for SaaS. So another SaaS offer. Let's check out this LinkedIn. I'm not familiar with this lady, but head of sales dev at Webflow. Used to work at DocuSign. Shoot, this is for Webflow. I didn't even realize. Okay, yeah, Webflow is a huge company. 15 million per month. This is pretty insane. Setters and closers both. So yeah, these are definitely, like, Webflow is top 5 biggest web hosting, website building platforms. Oops, I was not on the right screen. So yeah, guys, this is valid, right? Closer, setter, apply here. There's not too much due diligence needed because this is Webflow, huge company. Let's go down more. Let's see here. 10K closer, 5K setter for wellness offers. So this definitely falls more in that like standard high ticket niche. I am not familiar with either of these people. There's an email, social. Let's check this out. Okay. Big audience. She's definitely pushing some impressions. I always like to see, I'm following a lot of business owners and stuff. I like to see who's following them. That's cool. All right, cool. So she looks like she's probably a content creator. She has a sales manager on the back. Let's check out their website really fast. Clean site. The longer I'm in this, the less interested I am in selling something that's just not straight up, straightforward. I mean, it's always been that way, but even more so, like the fact that this isn't super flashy, making claims, guarantees, all this, like I like that. Let's go back over here. So offer is 2 to 6K tickets for holistic wellness offer for professionals and adults dealing with anxiety and trauma. This, I actually was speaking to someone who runs a similar offer. This is a really big market. Hiring closers and setters, closer 5 to 10, setter 3 to 5. This is a pretty big range here. I'd be interested to see what their current sales team looks like and where a lot of those people are falling. So there's no revenue listed here. So I would want to back up these numbers with revenue, sales team, the number of the salespeople in each role, the earnings of those salespeople, where the average is. They're preferring a female working PST to EST, closing experience needed. You know, Webflow over here is low-hanging fruit, man. You get in with Webflow, you're set. But yeah, fitness coaching is really common. Most of these are pretty solid. And again, guys, like, see how many of these we have. 5 offers, 3, 6. I don't know. Like, you tell me. It's pretty good. The hardest part about all this, you guys, is just getting like the first 50% of this, like the heavy lifting, getting these good offers in front of you before other people see them. If you can do that, the applications, like if your resume looks good, you know what you're doing, which is what we work with people on, like it's easy. But data, remember this, guys, data. I will share one more thing here before we wrap this up. Let's see. Again, I'm new to this on Riverside here. Yeah. So when this is for appointment setters, and you guys steal this, these are the things you need to validate earnings for an appointment setting role, or not just earnings, but like legitimacy. It's not so much about, every run needs to be a home run offer, because you might not be ready for a home run offer, or someone might not be ready. It might be their first sales job, but is this what they say it is? And will it be that for the foreseeable future? Because if you commit, you want it to be for the foreseeable future. Setter, this is the data you're looking for. Write this down, take a screenshot. Closer, this is the data you're looking for. If you have all this, you can massage the numbers to figure out a lot of stuff, as you can see here. The only difference with the one in setter is sometimes they'll do pay per booking. So we look at that. And then That's pretty much it. Expected calls per day on closer side, like how many bookings they have, and then expected bookings per day, like what's the KPI for the setters. That's pretty much it. So guys, data, numbers, it's really easy. Get the numbers around the revenue, get the numbers around the sales team, and don't join a team because of hopeful projections. Join a team because of what is currently happening right now or what is about to happen, like the fact that they are on Monday going to double the ad spend, hence needing another closer with this on target earnings. That makes sense. Only do things that make sense. Here's the board. I'm going to pull these a little bit more out of the way. Some of these are going to be blurred out. It is what it is. Jake Thatcher, March 28th. It's a little bit older. It's me again. Need 1 to 2 closers for a B2C offer doing $500K per month. Good. Top closer has earned $17K so far this month. Really good. We still have the weekend. Must be good at holding a solid but gentle frame and emotionally selling, as this is a high ticket B2C offer. 80 to 90% audience is woman. Doesn't have a VSL, website with testimonials, or even really a website brand, and the team is doing what they are doing. Good. Green flag, green flag. We just hired a goated marketer. You'd recognize his work, and he's almost done with all those things. Lots of potential. Only going to get easier from the sales or for the sales team. That being said, want people with a high figure it out factor, strong mindset, who know how to stay consistent, motivated on their own personal lives is joy, even if it's difficult as a sales rep. I'm going to ask for call recordings, like, comment, DM. You're going to kind of see the way that I weigh things in this video. Not everything is weighted equally. If you're in this space, you've been in this space, you know Jake Thatcher is a pretty trusted source when it comes to roles. For that reason, this role, $500K per month, top closer, earning $17K. The only other thing that I would love to know about this role is how long they've been doing that kind of revenue or what the past trajectories look like, but you don't always get that on these posts, and how many people are on the sales team. My mindset going into it as a closer would be, okay, they're doing $500K per month at just 10% commission. They're paying $50K per month to closers. Okay. So if the top guy's doing 17 and there's $50K per month going out in commissions, potentially, there's probably room. Now, the way that I'm thinking of this as well is like, I want to be the top guy. And if the top guy's doing 17, when I get in there, I should be doing 17, or 17 is possible. If you don't have that mindset, you know, you're kind of just like looking to get by or get in and not be the top guy, like maybe do some more due diligence. My mindset is, if this guy can do 17, I can do 17. So for that reason, let me just zoom out. I'm gonna put it like here on the legit to risky factor, and then let's go good, because this guy did 17. Like it's up there. I'll put it a little higher on there. There we go. And I might move these around as we get going here. Actually, because it's with a trusted name, put it a little bit higher. There we go. Cool. That's number one. Number two, I have no idea who this guy is, by the way. Bradley Thomas hiring remote real estate cold caller. Boom, red flag. High ticket sales, even though houses are high ticket, technically, real estate cold caller is not a standard high ticket sales role. A lot of you guys watching this might not know that. That is completely different industry. I'm not saying you can't make money doing it, but let's keep reading. We're looking for an experienced cold caller to set appointments and generate buyer listing leads for our broker. Okay, yeah, so it's for a broker, not like a standard high ticket offer. Remote, part-time or full-time, $3 an hour. Okay, so this is a joke. He's looking for a VA, basically. Experienced cold caller, you get $3 an hour. Can you do commissions? Probably, but man, if you could just plug into like a high ticket sales team and make 5 to 10 a month quickly, like why would you go for $3 an hour and commissions on this long sales cycle? You guys know real estate has a long sales cycle. Must work Eastern hours, cold calling, real estate experience preferred, strong English, reliable internet, and quiet workspace. All right, so there's no numbers on this. They didn't say this is the first. They didn't say we have a team. They didn't say they're currently making this much money. So, and the fact that this is like not even really high ticket, risky because there's no proof of this working in their business yet. It's going to be more on the risky side. And bad going over there too, man. We're on opposite ends of the spectrum. I'm gonna move this like kind of way over here. I don't like it, man. $3 an hour is basically zero. So let's keep going. I don't know how to say that. Sorry, y'all. Divage main. Work for yourself. Get paid from day one. This is already terrible. This looks like I'm about to get scammed. Welcome to T3, triple threat marketing. We're building something different. T3 is a launch pad. Don't really care. when I'm reading this, like I'm just glazing over. There's no numbers, there's no substance. I'm a 1099 sales rep. I want to sell shit. Don't care about all the bells and whistles, to be honest with you. If it's a serious role, I'll go ahead and read this. But right now I see emojis, I see all this structure. Either ChatGPT wrote this, or usually like this kind of structure, not a good sign, you guys. This isn't just another course. Is this a course or a job? This is not a job. This is a business partnership and launchpad. Okay, so this guy just won the competition for maybe the worst role. Sorry for putting this on here, you guys. Master appointment setting, remote closing, personal brand, work 101, get paid. So it's like an affiliate thing. You get paid 500 to 1,000 euro per sale. Is that euro or pounds? You guys decide. I'm from Texas. 40-50% commissions. It's probably an affiliate thing. Join global community. This is a pyramid scheme. Okay. You get the WhatsApp and school access. I don't really care. Would not even read all this on my own. So where are we putting this? Fuck, man. This is a risky. I want to put this right on top of the other one, but I'm not going to do that. I'm going to put this one like right here because it sounds a little bit more like actually high ticket sales. I don't know. That's hard. Okay, actually, I'm switching these around. I'm doing this because this one, at least they tell you how much you're going to get paid. At least there's a base pay. It's a little bit less risky, but it's not high ticket. So maybe move that over there. There we go. That's good with me right now. Okay, this one is from our community. 2 phone/DM offers open with Jacob. Yo, I'm looking for some phone DM setters for 2 offers at the moment. One OTE is like 2 to 4K per month USD, 25K per month cash. Other one is bigger, OTE, 4 to 10K per month, 600K per month real estate offer. So this is one of those where he's like a sales agency recruiter, if you don't know him. It's not a rock star home run role, but I believe that this is what he says it is. So on the legit, you guys are going to learn this if you don't know it already. There's a lot of value in just getting into something legit versus swinging for the fences, going for 30K per month on target earnings. I would say this is probably really good for a beginner. If I just run the quick like closer percentage test, he's paying 60K per month in closer commissions. So 10K is not far-fetched if you can just be decent. What I would love to see on here is how many, again, this is a job post. It's not going to have all the details, but how long have they been doing this revenue? What's the sales team makeup? These are usually 5% commission. So at 200 and let's just call it 242.5, because I think that's halfway through there, times 0.05, 5% standard setter commission. They're paying about 12.125 to setters. So 2 to 4 is definitely in that range. So this is going to go towards the legit side. I'll go pretty up legit because Jacob's a trusted source. Legit. Actually, Jake's a little bit more legit than I probably gave him. Good. Go like there. I'm being really particular here. And depending on which role you get in here, let's just go like here. Next, from a Facebook group. You can find good roles in the Facebook group, by the way. I think there's one in here. All right, let's read this. Erica, don't know how to say that. Now hiring 5 appointment setters, red flag for high ticket sales. No experience required. Red flag, emoji, red flag. We are expanding our sales team and currently looking for 5 motivated individuals. Motivated, red flag, not even joking. To join us as setters, this is a remote position, flexible hours, offering excellent opportunity to break into high ticket sales, even if you're just starting out. Okay, about the role, this looks like ChatGPT. Connect with warm inbound leads via DM, phone, or email. That's a good sign. Set appointments for closers, follow up consistently, work closely with support team, ideal candidate, excellent communication, work ethic. Willingness to learn, reliable, organized, self-driven, sales experience is a plus, but not required. Compensation, commission-based with high earning potential. Love how descriptive this is. High earning potential means nothing. Bonuses and growth opportunities for top performers. I'd hope so. If you're looking for a way to grow your skills, earn a great income, be a part of results. There's no numbers on this team. No numbers. 5 appointment setters is actually a red flag. I wasn't just joking. I don't like this one very much. Let's see where we can go. Risky. It is inbound. On the wrong side there. My bad, y'all. It is inbound, but it is bad. Honestly, dude, I need to like expand this side of the chart. Risky and bad. The only reason it's not more bad, quote unquote, is because it says it's inbound, but there's no numbers. So it's a little up there on that risky. There we go. Don't like it. You can see that there's a pretty, so far, we're halfway through. There's a pretty clear, it's very black and white what we're looking for, you guys. We're looking for numbers, okay? Just because a role is more legit with certified numbers, like naturally puts it more on the good side, because if they weren't legit, they wouldn't be sharing numbers. So I'm not saying anything on these, but I recognize patterns. Okay.
In 2022, I was
just like you, honestly. I was doing pretty well for myself, and I saw this opportunity online to sell for internet companies from wherever I wanted, and I was so intrigued. I was willing to take a pay cut down from 180 grand a year to 3K a month in the beginning just to get the proof of concept. In my first month part-time, I made $4,800 or $4,800, and I put in my 2 weeks notice in my door-to-door roofing sales job, and I went all in and I didn't look back. Now, almost 5 years later, the space completely changed the entire trajectory of my life. I have the freedom, both time-wise, location-wise, even financially, to do what I want. And I'd love to help you get to a similar outcome. And so if you're looking into this space because you have a skill or you think you might have the propensity to learn the skill, well, we just make it easy, okay? We go and source the jobs for you so you don't have to do it on your lunch break. We help you do due diligence so you don't have to get into a bad role and waste your time. That's why a lot of people choose to join the serial sales community. I'm very involved in it. I have a team. We have daily calls. We post 7,000 jobs in the past year. If you're committed to making this change for yourself, commit to doing so in a way that's going to make it most likely for you. There's no honor in doing it the hard way just for fun. Make it easy. Go down below to the first link in the description. Check out the page, chat with our team, and we hope to work with you soon. All right, this one's from our community as well. Our recruiter posted this in here. This is literally the best opportunity I've seen in 4 years in the space. Okay, green flag. If you have experience selling 100K plus per month, apply ASAP. Good, green flag. He just put the business owner, his Instagram, their website. I blurred it out because this is a pretty good role from our community. Offer 25K ticket for AI BizOp. Offer helping high-level people buy into, scale, and exit. Teaching people how to do AI businesses. Revenue 3 million per month. Green flag, really green flag. Scaling to 10 million fast. Green flag. Hiring closers. This is, a far-fetched goal. Not saying it won't hit it, but this is more important to me. OTE 8 to 45K per month. Green flag for sure. Love to see kind of the makeup of that amongst the existing team. Not beginner friendly. You must have consistent 50K to 500K per month revenue experience. Green flag if you're experienced for sure. US hours. This is for people that want to hustle hard and make a ton of money. These guys are hiring fast and need 10 more closers yesterday. Don't wait around. This is a lot of closers. But 3 mil a month, that means they're paying $300,000 out in commission, 10%. That's a lot of money. So 10 closers, maybe. DM me directly on IG, highest ever cash collected per month. This is a really good offer, you guys. If you could see the names and check out the profiles and all that, you would be like, oh, this is legit. So for me, and because this comes from the community, our recruiter inside, it's going towards the upper echelon of legit. That's funny because the one that I posted is not as legit, but because it is the business owner who it is good. This is like what people get into high ticket sales for. This is what they're hoping for. We're up here. We're right in the middle of peak legit and peak good. That's a really good role. If you're a killer, you would crush that. Let's see. Okay. Another one from our community. Blurred out this stuff. Recruiting agency. It's a recruiting agency. So they're recruiting for another team. Recruiting agency for offer 3,800 to 24,800 tickets for ecom and biz coaching mentorship. Cool. It's a big range, but not uncommon, I would say. Revenue 1 mil to 1.5 mil per month. Really green flag, guys. Like 200K and above is like worth looking at. 500K and above is like probably an opportunity where you can make really good money. A mil a month and above is like, they're a rocket ship, and as long as you're on the ship, you're going to the moon. Okay. 1 mil, 1.5, 5 closers, 3 setters. That's a great makeup for this kind of revenue. Closers 10 to 22. So at 1 mil a month, they're doing 100K per month in closer commissions, about divided by 5 closers, 22 on the top end. That's not far-fetched. So this is validated. 5 closers are probably not all making 20K per month each. There's probably some closer to the 10. And then setter, same thing. This at 5% is 50K. Across 3 setters, 50K divided by 3. And then we're talking on the low end here is, what is that? Somewhere in the teens. And yeah, so this is legit. The only thing I don't love as an American is this is Australian. So whatever, as far as legitness of this role, these numbers are adding up. There's some more questions we could ask about the business itself or the reputation or whatever, but for a job posting, this is looking good. So, and then also it's from our community. It's from our recruiter who is posting another recruiter's role. So legit, this is more up there on the legit scale because of those numbers. They add up. I'm putting it like here because it's not US hours. If it were US hours, we'd be more like over here, but we're here for now. Let's go, I don't know, here. This one. Off the bat, this is ChatGPT. I can see the bold formatting from ChatGPT. Never a good sign, guys. Never a good sign. Laura Farms, is that a dude? No, I don't think so. We're hiring DM appointment setters wanted. Do you love connecting with people? I don't care. I really don't care. I'm not even going to read that. DM setter, 100% commission based. This is a huge red flag, guys. Earnings potential, unlimited. The more you book, the more you earn. Fuck. That's genius. Why didn't I do that earlier? Skills needed, great communication, work from anywhere, flexible hours. This is just like filler in my mind. This is like holds no value to me as a sales rep. Reach out to potential clients, engage with leads, and build interest, book appointments for our agency. Agency makes this even worse. Those are harder to sell for. Uncapped earnings, beautiful. I don't think anyone has capped earnings in this space, by the way. Freedom to work anywhere, join a team that's ambitious. This is bad, guys. This is bad. This is not good. Not good. Make this one a little bigger. Bad and risky. Fuck, man. I'm trying to remember how it would size up against these. Bad and risky. It's even hard to assess how risky it is because there's no numbers. But the ChatGPT, this is the only one that I've read that I know for a fact was written with ChatGPT. Bad versus risky. I have reason to believe this is pretty bad. Like I would put it like right here. And for that reason, I'm going to move this one down. We're going to hide it back there. Maybe I'll stagger it just like that a little bit. You guys are seeing the trend here, right? There's a pretty clear distinction between good roles and bad roles. Okay. Shout out Noah. This one is one that I grabbed off of Instagram, someone that I know personally. 10K per month closer for venture capital coaching offer. I like that niche. It's a good money-making niche. Offer 10 to 15K ticket to help corporate professionals transition into venture capital through mentorship and job opportunities. Cool. Revenue 70K per month in scaling. Hiring closer 3,500 to 10K per month. Must have experience selling 8K plus offers. 1 year as a high ticket closer. Ability to handle 8 calls per day. I like that. So I have a little bit more context on this that is going to help the rating a little bit more. This role is not bad. 70K per month and scaling is aligned with 3,510 per month here. However, I know that they're about to get rid of, there's one closer in there, which makes this okay, like better than if they had more, but they're about to replace that closer. And so this, if they just repeated what they did this month, 10% commission, that's $7,000. So that puts us right in that range. And if they're truly scaling, they can get you 8 calls per day. This is pretty good. This is a pretty good role. Newer team, which I'm not usually a fan of, but because they're doing 70K with one closer who's not good enough to even stay on the team, that's a good sign. So I'm going to put this good and legit. It is like an earlier kind of closing role, I would say. Like not the 45K per month that was up here. Legit, good. See, I wish I had more. I wish I could like blow this portion up to rank this better. Legit. Just gonna put it there. I guess that feels right. But this is a good role. If you're confident in your ability, I think that's a good role. Okay. Last one, you guys. Facebook group. 3 full-time remote closers and so excited about it. Health, relationship, and biz ops space. So this guy's like an agency or something. We're a 15-year-old and still growing coaching company. Super green flag. That's good. Currently hiring 3 high-performing closers for offers we have been scaling for over 3 years. Really green flag. Love that. No fluff, no setting, just warm, hot leads and real opportunities. I like that. 10% commission plus bonuses, 10K per month earning potential right out of the gate. I love that if true. Hot, warm leads, no setting, only closing, be part of transformations, coaching, tight-knit team. They're looking for full-time. That's good. No cold outreach. Current stats, 70% show rate, 20% close rate, 70% PIF, 150K per month cash collected the last 3 months. This is like the least green flag so far. I mean, it's a good sign, but I don't know. I wonder how many people are making 10K per month right there. Longest closer been with us for over 2 years. Current sales team, 3 closers, 1 setter. You guys seeing what I'm seeing here? 150 times 10 is 15K per month. They already have 3 closers. That's 5K per month if you split it evenly. Max almost had me there. I get it. There are a lot of sketchy posts in groups like this. This isn't one of them. No BS, no fees, no catch. I don't know. Maybe. But these are like different offers up here, and this is just like one offer. I don't know if this is for their agency. A little bit of ambiguity here. Damn, Max, we're almost there. This was almost a really legit Facebook role. But you guys might be catching a trend here too. Facebook roles, there's a lot of fluff. There's some really good ones, like Jake up here. But A lot of noise, a lot of fluff. I'm going to give this guy a little bit of the benefit of the doubt here. Legit? Good. I think it is legit. Is it good? I don't know. I don't like how those numbers add up. It could be. At least he was transparent with the numbers. That leads me to put it more legit, but is it good? Let's put it right there. Let's put it right there. All right, you guys. So that's the rankings right there. Legit, good, risky, bad. Maybe I could have put some more in the middle, but I don't know. Like it's hard to really do that. I don't know. Maybe my ranking system's flawed. Okay. Some pretty good roles on here, some pretty bad ones. There's a big separation between these kinds of roles. And so, you know, is this a perfect ranking system? Probably not. But in my mind, this is how I look at it. It's either like, yes, it's worth considering, or no, like there's a big separation. In this video, I want to break down overall how contracts are seen in the high ticket 1099 sales space. So my perspective filming this video is actually coming from both sides. So I've signed them as a sales rep. I've also had sales reps sign them from my agency, even had a lawyer on retainer for $7,500 a month to review contracts before we sent them out and to make sure that it is what we were hoping it was. Again, you watching this, you're probably a sales rep. So let's talk about this. And this was actually brought up to me from someone in a community live call today. And he said, hey, Dylan, I got 2 offers on the table. One of them just didn't even tell me I was accepted, but they sent me a contract. Like they sent me an NDA and they sent me an employment contract. So let's talk about it. Is that normal? Should people be signing contracts? If so, what should they look like? And what things should you look out for when having a contract put in front of you? Now, before we get into this video any further, I am not an attorney. I am not a legal consultant. This is just knowledge from my perspective, based on my experiences, that has served me well to this point. Do not take anything that I say as 100% truth. So in the high ticket industry, surprisingly, contracts are not as common as they probably should be. If someone sends you a contract for employment purposes, that is completely normal in the world of contractors all around, like different industries, salespeople or not. It is normal for a contractor to have an agreement with the business they are doing business with. That being said, I'm not sure why. It is not like standard practice for every single company. If a company doesn't send you a contract, that's not necessarily a deal breaker, but usually some of the bigger ones, they will have a contract just to get everything on paper in front of you so you know what you're getting into beforehand, such as pay structure, when you're paid, what you can and can't do, what your responsibilities are. Like it's nice to have that on paper before you even get into things. Now let's kind of talk about some different parts of the contract, when they might send them, why they might send them, and what they mean to you as a sales rep. At least for the agency that I was running, we would send NDAs. And so what we would do is we'd have multiple sales teams. We'd have a good candidate and we would interview the candidate. Once we know that, hey, we actually like this person, let's show them kind of what's on the table and evaluate from there. We would have them sign an NDA because as an agency, you don't really want just your client base floating out there publicly. So an NDA is non-disclosure agreement. It's basically like, hey, what we're about to show you, like, don't go around telling everyone. It's personal, private business to us. And, you know, there could be really extensive NDAs, but the general idea is like, don't go kissing and telling, okay? Especially in the high ticket industry, like a lot of this information isn't super confidential. Like we're not talking about government regulated, like top security clearance stuff. Like this is kind of just a common courtesy to not expose people's business and spread stuff that isn't yours to spread. As a contractor, I wouldn't really have any hesitations around signing an NDA. Next up, the employment agreement. Now there can be a lot of stuff in this. And some of the main things that you're going to see in here are what I mentioned before, the pay structure, the scope of the role. There can be other things like non-competes, disparagement clauses, and things of that nature. Now, from the perspective of someone who spent a lot of money to have contracts made and reviewed and then signed by salespeople, the main point of this contract from the perspective of the business owner is to just protect the business from you as a contractor doing reckless shit. One thing I'll note here is I've been in this industry for now 3 years. Again, I've signed these. I've had people sign these. I've worked with hundreds and hundreds of people to get into these roles where sometimes I sign these. I've only seen one case out of hundreds of reps. All the reps that I know, I've only seen one case where an employer held this person accountable for what they were to sign, and it really fell flat on its face. What happened is the guy left one company to basically start the same company or a similar company, and they're basically like, hey, stop doing this specific thing. He stopped it and it died there. So really what this is protecting the company from is if you go rogue and start saying stuff that you shouldn't, making crazy promises, doing all this, like you will be held liable as a contractor. And this would only happen in the event of a bigger party or something else happening to that company because of what you said. That could be governmental bodies, it could be civil class action suits, it can be, it's serious stuff. I want you to imagine this. You watch this entire free training over the course of 4 days if you're committed, right? And you have all this information in your head, but you're still not even one step closer to being where you want, which is inside a 1099 work from home, remote setting or closing job. You might feel like you're a step or two ahead. And, knowledge wise, sure, we're closer to where we want to be, but knowledge does not equate to action. And action is what's going to get you in this. Now, when you realize like, oh, I need to source these opportunities, and you realize that, hey, cold DMs, something I have to do. I have to set aside more time just to hope to have a chance with a team, not even to know if they're high quality or not, but just to have the conversation. Like, please don't watch this entire free training and do that. Okay. Like, if you're so committed to watch a 15-hour free training, I'd hope that you're committed to doing this in a way that's more likely, easier, more sustainable, not going to run you up a wall. And that's through the first link in the description with the serial sales community. Information is not a moat in this space. It's all out there. I post it for free on YouTube. What is a moat is the access to jobs, access to people that have been there, done that, and are willing to help you get there and do that. If you're interested in that, go to the first link down below. We've been doing this since 2022. We've been very good at it, very positive public track record as well. And we'd hope to work with you soon. The one thing I'd like to point out about these contracts for you as a sales rep, most of the sales reps that get these, they come and they're like, hey man, like it has a non-compete. It says I can't do this for like 2 years. It says I can't do this for a year. If you look up FTC non-compete in 2024, I'm pretty sure that that is not allowed. Companies will still send it to you. It's not enforceable, I should say. Companies will still send them to kind of give you the impression that, hey, I don't want to mess with this company. But sometimes, man, signing these contracts, depending on how predatory they are, is kind of just like, not a show of force, but it's kind of like, hey, don't mess with us. Like, we're going to work together. Don't mess it up, or else this could happen. But again, I've never seen anyone actually get into any serious repercussions from breaking these contracts or whatever. By the way, that is not me saying you should go and break these contracts. I'm just telling it how it is. And I'll even say this, sometimes being sent a contract can actually be a red flag, because if this is a brand new business, if this is a business with someone who maybe messed up in the past, and they have this crazy long contract for a role that's like brand new, or like a insane contract, as a sales rep, that's almost a little bit concerning. It's like, hey man, like you haven't even sold $1 of this service. What's up with this contract? Like, why is all this crazy stuff in here? At the end of the day, it's difficult for these companies to enforce, because let's say you break the contract, you go work with someone else and you know about their product and you go work with someone else. What are they going to come sue you? They could, hypothetically, they could sue you, but if this company is making, let's say, millions of dollars per year, they have the money to actually sue someone, and you're a 1099 sales rep, like what are they going to try to get 10 grand out of you? Like the time that would take, it's just, I've never seen it happen. It's usually better to just cut losses and focus on business growth than for them to stay in the past and go after a 1099 sales rep who might have no money to their name, because that's really the only recourse they're going to get is money. So yeah. Now, as a contractor, man, it's always in your best interest to do as you are instructed. Don't break any rules. Don't bend any corners. Don't take shortcuts. Because if something does happen down the line and you did that and you signed saying you weren't going to do that, you will be held liable. And depending on the severity of that, it's not good. It's not good for you. Protect yourself. So all this being said, if you're in the high ticket space and you get an employment contract, read it. I actually told my guy earlier today, ChatGPT is amazing with contracts. Put the contract in there, say, hey, I am a 1099 sales rep. What information should I be looking out for to make sure that I'm protected in this agreement with this company? Or is there anything in here that puts unnecessary risk on me as the contractor? Or based on common 1099 contractor agreements, like, is there anything in here that appears to be a red flag that I should look deeper into? Ask it a bunch of questions. Obviously, still read it through yourself, but ChatGPT is really good at interpreting these things. If you're thinking about having a lawyer review your contract, unless you just have a lawyer in your corner who will do it for super cheap. I mean, not legal advice. I would just put it into ChatGPT and run with it. If you know that this is a big opportunity, there's going to be big money transactions. When I say big, I'm like talking 50K per month plus kind of stuff, then maybe it's worth it if you have the time to wait and the money to do it. But yeah, generally speaking, you guys, it's not that heavy. Just make sure that there's nothing in there that's absolutely out of the ordinary. Sign the contract, be the best contractor that you can from a perspective of following rules and instructions. Document things well, save the contract. When you get permission to do this, to say this, whatever, document it. I mean, nobody really does this, but if you ever have any doubts on like, should I be doing this? Is this safe? Whatever, just if you get approval, document that. Another thing is like, dude, if you get a contract and you're in my sales community, like run it by us. Because like I said, I've signed them, we've signed them. I've had sales reps sign them. I've paid a lawyer on retainer to look over our contracts. And I've even taken some law classes back in college. So like getting perspective from someone who's more familiar with these than you is infinitely valuable. If you are in a group or in our community, I mean, we're happy to help you with that. Again, not legal advice. A couple of last things that you should definitely look for on the agreement, contractor agreement, when signing is details around commissions. Already mentioned that. When they're earned, how they're paid, and how clawbacks work, if it's at all relevant. What happens when some business that you sold reverses refunds? What happens to your commission? And if something happens to your commission, when does that happen and how does that happen? This should 100% be put on paper if there's going to be an agreement. Also, any bonus structures, incentives should definitely be put on paper or else they don't exist in my mind. Another thing is termination clauses. How can they fire you? What does that mean for your commissions? What does that mean for your pipeline? What does that mean for any renewals or recurring? You definitely want that documented. Another thing you might see is dispute resolution, which again, this is kind of doomsday scenario, but if there's a dispute, how is it handled? Is it handled via arbitration or through the court system? What jurisdiction is this handled in? Is it in a different country? Is it in a different state? All things to know. You might not have as much say on that, but it's good to know. That's really it. As you get into like higher tiered businesses and structures, like contracts hold a little bit more weight. At this level, not extremely serious. You should still, act like they're serious, but just know, like, don't sweat it, okay? Don't let them scare you. And that's pretty much this video.
Yo, what's going on, you guys? I want to make a quick rundown video of this OTE calculator so that you guys can stop getting played in these Facebook groups with these false OTEs, or if you haven't been played in the Facebook groups, so you never get played in the Facebook groups. You guys who have been at it for a little bit, there's a lot of people out there advertising on target earnings. It seems like the target is completely arbitrary, which is unfortunate. So since that's the state of the market and how people want to advertise things, I want to set you guys up to know how to run the numbers, right? Know how to avoid the bad jobs, even if they seem good. I like to make my decisions based off of data, right? Another reason why I only really work on vetted offers. So this is going to be the setter OTE one. We'll go over the closer one in just a minute. You'll see down here, Google Sheet. You guys will have a link to this in the description. Setter, touch closer in a bit. But let's go through it. I'm going to make up a setting role completely off the top of my head. Let's say it's a real estate coaching program. Let's say they're saying you can make $6,000 a month. Oh, by the way, guys, this green stuff, OTE calculator outside, the pieces of data right here, if you can get these pieces of data, you can tell whether this is worth your time or not. Calculator aside, okay? Every interview I take, I try to get these pieces of data because then I can kind of work things around in my head and see if this is actually legit or not. So let's say they got a $6,000 OTE. Let's say last month they pulled in $200,000. Let's say their program is also $6,000 and they have 3 appointment setters on their team. Now, if they're expecting you to work Monday through Friday, that's probably like 21, 22 days of the month. Let's just say 22. They want you to book 4 calls a day. Standard show rate, like 70%. and let's say they close at 20%. Okay. Now on this roll, I'm going to make it up. Say they're giving you a $1,500 per month base. You do not get paid per booking, but you do get 0.03, let's just go 0.05% of this, of cash collected, sorry. So hold on, I just messed that up. Okay, 0.05% of cash collected. Now, the expectation, and this advertised OTE is not really considered in the data calculation except for over here. These are. Okay, so the expectation based off of these numbers is that every individual on their team, the 3 here, are each booking 88 calls a month. They're having 61 shows, 12 closes. They're having about 74K close, and they're making about $5,200. Now, you combine the team, there's 3 setters. This is really just this times 3. Really, you're going to see bookings per month, showed bookings, closes, revenue. So based on these calculations, if the revenue on these projections is over what they told you, somebody's probably not hitting KPIs. Pretty safe to assume. And then average commission, they're paying out about 15 grand. Now expectation with you is really just these 3 plus the another individual. So it's going to be 4 contributions, 352 bookings per month, 244 or 45 showed, 46 showed, about 50 closes, 295 they're expecting once you come on, and they're going to be paying out that much commission. Now, this is pretty solid. I think with these numbers input it with a 6,000 OTE, it's close, but it's not quite there. These numbers aren't going to be perfect. So if you see up here, sheet's not going to be 100% accurate. It'll give you an idea, but it doesn't account for cash collected, recurring revenue, refunds, varying packages, skill sets, calendar available. Like there's a lot of stuff that this doesn't account for. All this accounts for is the data and what they're telling you, right? And honestly, guys, all this stuff, like you're going to drive yourself crazy trying to calculate it to the T. Like this gives you a good idea if we're in the general ballpark. Based off of this, we're pretty close. Okay. Now the currently, and this is based off of the revenue numbers. If they have 3 setters currently, they're booking about 80 calls a month, 56 showed calls per month, about 11 closes. Each setter is having about 67K close, and they're making about $4,800 based off of combination of revenue and the projections here. Or actually, I'm sorry, this is just revenue split up by 3 and then reverse calculated. These projections aren't factored into this.
Pop quiz. How many jobs did we post in the serial sales community over the last 12 months? Option A, 70. Option B, 7,000. Option C, 10,000. Option D, 500. If you chose option B, you were right. It's a little bit more than 7,000. These are selling for businesses that are online coaching, consulting, agencies, service providers, events, masterminds, boot camps, software companies, everything that's online that's expensive, where they know how to drive inbound leads through content, Facebook ads, Meta ads, any kind of paid ads, cold email, automated DMs, whatever it is. Somebody booked into their calendar and now they need you to have the conversation with that interested prospect. And that's what we can help you do. We can help you source the jobs, vet the jobs, leverage into better and better and better jobs beyond just the first one. It's really hard to do that on your own. It's just the reality of it. So if you want it to be easy and you know you have a skill and time is money to you, then we can help you. We've been doing it since 2022. I've personally worked with 500 people one-to-one to get that first sales job. We have a playlist of 20 plus hours of interview content working with people. We're really, really, really good at what we do. And I'd hate for you to do it the hard way. So just go down below, first link in the description, check us out. Back to the free training.
So advertised OTE is $6,000. If they're hitting all the KPIs down here, they're making about $5,100. And based on the revenue and the number of setters, they're making about 4,800. Now, again, this isn't taking into account for maybe there's leads that close that don't even touch, like the setters don't even touch them, right? So there's a lot of factors that play into this. Generally speaking, we're pretty close here. Like, this calculator is really going to tell you if they're completely off the money or not. So going over to, and this side right here is just the team, right? So 3 setters, this number times 3 there. Going over here, this is, what they're currently doing versus what they're expecting, right? So expectation, current versus expectations. They're close. 90% is pretty good. Now, I've seen this number go up to like 200%, right? If it's above 100%, great. If it's closer to 200, even better, even like 150, 200, because that's showing that they're doing the revenue to support an extra sales rep. No questions asked. To be honest, $6,000 OTE, they're a little bit under the mark here, right? So they are probably hoping and projecting on growth. Now, current team versus new team with you. Once they add the 4th setter, which is going to be you, if you were to accept, they're missing the mark revenue-wise. So I've seen this number go down into the 50s, 40s, and 30s. This one here, if they are projecting growth, like if they're at 200 a month, they could probably get to 250 pretty easily. They've got it dialed in. You don't get to 200 a month without being dialed in. So this is, it's lower than I'd like to see, but given the other factors, they're doing 200K a month, 3 setters, they're closing, show rates here, close rates here. This is not a deal breaker. So that's kind of a rundown of this, guys. Again, it's all based on the data. Okay. So don't live and die by this, but it is a helpful tool. Now, closing wise, it's a little bit more simple because here on the setter one, there's different ways that you get paid, right? And then there's show rate considered or factored in. So there's different ways there. This one's a little bit more straightforward. Let's say we're talking a fitness coaching offer. Let me back these out. Okay, fitness coaching offer, sake of the example, they're saying you can make $11,000 a month. Well, last month they did 175,000. Let's say their program is 4,000. They have 2 closers. They want you to work Monday through Friday, give or take 22 days. They want you to take at least 5 calls a day. Show rate is 70%. Close rate, they're hoping you can close at 20. Base pay, 0. 0. And commission, let's say you're on 12.5. That's not right. Hold on. This has to be a decimal, 0.125. Okay. Now, expectation. If you can hit these KPIs, they're expecting you to close 15 deals a month, about $62K in revenue per month, and at 12.5% commission, you're not quite at 11 grand. Okay. So this is a pretty good amount off. Now, this is just based on the or like this portion right here. Okay. Now, expectation of the existing team, there's 2 other closers. Right now, you just double this one, probably paying about 15K out based off of this. And the expectations of new team with you, 23K in commissions. Now, what are they currently doing? This is, where this calculator can become very handy because it lets you see the data in different ways. Currently, based off of the revenue, like these numbers aside, based off the revenue just divided by the number of sales reps, it's closer to that advertised OTE. So maybe these numbers aren't, super accurate. Maybe they're fluctuating. But according to this revenue last month and this number of closers, each closer is making about 11 grand. Like 70 or $60 off, $62. Okay. So that times 2, as the team stands, that 11K adds up. Now, when you come over here, current individual versus individual expectations, it is exceeding 100%, which is good. This is a good sign. This is below 100. So, they would be, again, projecting growth. They'd be projecting growth, because if you just popped in here as a third closer and they're doing 175 and they don't increase the lead flow, this number is going to go down. What the sales reps are actually earning. So take it with a grain of salt. In this case, if I ran these numbers for an offer, I would go back to them. I'd be like, hey, kind of running the numbers. This is what I'm seeing. Can you attest to it? Like, is this accurate, or am I missing part of the picture? And that, as long as you come off in a professional manner, that's going to look good on you, because you're running the numbers, you're taking responsibility for this stuff, which, are likely the traits of a good closer. So, last thing in here, y'all, and that's it. It's pretty self-explanatory. I just want to make this video to just make sure it doesn't get misrepresented or mistaken for something that it's not. If you have other, like here, you're inputting data. If you have anything else that you just want to keep track of, you could drop it in here. Obviously, guys, feel free to make a copy of this and then add your own stuff. What's up, you guys? Quick video today. We are going to talk about how to never accept a poor high-ticket sales role again, whether you're a setter, closer, brand new, thinking about getting started, wherever you're at. You could take some of this, use it, make sure you're not wasting any time out there. So let's get right into it, guys. Pretty simple. I kind of look for the same things on most of these roles. So I'm going to do a little screen share for you. It's another iPad video. We're going to get right into it. Hopefully we don't have any technical difficulties. Test the pen. Looks good. Good size. All right. How do I go back? All right, cool. So if I were entertaining a role, regardless of the position, and I could know one piece of information about the company, about the role, I had one question to ask them. I would ask them about revenue, how much money they're making. I'd love to know about the last 30 days. If the information's out there, if the offer's been around, I'd love to know about the last 90 days, the last 6 months as well. One thing that I'd ask about revenue. If I could ask about three things, it'd be revenue over whichever time period you feel like you'd like to know, the number of sales reps, and the sales rep earnings. Because with that alone, you can go and you can predict pretty decently. Now, if I could ask a few more questions, there are some other pieces of information that I would get to make sure that this role is what they say it is. And by the way, OTE, on track earnings, on target earnings, whatever you want to call it, in high ticket sales, unfortunately, it hardly ever means what you think it means. It's usually a hopeful projection from a business owner and what they think is possible. Oftentimes it hasn't actually been done. Offer owners that do base OTE off of things that have been done or are currently being done, they're usually good offers, okay? Otherwise, OTE is a hopeful projection to get people in, and then they get in and they realize, it's not what I thought it was. So, setter and closer, for the most part, you're going to ask about the same things. The only thing that's different is the pay that you would expect within one of these roles. So, for setter, I'm going to want to know base pay. I'm going to want to know pay per booking, and I'm going to want to know the commission percent. For closer, you probably won't get a base, but if you do, I'd like to know about that, and then a commission percent. Okay. And this is just a given, but when it comes to the actual company, if you want to make sure that you're not getting burnt, you need to ask these things. So for both of them, and I'm just going to throw it in the middle here. Revenue, again, the number one thing. The timeline that you want to get that information on, 30 days, 60 days, 90 days, 6 months, whatever you want it to be. Just learn about that.
If you like doing things the hard way, I want you to keep watching this entire free training, all 15 hours or whatever it comes out to, and then go and try this yourself. If you like doing things the easy way, still sure, continue to watch the free training if you got some free time, but the easy way is going to consist of you checking out the community that we run, that I've been running since 2022. That's the first link down below. We help source the jobs. We help you vet the jobs. We help you land the jobs. Doesn't matter if you have sales experience or no sales experience or some or a lot. We've worked with people, all walks of life, all parts of the world, all backgrounds, different languages. I mean, really anything that you think that could make this hard for you, we've probably worked with someone who had it harder. And the process that we run is proven. So we've got a full support staff to help you go from complete beginner, if that's where you're at, to in your first job where you're likely to make X amount of money. I'm not going to talk about that on here, but yeah, I would just hate for you to do this the hard way. I mean, continue watching the training, but when you realize you have to send cold DMs to get in touch with these companies and you don't even know if they're hiring, or you don't even know if they're hiring, if it's quality, and you have a job and you have financial responsibility, like you don't have the time to be pitter pattering around. Make it easy. Time is money, especially when you have the propensity to earn a lot like salespeople do. Go down below, first link, check out our community, and now back to the training.
I'd also want to know about ticket price. What is it that we're selling? How much does it cost? Because if you're getting paid on percentage, that's a pretty important thing to know. I want to know about the current sales team, and more specifically, if I'm applying for a setter role, I want to know how many setters. If I'm applying for a closer role, I want to know how many closers. From that number and the total revenue, you can kind of do some quick math and be like, okay, well, if they're doing this is the percentage. Let's assume they're splitting it up evenly. Each setter is making X, or each closer is making Y. So current number of sales reps, I'd want to know average bookings per day. Add an S on there. So for setters, this number means one thing. For closers, it means another, right? If the company books 10 calls a day and there's 3 setters, let's say each one's booking 3 or 4 appointments per day, reverse engineer the numbers, come up with the income that is actually being made. For the closers, hey, we're booking 5 appointments per day per closer. Great. Take that, reverse engineer, get your number. The next thing is show rate. As a setter, you'll typically only be paid if you're getting paid per booking on bookings that show. On a closer, if you're getting 5 calls per day, but they have a 60% show rate, you're not really taking 5 calls a day, you're taking 3 calls a day, and that changes all the numbers. Okay, so show rate is a big one. Last one, can you guys guess it? Think about it. I'll give you like 2 seconds. Okay, close rate. Close rate, what is being done currently? If you're a setter getting paid on commission, you better hope there's some good closers in there. And if you're a closer, you're definitely getting paid on commission. And knowing what is currently being done is huge. I've gotten into roles personally where they're closing like single digits, and it's pretty rough. In which case there's probably other work that needs to be done besides just plugging in another closer or a better closer. So if you guys are looking at any high ticket sales role, besides the method of payments, these are the things that you need to look for. And with all this, there's some other factors in here that would be nice to know that I'd encourage you to go and ask about, like success rate of the service, chargeback rate, average tenure of the sales reps, a lot of little stuff like that. But to make sure that the numbers make sense, first things first, these are the things. Now, if you guys are here, maybe you've seen, I'm going to pull off the share and I'm going to share this with you guys. Maybe you guys have seen this. I made a video a while back on it, but my OTE calculator. So OTE calculator, everything that I just wrote out here, if you're good at math, cool. You can get in here, figure out the numbers yourself. If you're not good at math, I've got this put out for closers For setters, it's a little bit more intricate. You're going to find out what the individuals are currently doing, or what the expectation of the individuals now, expectation of the team, expectation of the team with you. You're going to learn what they're currently doing, what the team is currently doing, and then what they're currently doing versus the expectation. How much of a gap is there, if any?
This video, I want to talk about something, again, fresh off a community live call, a real topic from the trenches with people who have paid to be in my community, who are currently going through the iterations of what it takes to get into this industry, into a good role. And this is a real, not problem, but just like situation that people are facing. So I'm not sure of the title of this video, but what I want to get into is basically how you perceive what you've done and how that determines where you land when you get into this industry. Because my day job is working with salespeople to go from usually one sales industry to another. But sometimes these people are not salespeople and they want to be salespeople. And so I work with people that are coming from all different backgrounds with all different preferences, limitations, and experiences, and all the above. Every situation is unique. And that's why I think we're really good at what we do, is because we give them a unique solution. Now, I was just on a call with a few members, all coming from different backgrounds, some of them sales, some of them not sales, and some of them are in the process of finding their next role. And the topic came up of like delusional self-belief, and how having that delusional self-belief is truly the difference between you going into your dream role versus not your dream role. Yes, some of these roles are going to require you to have a certain amount of experience in a certain niche or whatever, but some of these are a little bit more open for interpretation than you would originally think. So I want you to imagine two realities and think of your current situation right now. Like, think back, if you're trying to get into the high ticket space or you're trying to get your next high ticket role, think back at your current experience right now and think like, okay, with my experience, realistically, given everything I know about this space and what other people are doing and what kind of jobs other people want, where would I realistically land with the experience that I have based on, just standard positioning? You might say appointment setting, you might say closing, you might say it could be a mix of both. I'm going to give you guys a hypothetical situation so I can make this more real. Let's say you have a background of doing a little bit of door-to-door sales. Like, you've done a summer or two. You're not like super like OG sales rep yet. Like, your numbers aren't going to get you hired alone, but you have done some sales. That's who you are in this scenario. There's a version of you out there that thinks, you know what, man, I have done a couple summers door to door. I feel confident in my ability. I don't really have crazy numbers to share, but I'm a self-driven guy. I'm motivated. I don't know. Like, I feel like appointment setting is the next step for me. Like, I'm not sure closing is really up my alley or that I'd be qualified to close. And so I'm going to go for appointment setting. So there's that version, which is kind of the safe version. The same exact person, the same exact experience, door to door, 2 summers, selling solar. But there's another version that firmly believes that they should be a closer. Same exact experience, 2 summers, selling solar, some numbers, not a crazy amount. And I am making this video to share the idea that both of those versions of yourself, whichever one you truly believe, is correct. Because I'm thinking back to some community member experiences here. I've seen people come in with a fair amount of sales experience that are like, hey, I don't really know this industry. I want to go into setting. And that's where they land. And then I see people come in with like some sales experience, but they shine in other areas, like their personality, their work ethic, their conviction in themselves and their ability. And with less sales experience than the previous person, they go straight into closing. And it's not a perfect formula or calculation on like, okay, you've done this, so you should go there. Sometimes it's more clear one way or another, but your ability to have the belief in yourself to get into a role and get the result can really sway the decision on you getting hired into one role over another. I always tell people this in my community. We go through this process of nailing down like where they should probably go based on all the criteria of what they submit to us, and how you should probably make that transition given you have this bill or this financial responsibility, you got this scheduling thing that you can't move, but this one you can move. Like, there's so many components, but we usually nail down like the best path of action for them, so they're not just floating around like unsure of what to apply to. And then what I've seen the people do who get the best results time and time again is when it's time to go out and submit applications and do like a scaled applicant process, they narrow down on that role, but then they like broaden the target by like 10% on either side. And the reason I suggest people to do this, and the reason people have success doing this, is because you would be really surprised by how many of these companies are more so interested in hiring the right person versus the right job applicant. Meaning you might not have the full availability that they want, but you're still going to apply because the worst case scenario, you're already living it. You're not working that job, right? A little dramatic, but you apply, it's a little bit outside of your reach. You apply, you somehow get an interview, and then boom, you start talking to them and they're like, you're the best person we've spoke to. We're willing to be flexible on the schedule, the pay, the onboarding, the ascension from this role into the next. Hey, quick break in the free training here to tell you about the serial sales community. If you're watching this, there is no doubt, you cannot deny that you're interested in a 1099 work from home remote sales job. This could be setting, it could be closing, kind of depends where you're starting from. Well, the serial sales community, the business that I started in August of 2022, we help people do that. We post jobs, we work with y'all one-on-one to get to the point of being ready to apply, to be positioned correct in the marketplace, and we give you the support and the accountability to make it all happen. We help do due diligence on roles. We've got calls every single day. It's a pretty awesome product. I put my first and last name on it, blasted everywhere, and we've had, a lot of great results come through. We're currently on the road to 100 $10,000 per month testimonial videos, which you can see in the community member playlist interview thing that I got. But yeah, I stand behind the product, and I think you should go down below to the first link to check it out if you're in the ballpark for your first or next remote work from home sales job. So that's something I'd like to point out. Like I'd much rather you guys take a semi shotgun approach on the applications and then narrow down, like get to the point where they extend an offer and you say no versus never having the offer to begin with. Because there's power in knowing that you can get these offers and tell them no. And that internally tells you, you know what? I am the guy that turned down that offer. I am the guy that got the offer in the first place. I'm confident in my ability to get another one. Versus the guy who applies to like 5 jobs over the course of 2 weeks and gets, a much lower outcome out of that. You're not going to have the same confidence and conviction in your ability to get hired and find work in that scenario. So the delusional self-belief is truly a difference maker in swaying the likelihood of you landing in the role that you want. So delusional self-belief, in my mind, there's 2 variations of it. There's the one that you actually are delusional, and anyone who tells you otherwise, you think they're wrong and stupid, and it might piss you off. There's another form of delusional self-belief where it's like, I'm swinging for the fences. I know I'm delusional, and I know that the chances of me getting the outcome that I want rely on me being as delusional as possible, and I'm going to lean into that. I would just say the latter, the person that knows they're delusional, is usually going to do a little bit better because they're just a little bit more aware of the situation. The former is maybe more stubborn, maybe harder to get along with, but those people ultimately are going to end up in a more desirable role than if they weren't delusional. Now, I'm not saying if you have a lot of sales experience, you shouldn't be an appointment setter. That's not what I'm saying. That is sometimes the best course of action for people depending on their situation. But I do work with people alternatively from the delusional self-belief. I work with people that have this almost like a disbelief in themselves, or like they're always trying to discredit what they've done. It's like, yeah, I did close 7 figures here, but it's not high ticket. And that mindset right there will keep you held back for a really, really, really long time. I was talking to someone recently. She comes from a fine dining experience, been, I think, a high up manager, general manager, maybe for 6 years at this restaurant. She's like, originally she was like, yeah, I've just been working I've been working in service. I don't have sales experience. And we get into it and it's like, no, this is like very relevant experience. Like you have numbers, you've sold this much of private stuff, and the performance of the establishment altogether went up. Like you made an impact. And so like that same experience, depending on the lens that you look at it through, is going to create a lot of opportunity, or is going to create not that much opportunity. For those of you watching this that come from a retail, customer service, restaurant background, that experience is relevant. That is almost as good as sales experience. It's basically the next best thing. And if you have that, you do have an advantage, because a lot of people that work in this industry, they have previously worked in that industry, or they have previously hired people from the service industry, and they know that it's hard, and they know that being customer facing in a fast-paced environment, managing expectations is basically what sales is. So yes, that counts. Bar in the high ticket industry is so ridiculously low, and that's why in my community, one of the things we focus on is all the stuff that comes before the sales training. Sales training is important, it is, but sales training doesn't get you hired. And the low-hanging fruit, things like Loom videos, resumes, the way you're messaging when applications are sent, when you're messaging, how fast you're messaging. Like if you can just optimize for 5-10% better than the average person on all of those, the throughput of what comes out of the bottom of that application funnel is going to be much more significant than if you don't have a good resume, you apply to these jobs late, you don't know how to film a Loom video. And this even converts over to one step further, which is not you start as an appointment setter or closer, but it is like, do you start in a good closing role or do you start in an okay closing role? Again, I've seen people do both of those. I've seen people start in a better closing role with less sales experience. I've seen people start in an okay one or a not so okay one with a lot of experience. So, part of this vetting process is you doing due diligence on these roles, which is completely like an effort, skill-based thing. You don't need to work a certain job for however many years to be able to do due diligence, at least the way that we teach it. But you just have to be aware, man. And I think a combination of awareness plus delusional self-belief and you being aware that you are delusional and that is good is what gets you into the best of the best opportunity given what you're coming into this with. If you can be aware of where you exist in the marketplace, if you can be aware of the caliber of opportunity that you're applying to, if you can be aware of the other people who are probably applying to that and aware of their backgrounds and make decisions based on that and put and place weight on these opportunities based on all of that criteria, then you're probably just going to have a better time. So be aware, be delusional in yourself, be aware that you're delusional in yourself, and let it rip. You got nothing to lose. Your situation, again, not to be dramatic, you are in the worst case scenario situation. If you want to be in high ticket sales and you are not in high ticket sales, that is your worst case scenario situation. Okay, so like you're already on the ground. The worst they can say is no.
When going from another industry in sales or not in sales at all to remote, high ticket, 1099, appointment setting, or closing, you need to be aware of these two concepts. The first one is called the 3 buckets concept. I made that up. 3 buckets. When you enter this space, there are 3 buckets that you could potentially fall into, and here they are. Bucket number 1, you are either not that experienced or entry level by default. In that case, you need to be an appointment setter unless you just want to potentially wait a really long time to go straight to closing, wait for a home run. The most predictable thing that you can do is go straight into a high quality appointment setting job. Bucket 1 is setter. Let's go to bucket 3. Bucket 3 is without a doubt based on the experience that you have. Maybe it's relevant, maybe you have 10 years, maybe you have 5 years. You should not consider anything besides closing. I say if you're making 6 figures plus in sales in a closing style role, you should not consider anything that is not closing. Is that going to take potentially longer for you to get straight into a high quality closing role? Yeah, it will. That's normal. But this is what I did. This is what I recommend anybody do who has a sales background. A significant one, especially closing deals. And then there's bucket number 2. Bucket number 2, you can go either way, meaning it's a gray area, and that's how a lot of sales is. You have some experience. Does that experience mean you should be a setter, be a closer? I don't know. Maybe I have some closing experience, but I'm not quite convinced I'm the best yet. Not to make this a whole mindset thing, but like the mindset that you have around where you should probably go is right. I've seen door-to-door guys come in to the high ticket space and they're like, you know what, dude, I can do door-to-door, but I'm not super confident in my ability to like one call close. I don't know the industry. For that reason, I'll probably be a setter. The same exact guy, same exact experience can come in and say, oh yeah, dude, I'm a closer. I've been doing basically closing on the doors. I don't want to be a setter and I just want to be a closer. And both of those people are right. And so bucket number 2 is a very common one, but usually in bucket number 2, it's not just like, well, you could really go either way, and so you should go either all the way into closing or all the way into setting. The door-to-door example, right? Let's say this guy comes in and he has a good amount of sales experience, but not enough to be just 100% only closer. Maybe I put him maybe over here to where it's like, based on the work that you have done, it makes sense for you to apply to like 30-40% closing jobs, but then also apply to setting jobs. Get some base hits. These setting jobs will pay you 5 to 10K per month. Know that you have that in your back pocket if you need it, but you kind of want to go into closing. So let's break it up like that. We don't want anyone delusionally applying to jobs that they're not going to land, or it might take them a really long time in this industry. If we project out 12 months from now, the goal is to be in the best spot possible 12 months from now, not today, because today what you're qualified for, because you're new to the industry, is not going to be what you're qualified for in even 3 to 6 months. And so most people just need to get in fast, start gaining experience in this industry, because this leads into the second concept. The second concept, I don't have a name for this, but I'm just going to illustrate it. The criteria, I'll just name it, the criteria in which you are graded upon. And there's 4. So when you're entering this industry and you're competing for setter, closer, and you're going up against 20 other applicants, this is how you're assessed. And I've hired a lot of people. I work with a lot of people that hire a lot of people. I work with people that run big sales teams, that have people on their team that make 50K plus in commissions. I know how they hire. This is how they do it. Number 1, who would have guessed? Sales experience. If I have 2 guys, one person has 5 years experience and one has 0, by default, doesn't matter the industry, sales experience wins. Sheer amounts of sales experience is really important.
I caught you red-handed looking for your first or next 1099 remote appointment setting or closing job. Good news for you, I shared over 7,000 in the last 12 months inside the serial sales community. So that's the business that I've been running since 2022 that I'm still insanely involved in, but I've brought in also a lot of team to help you get your result, which is go from where you're at, maybe in sales, maybe not in sales, to having an opportunity in this industry to give you a legitimate part-time or full-time income should you perform, okay? We're really good at this. We've done it with a lot of people. We have a lot of case studies. You'll be able to see those in our interview playlist on my YouTube channel. And we do everything A through Z, from meeting you where you're at, giving you a custom roadmap, redoing your resumes, your Loom introductions. We do application tracking. We do due diligence on these offers. We talk interviews, everything that you could need to make this happen. Our intention with the whole way that this is lined up is to make it hard for you to fail. So if you're looking for your first or next remote 1099 sales job and you want to do it alongside people that have not only done it before, but a community of people that are invested into this just as much as yourself, go down below, first link in the description, check it out, talk to our team, back to the training.
But there's another close second, and this is a close second. It is industry experience or familiarity. Because if I have someone who has 10 years of insurance sales versus somebody who has 2 years of high ticket experience, you might go toe to toe with the insurance guy, because that high ticket industry familiarity holds a lot of weight. The reason being is these companies are cash flow positive, they make money, and so when they're not making money, they're losing money. And so if you've never been in this industry before, these companies, not only are they thinking, oh, I need to ramp them up on my product, I need to ramp them into a one-call close high ticket sale model, which could potentially double the length at which you get up to speed and double the risk that you don't work out as a sales rep for them. So if they can cross off the variable of not having to train you on the one call close model in high ticket sales, that's really attractive. And so number 1 is sales experience. Look, dude, if you're a killer on the phones, you got a track record, all you need to do is get on interviews and you'll win these jobs. However, this industry experience goes really far on Looms, resumes, paper applications, because this guy needs to get interviews. If this guy doesn't get on interviews, this guy is going to win. So if you're coming into this industry with a lot of experience in solar, insurance, real estate, tech, you need to get on interviews. You need face-to-face conversations so they can see that sales acumen, because on paper, even if it's less sales experience, the guy who's already in the high ticket space could beat you out, and they shouldn't in most cases. The third thing, niche experience, industry, not high ticket industry experience, but like if you were selling in real estate before, you were a realtor, and there's an agency hiring a closer and they sell lead generation for realtors, they are going to be much more willing to overlook your lack of industry experience because you know realtors. You were a realtor. So if we combine just sales acumen with your understanding of real estate and realtors, you have a really good shot at that role compared to some high ticket closing kid. This goes with fitness if you've been a personal trainer. This goes with e-commerce. This goes with real estate. This goes with any kind of like agency B2B. This goes with anything. Any niche where you would have reason to understand their buyers better than someone else, you will have a leg up. Hopefully y'all can read my writing. The last thing, who you know. Warm introductions, referrals from people that hiring managers know, like, and trust will get you into roles that you wouldn't have otherwise gotten into. I put this down below because this is extremely important. This will be the difference of you getting hired or not, you getting a chance or not. But you kind of need to have some of this, a makeup of this, in order to be the guy that's recommended. I'm gonna put some weight on this, right? This feels about right. 40, 30, 20, 10. The guy with a lot of sales experience, if they can get onto interviews and sell themselves to show that they are more confident than the high ticket closer, they will win. The high ticket closer, by default, on paper, will probably get 2 more interviews than number 1, the guy with the sales experience, because it's safer for these companies. So the challenge here, number 1, is get on interviews. The challenge here, actually be competent. Because if you've been in the industry for a while and you understand it and you took a program or whatever and you're not competent, it's not going to save you. Niche experience, it's important, but if you've worked in a real estate office with realtors, but you were the janitor, they're not going to hire you into a 10K, 20K per month sales role because you were the janitor in the real estate office. It has to be relevant. And then who you know, you're not going to even be able to use this if you don't have anything here. So these are 2 things that I want you to assess when getting into this industry. A little bit more about setters. If you were an SDR, a BDR, canvasser, cold caller, you were not the one closing the deals, but you are the one setting the deals up, you're gonna fall here. On this end, if you were closing the deals, even if it was super long sales cycle, insurance involved, not a one-call close, whatever, if you were the one facilitating the transactions, it's easy for you to fall here. And if you did a little bit of both, and you were starting to ease into the one who closes the transactions, you're gonna fall here. And this one, it's a spectrum. It's not gonna just be a 50-50 split. I always tell people based on how comfortable they are in the response, the initial response when I ask people, which one do you wanna go to, says a lot, and they're probably right. And so if you're in this middle bucket, pick a split that feels good for you, that kind of hits the sweet spot of you not waiting too long for the dream roll, but then not compromising too much on like the on-target earnings. Pick a spot, start applying to jobs accordingly. Let me show the people.
Yeah.
Can they see? That's your hardware. You get to hold it during the whole interview.
Yeah.
So you guys, we're here with Ethan. Ethan is a Austin, Texas local who I've had the pleasure of getting to hang out with a couple of times. He's in our community. When you joined our community, you had already gone through sales training, but you hadn't found that banger offer yet.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
Right.
That was the biggest thing I was struggling with because, I mean, I wasn't very good at the time skill set wise either, but the biggest thing was that was bottlenecking me was I didn't have an opportunity to have live reps.
Yeah.
It was just all like training in a vacuum.
And that's in the inbound remote sales space, the offer is such a big piece of the equation. Like I've seen really, really good offers with salespeople that just aren't that great, make a ton of money.
Yeah.
So if you can be great or close to it and be on a good offer, you'll end up in a position like Ethan, man. So
hopefully better. But
he did 15K last month.
Yep.
And I mean, how long have you been in the space now? Like since when
counting training or counting?
Yeah, like overall, and then when you joined the community, I guess.
10 months. I've been in the community since September, so 6.
And you had gone through the training, pretty much ready to be deployed onto an offer, and then just needed to find it.
Yep.
You were referred over to us, right?
By Eric. Yeah. Shout out.
Who Eric is also doing well from what I know. Anyways, guys, we're here to talk about how Ethan went from not in the space to doing $15,000 in a month. Talk about some of the good stuff, the bad stuff. Hopefully by the end of this, you guys have a better idea of how you can do something similar. If I remember right, man, you dropped out of college and got into sales. Why did you do that?
Well, when I dropped out, I didn't know like high ticket sales existed. To be honest, I dropped out because I just couldn't do it. I was surrendered. I was like waking up at 2 p.m., going to bed at 6 a.m. every single day. Absolutely hated it. And also it didn't fit into like what I wanted to do long term, both, as an opera singer and whatever else. And when I dropped out, it was like genuinely the most humiliating moment of my life because everyone was making fun of me. I was disappointing my parents and I was like disappointing myself. My first option was I'm just going to do Uber Eats for a little bit to sustain myself, right? Thankfully, some guy rear-ended me and ran. So my car was totaled and I couldn't do that. But I had met a guy before, which you know as well, Curio, through a mutual friend at Baylor, and I knew he was making bank. So that kind of prompted me. It was like, okay, this is officially rock bottom. It cannot get any worse. Could not do school, crashed my car. So I hit him up, was like, yo, what do you do? And then he was really gracious to help me out and tell me exactly what it was, pointing me in the right direction. So I just got sales training right away. For me, it wasn't really a risk, number one, because I was already in such a bad situation.
Yeah.
And number two, I was already seeing Curio like consistently make 10, 12, 15K. I just went into it right away, got some sales training. And then I'd heard so much, even while I was training, that the way you succeed at sales is skill set times opportunity. So I was like, okay, I got one half of it down somewhat. Time to get the other half, which I went straight to him, and I mean, it just made sense.
What were you studying in school?
Oh, I was in their honors business program for a year.
Okay.
Got kicked out because I didn't go to class. Did music for a year or two.
Yeah, like
Hated it.
music at college.
Yeah, it was.
Well,
Yeah.
we should also kind of preface here. Ethan does opera. At the end of this interview, he's going to sing for us.
Oh boy.
I'm just kidding. Maybe if we're lucky. But he does opera. You're moving to Italy. The reason why.
In 2 days.
Okay, cool. So
Yeah.
I tried to catch him before he moves to Italy to literally do opera and pursue that as the main thing. And so it seems like college, you probably just ended up there because like it was what you were supposed to do next.
Yeah, exactly.
Right?
Yeah.
And when you go into business or something more general, it's like, yeah, man, I'm just here because I'm supposed to be, right?
Yeah, exactly.
You strike me as the guy that's like probably pretty smart when you apply yourself to things, but if you're not interested, you're not gonna. Okay, and that was college.
I had a 2.2 GPA. It was terrible. Like I had so much fun with my friends, by the way. No knock on them, but in terms of everywhere else, and also throughout that whole period, I feel like the worst thing for me was like I just had no respect for myself.
While in college?
Yeah, while in college, I just had no respect for myself. I was like, what are you doing? You're wasting your parents' money. You're fucking around doing nothing.
So then you end up in high ticket sales and hopefully a little bit more fulfilling. You would be in what year of college right now? Second or
I'd be
third?
a junior right now.
Junior.
Yeah.
You wouldn't be making 15 in a month.
Fuck no. Probably
No.
1,500 if I was working at Chick-fil-A part-time. Yeah.
1,500.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So luckily you found out that wasn't the path for you. You found something that I see high ticket sales as more of it's a great cash flow. If you get on a good offer, you can do it for a while, but it's great in terms of like giving you the flexibility to do the shit that you actually want to do.
100%.
That's why I got into it. I had the skill of sales. I was like, let me go remote and then design my life a little bit more intentionally.
Yep.
But opera is like your big focus, right?
Yeah. That's what I've wanted to do for a while. So
are you moving to Italy with your family or solo?
just me. My parents are going with me for a few weeks, but
Okay.
yeah.
But now you're in a position, it sounds like, to afford Italy.
Yeah,
Okay.
I could not when I was in college, and also I really wouldn't like my parents to keep paying for my shit. So.
Yeah, I'm curious if you were to go back, like now you've done 15, you're the guy who did it once, you can do it again.
Yep.
Like you check that box.
Yep.
Internally, you always know you're capable of it.
Yep.
But if you could go back and talk to like younger Ethan who wants to get into this space, like what would you tell him to do differently?
Yeah, definitely focus on opportunity more, because my mindset on it was I'm just going to get good at skill set first, and then I'm going to try to find an opportunity, which is, I mean, okay, but I think it's just not the best way to do it. I think, number one, because you don't have to be that good to start making some money. That's number one.
Yeah.
Number two is you get so much better, so much quicker when you're able to be on a good opportunity and you get live reps. Because role playing in a vacuum is very helpful, maybe at first, but once you hit a certain level, if you don't have that real world application, you're just never gonna like actually get to a level where you have the skill set to feasibly hit 20, 30K a month.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, it's better to do the role play and be super prepared than to just sit around and like play video games, not do anything.
Yeah, certainly.
But if you could reallocate that time in the beginning to be a little bit more opportunity focused, I feel like just if we fast forward 12 months, you're going to be further along.
Yeah.
So I don't want to be the guy that like knocks sales training, because at the end of the day, like, who knows if you would have earned 15 this month if you didn't have that, right?
Yeah.
But it's kind of like an order of operations thing here. You don't want to put the cart before the horse, you know?
Yeah.
Let's talk about like scaling into closing. I know you had a couple of things that you were doing prior, like you were trying to scale an offer with an opera guy, right?
No, my teacher. I'm still trying to do that. He got really busy, and then now that I'm moving to Italy, I'm gonna do that with him.
Okay.
But yeah.
But I know you were on like some offers before that just didn't really pan out. What do you think it is about the offer that you sell now that is making it work?
Systems. Like when an offer actually has systems in place.
Yeah.
I think that obviously helps so much because the lead quality, the sales process, all of that just makes my job so much easier. And on top of that, I would also say that fulfillment, you guys obviously hear this all the time, but conviction is one of the biggest things in sales.
Yeah.
And if you have something you genuinely believe in, you're going to try it that much harder to actually help get the prospect over the line.
Sure. You don't have to drop a name, but can we offer docs like what you sell?
Yeah, I sell a Mandarin coaching program.
So really unique for you. Like honestly, dude,
Yeah.
it's like a lay down opportunity for you.
Yeah.
Because he speaks Mandarin.
Yeah.
And that's not a really common one. Like it's really common to end up selling like a biz op or
for sure.
something of that nature. How did you, I mean, it was posted in our group, I know that, but like, how did that go about? Like, okay, you see this offer posted, you're like, dude, there is nobody better to sell this than me.
Yeah.
And then you approach this company, like what did you do to make sure that you were the guy?
Well, they don't just post opportunities, FYI. They have a bunch of information and courses and materials and actual sessions to help you position yourself, so you have the highest chance of getting the role. So I saw that, I was like, holy shit, like this is literally me. And so I went through the course material again. I maxed out my resume. When I was applying to that, I didn't have a ton of sales experience, right? I was still decently new to the space. So I knew that if I wanted to maximize my odds of getting the offer, I had to position myself in a way that actually makes me look much more attractive than, let's say, if I didn't do that with my current experience. So I went through the materials, dialed in my resume, dialed in my Loom, and watched a bunch of training on how to do interviews. And I just came very prepared. And that's how I was able to land the role.
So it's safe to say there were probably applicants that had more like sales resume, but because you did the positioning and you speak Mandarin, you were able to secure a role that other people were maybe more qualified for sales-wise.
Yeah, 100%.
So that's something we try to talk about too. Like we have people that come join us from other industries. Let's say they were in insurance, insurance sales for like 3 years. Well, if there's an offer out there where this agency sells leads to insurance companies, like even if you haven't done high ticket remote closing, like you have the industry knowledge and it's all about your ability to articulate that. Now getting into that offer and starting to close, like how long have you been on that one?
Gosh, 3 months.
Okay.
3 months.
So third month in, 15K, but month one you didn't make 15. So what was that ramp process like for you?
Month one, the boss didn't let me take calls. He was super strict, wanted me to dial the script in. So he paid me a 3K base. So month one, I didn't even take any calls. Month two, the month I started taking calls, made 8. And this month, volume ramped up because of a sale, and I collected 120 in a week. So from, I think, 9th to the 16th.
So, I mean, honestly, I don't know if we could draw it up much better than that. Like 3K base to learn, which is not everybody does that in the space. You know that. And then 8K month one, 15.
Yeah.
Safe to say that the offer owner doesn't mind you taking the calls now?
No, he's okay with it, yeah.
Let's run a little experiment here. you're now the guy that you know in your mind, and nobody can
Yep.
take this away from you. I can make 15 in a month.
Yep.
Like, I am the sales guy capable. But if you were to go back into the market, and chances are you're not going to land on a Mandarin speaking offer again.
Yeah.
But like, how easy do you think it was going to be for you now to like position yourself as the sales guy versus before, when you only had like the role play mock call kind of training?
Oh, so much easier. I mean, this is another reason why you got to focus on opportunity, because you spent 4 months doing sales training, which is very important in my opinion.
Yeah.
But then to most people, you're still kind of like, I don't want to say worthless, but you are not competitive at all.
Yeah.
Because a lot of people have sales training.
Yeah.
Right. So now that I have not only the training, but the track record to back it up, I think it's just going to be so much easier. And on top of that, I would add the people I've met in the community, because I've been to a few meetups and I've made some friends too. Yeah. And a lot of them are sales managers. Like knowing these people and actually not just like shaking hands, but actually getting to know them, that just makes the process so much easier. Because I have people I've met through you that are reaching out and like.
Well, yeah, we talked about like Noah is reaching out to
guy,
you. Yeah. I mean, if you are the guy who can do 15 and you believe that, and and other people know that you're the guy that can do 15, those other people are out doing shit in the world. It just gets so much easier. And like I always say, the most successful people I know in this space, they're usually pretty decent at sales, but they are like always connected to other successful people.
100%.
And we mentioned Eric earlier, for example, but Eric, our guy, like Valentim, dude, all those guys, if you ever needed to, you could just go say like, yo, what's up? Or Kirill, what's up, dude? You know anyone
give me a job?
Let me get on your team. Let me take some of your leads.
Yeah.
But I was going to talk about the sales training thing, because our big angle is like sales training doesn't get you hired.
Yeah.
While it is important, but the issue with front loading the sales training like that is you have people that go through like months and months and months of mock call. Like I know there's a big female trainer out there. I'm not going to say any names.
Yeah.
They do a lot of like months of education before you can even apply to a job.
Yeah.
And people will go through all of that and then not be able to land a job. And it's like college, dude. They get discouraged because they're like, dude, I just did all of this, but I can't land a job. And then they fizzle out or they get unhappy. And so, I mean, it's about managing expectations. Can I be honest with you? Watching a 15-hour free training is useful, and I hope you can take things away from this, but what happens after you watch it? You're not going to have access to the jobs unless you want to send cold DMs, which, be my guest, it kind of sucks. I'll just let you know that ahead of time. You're not going to have access to the jobs. You're not going to have access to me. You're not going to have access to other people who are having success with this. No access to a team, no access to live call support, no access to anything. You're going to be solo. Flying solo in a performance-based industry is really, really hard. So it's already hard enough to find the jobs. Well, why don't you just let somebody source them for you, do due diligence, and then help you once you're in the roles to make sure that you're not getting the workaround in this role, to make sure that you're actually in a vehicle that's going to serve you. And that's what the serial sales community does. And so if you're watching this training, I take it you're interested in landing one of these remote sales jobs. Our community basically fast tracks the result that you're going to get. Well, actually, the odds are higher with us in your corner, but the results that you want to get, we're fast tracking it. We're making them more certain, eliminating a lot of the guesswork, and honestly, just making it easier for you. So if you're interested in making it easier, because you've already decided you want this, you're watching the training, but you want to make it easier, go down to the first link in the description, check out that page, check out all the information about what we do, how it works. Since 2022, we've been doing it. We're really good at it, and we'd love to help you. So go down below, check it out, talk to the team. Now back to the training.
Yeah, and also just knowing like you have a goal, right? Obviously you can reach it in many different ways, but I think there is a ton of value in finding the most efficient way to get there. Yeah. And this is a quote you've said that stuck with me a lot. It's like there's no honor or glory in doing it the hard way. Like you don't get extra credit for taking the hard route when you could have taken the easier route. So I would say I
definitely ripped that from someone much wiser than me.
But still, I heard it from you, so in my mind, that's from you.
No, it's true, dude.
Yeah.
I mean, that's why we have so many people that come into the community, and it's like they already have the skills, man. They just need to be positioned and have access and proximity for people to take them seriously. I'm curious if you experienced this. So there's a lot of people, you mentioned it, having the sales training is just not enough anymore, right? Like it's better to have it than not to have it. But I was talking to a community guy the other day, and he's filming Loom videos. And in the Loom videos, he was like discussing the fact that he had sales training in the way where it almost made him like entitled to the role. So I'm curious, when you were going through the sales training and trying to apply to jobs and nothing was sticking, were you running into that yourself where you were like, hey man, like I'm qualified, like I should be able to get this?
Yep.
And pretty frustrating.
Like you said, expectations. It's easy. It's a natural thing to be entitled, to think you are entitled.
Yeah.
Whenever you're like, well, but I have more training than you. Why can't I get this job? But number one, if you only have sales training, chances are you're not as good as you think you are.
Right.
And number two, same thing as a college degree. At the end of the day, are the skills you're learning probably more useful? I'd say so for the most part. But still, that in and of itself is not going to just get you hired magically.
I'm curious, over the last month, the 15K month, what was your schedule looking like? Like what kind of volume were you taking?
Yeah, so it was very concentrated because I collected 120 in a week. Yeah. So that week, like 8-9 calls a day.
How long are the calls?
45 minutes to an hour. So not terrible. I basically had a full-time job for a week.
Yeah.
And I mean, for the rest of the month, I was doing like 2-3 hours a day, to be honest. Yeah.
8-9 calls scheduled, and then show rate, like
the show rate was insane.
Like
it was like 99%.
Because of a sale, probably.
Yeah.
Nice.
But yeah, I mean, in terms of workload, I didn't have to literally sell my soul to make good money. I just had a job for a week, and then I went back to unemployed, and then so
have you besides this trip to Italy or being able to stay in Italy, have you gone and bought any outrageous things with the money?
No, I was stupid enough to buy a Corvette before I made money to motivate myself, which turned out to be wrong. So
I mean, you're here now, so
yeah, I guess. But the thing I bought immediately after I hit 10K was I bought a mug for my mom.
A mug?
Like a cup, a Yeti. Yeah, for my mom. From Porsche, because she drives a Macan, right? Nice. So I was like, because my parents, my parents supported me so much along the way. Yeah. Like, especially considering how most Asian parents are. They paid for my sales training at first. They actually paid for your community. So like the first thought in my mind, because the excitement about the money fades to me in 30 minutes. Yeah. It was like, whoa, big number. What actually made me feel so fulfilled was buying her that. It was like, look, Mom. Yeah. You believed in me and it didn't go to shit, so.
Yeah, what was navigating that like? Because I'm sure we have some young people who are like, I mean, dude, if you're held to a high standard by your parents, I was too. Like I went to college right after, and I finished, and there was times where I wanted to drop out, but you actually committed to it. So you are going on, like, parents are helping fund college. So it's almost a thing of like, if you don't do it, it's kind of like ungrateful, whatever. Like they've provided you the opportunity. You decide, no, I'm gonna go do Uber Eats and get into sales. But like, how was navigating that relationship through that period of like, your parents are probably concerned, right?
Yeah,
they want you
very concerned.
They want you to do well. So what was that like?
I didn't really have much of a discussion with my parents when I dropped out. I was like, by the way, I can't do this. I'm sending an email tomorrow and this is it. And I mean, like I said earlier, it was literally the worst moment of my life, probably. Just not in the terms of like something really bad happened to me. I've never had less respect of myself than I did in any other moment. But I mean, they were very, very worried because they were like, okay, what else are you gonna do? They didn't force me to stay in college, but they were like, we'll be much happier if you give us an alternative. And when I dropped out, my alternative was Uber Eats and Opera in 5 years, right? But I mean, when I found sales, they actually, that eased their concern a lot because they are both in the corporate world. I would say they both do pretty well, which contributes to their mindset of like letting me take some risks. But they were like, they had the very clear understanding that sales is probably one of the most versatile skills you can ever have, not just in business, but anywhere else, right? It's the skill of persuasion. So they really supported me doing sales. And once I found that, they were like, okay, even if this whole thing is fake, you are learning a very valuable skill.
Yeah.
So that eased their concern a lot. Obviously, now that I'm making some money, they're a little bit less concerned too.
Sure.
So
No, that's cool. They're probably giving you some breathing room a little bit.
yeah. Well, I'm insanely thankful to them.
Yeah.
Because
How do you plan on, as you go to Italy in 2 days, balancing sales, opera, and anything else you might have going on?
Well, thankfully, as of now, it's only singing and sales.
Sure.
So, I mean, the nice thing about singing is, since your instrument's here, you can't do it for 10 hours a day. You just can't. You feasibly cannot. You will burn out your voice in a few months. So I can only train intensely for hour, 2, 3 a day. So outside of that, all my time can go to sales. And in Europe, it's offset, but not like completely flip. So I can work US hours as well. And which is another nice thing about being remote. Is I can do it wherever the hell I want.
Yeah.
Right? I don't have to go to an office every day. I have that flexibility. I design my own calendar. I can block off times where I'm singing, and I can just take calls.
I have a buddy who does opera, and he's in sales as well. His name's Michael Hewitt.
Michael, talk to him,
Okay. I'm curious with taking, like if you're taking 4, 5, 6, 7 calls a day, does that affect your ability to practice, like using your voice all day? Does that fatigue, or is it like a different type? Okay.
Yeah, it does. I mean, you are made of flesh.
Yeah.
Right? And your voice is a muscle. You can train it as much as you can. Still, it's going to fatigue a little bit.
Sure.
But there is a way to like plan things around. For example, on the days you're actually training your voice as opposed to singing, think of this like as a sport, right? You lift weights, and that's to strengthen certain components. That is not like you're not playing the sport while you're lifting weights. But whenever you're training your voice, I tend to work less, just because my voice is going to be really fatigued and I need to give it some rest. On the days where I'm just only singing, actually, I can talk quite a bit and still be fine.
So by going to Italy, do you have like a big mission by going there? And it's like, I want to do this by the time I leave, or what's your big goal while you're out there?
I'm going there for 3 months. That's what I plan for right now. I want to just get as good as I can, because my passport only allows me to stay there for 3 months at a time. Then I have to come back for 3 months, then go back probably. But I just want to get as good as possible and actually learn some Italian.
Sure.
Because, when you're singing Italian all day, it could help.
You sing in Italian?
Yeah, that's what opera is. Yeah.
I didn't know you were singing in Italian though.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and you have to sing without a microphone too.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the hard part, dude. My voice goes out like very fast. When I was taking closing calls, I would take 5 to 6 calls a day, and my voice would be like shot after.
Your voice doesn't, the way you talk doesn't sound like unhealthy though, to be honest.
I'm glad you were making that assessment on my voice. You're just like, that's probably something you do when you meet people. It's like, you got like a good voice, right?
There are certain people I meet, because some people, like, it's very glaring, like they talk like this.
Yeah,
like
you got some problems.
Yeah, it's, I don't know, you develop an ear for it.
No, I worked with, or not worked with, but I've done some of the stuff that Michael has, and we had him in the community, and like he was helping do like vocal training for people.
Yeah,
it's a big thing.
Helps with their tonality.
Let's talk about going forward. Nobody can guarantee that every month is going to be 15K, but what we can guarantee is that nobody can take that like mentality away from you around you are the guy who's done it.
Yeah.
So what are your goals with sales moving forward?
Yeah, I want to preferably start managing.
Sure.
Because that allows me to speak less. Goes back to what we were discussing earlier with opera. But I want to hit a 30K month before I even consider that. But outside of that, I want to start a business actually too, with the skills I'm learning in sales. I have a few buddies who are probably going to do it with me. I think probably the hardest period in sales. Yeah. Thankfully, I've left that behind me, because my friend Frank has his analogy, right? Spanish guy. I think you met him once. It's like, On the top, you have the lion, the meme, and then you have the wolf, and then you have the small dog, and then at the bottom, you're the cockroach. The hardest part always in sales is going from a cockroach to like a little dog,
Yeah,
because
fair.
number one, people don't believe in you because you've not proven yourself. Number two, you don't really believe in yourself either. You can have a lot of conviction, but until it becomes
Yeah.
a reality, right? You're still just kind of going off of faith in a sense.
Yeah.
So I'm really glad that's kind of behind me, and I've somewhat proven my ability. Obviously, not to the full extent I'd like to, but
Yeah.
it's a good step.
I think a lot of the guys that end up in our community or in this space, they are a little bit entrepreneurial. I mean, dude, it's yours to do what you
Yep.
want to, run with it,
Yep.
make some commissions. You got the side thing with your teacher that could turn into something, right?
Yeah, stick through it. You just got to stick through it, because
Yeah.
I feel like, because I don't know if you remember how I was. I was not the hardest working person by any means. I wasn't.
You don't say.
I didn't I wasn't the guy that just wanted it more than my life.
Yeah.
But I do feel like one thing I had that did beat out quite a few people who started around the same time with me was when I joined sales. I made myself a promise, because it was coming off of what happened in college.
Mm-hmm.
I said I could hate it with all my heart. I don't care how much I dislike it. I am not leaving this until I make 10K a month,
Yeah.
because I'm never going to surrender ever again. I'm never going to give up on what I'm doing ever again if I choose to do it. So, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you just brute forced your way into it, made it work.
Yeah. Thanks to you too. I mean,
I appreciate it.
you made the brute force a lot less brutal.
You also, we can wrap it up soon, but I want to
Yeah.
ask you, you just recently bought into more advanced sales training.
Yeah.
So someone might be wondering, dude, you just made 15 grand in a month. Why did you just buy more sales training? So what's your thought process there?
The skill set it takes to make 10K a month versus the skill set it takes to make 30 a month, obviously. I think it's pretty easy to say there's a big difference.
Yeah.
Number two, could I have learned all of these things just by doing another 2 years of closing? Potentially, yes. But once again, like we were discussing earlier, you have to look at efficiency, right?
Yeah.
As in, how much commission are you, how quick can you get to the same level with advanced sales training, and how long it would take you otherwise, how much more you're making with that advanced sales training in the difference of time versus if you were to do it by yourself. And to me, it was just a very simple equation. Also, at this point, I've kind of developed a really, really, I don't want to, somewhat passion, I would say, for the skill set of sales. It just becomes genuinely interesting to me. Even if I wasn't making more money, I just want to get better at it.
I think one of the worst things that could happen is you get exposure to an opportunity.
Yep.
And then you don't perform because you weren't the guy capable of doing it yet. So, I mean, I like the way you're thinking about it. Also, I didn't say this, but Ethan just turned 21.
Yeah.
So he's, we said junior in college, but so he's doing all this at 21. He's already understands that time is more valuable than money. You're accelerating the growth or the rate at which you're growing the skill set. I don't know, if more 21-year-olds thought like you, man, maybe they would
it'd make my job harder.
It would make your job harder. Yeah. Luckily, not everybody thinks in the same way.
Yeah.
Someone's watching this right now and they see this. They're like, dude, I want to do what Ethan's done.
Yeah.
But I'm in college. I don't like it. Or I just dropped out. Can't do Uber Eats. Someone hit my car. So let's just say someone's down bad and they're watching this and they need they're looking for you to speak to them right now. What do you tell that person?
The start is always going to be the hardest. So do whatever you can to make it suck as little as possible, as in join a community, find opportunities, and get the skill set, have both. And also just stick through it, because the hardest part of success in this space is upfront, when you're not proven, when other people don't believe in you, when you don't fully believe in yourself yet. Look at the other interviews Dylan has and whatever channel you watch. Look at how many people are actually making money, and just have full conviction that it is absolutely possible, even though you haven't done it yet, and just bury your head and just embrace it. And you'd be surprised how fast it can work, genuinely.
Yeah, if you're the type of person that sees I think we have like 60 interviews now.
Yeah.
You see 60 interviews and you're thinking, okay, cool. I know it's possible. I don't even have to watch them. I know it's possible. Now I just need to become the person capable of doing it.
Yeah.
You're the exact type of person who will succeed at something like this.
Yep.
The person who will not succeed is the person that sees all that and thinks, oh, they're fake interviews.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
oh, he paid
Yeah.
them. Like, by the
Yeah.
way, we don't pay, we give trophies, which is cool,
Yeah.
but like,
Yeah.
we don't ever pay people to do interviews or anything. So
Not from Fiverr.
yeah, just random people on the internet.
Yeah.
What's up, you guys? Welcome back to another community member interview. We've got Josh with us. Josh is a community guy who's been crushing it, selling a program in the SMB space and hit some pretty good months. I think, what was the recent month we just talked about, Josh? The 19.5?
Yeah, 19.5 Canadian.
Cool. So some pretty big months, some pretty consistent months. Been on the offer for 7 months now with some guys also from the community. And I thought, let me try to get this guy on an interview. I tried to run the in-person one with you, man.
Been trying for a while. Trying for a while now.
Yeah, we're waiting, or Josh wanted to hold out. I understand. He wanted to hold out until he had just like monster months, has some stuff cooking in the background, but now is the right time. So anyways, Josh, thanks for coming on, dude.
Yeah, no problem, bro. Thanks for having me.
In the fashion of all the other interviews, again, most people who end up in our community saw an interview or two before joining to kind of evaluate. And I'm more interested in just documenting the entire process of you going from like literally not knowing what this space is to making 10K plus Canadian a month, almost 20 last month. I know the story, but for the listeners who might not know, you were referred over by someone who you actually didn't know really well, but was doing well in this space. It's someone we've done an interview with. How did that come about? Because you were obviously in sales for years prior. But how did you even like get referred over to this space and us?
It was kind of just like a conversation, man. So I was actually on vacation out at the lake with a buddy of mine. We both live in the same city here in Calgary, but we're both from the same place, Winnipeg, other side of Canada. And he said, hey, one of my buddies is actually, I told him that I was looking to get into the online space and I was just trying to figure out who to talk to, right? Because I didn't really know who to talk to get jobs because it's not like they're, listed on LinkedIn or anything. But anyway, so I brought it up and he said, hey, my buddy, he works for that guy. And I was like, no way. So I got in touch with him and he, I had a conversation with him and it wasn't that he worked for the person that it was a Josh Lyons ad. That's who I thought that he worked for, but it ended up that he wasn't actually working for him. And yeah, man, he put me in touch with you. So it was kind of just luck of the draw, if I'm being completely honest.
You get referred over to this dude on the internet, and just as a smart person should be, you should, maybe you're feeling a little skeptical of the industry, of the opportunity of this stranger that you were just referred to. How did you kind of think through that? Did you have any sort of skepticism towards like this online sales world, or were you pretty much like, yeah, this is real and I'm going to do it?
It wasn't, I wouldn't even say it was, maybe a little bit of skepticism for sure. Like I would say this is the first time I've invested into education or mentorship or anything for that matter, if I'm being completely honest with you. So it was obviously a little bit nervous for me. I didn't know even him that well, but he was, a really good friend of my best friend. So I took his word for it and I just made the jump, man. Like it made sense. I'm like one of those guys where, I don't need to think about things for 60 days before I make a decision. I like what I see and I did. It made sense and ended up making it work. So
yeah, I mean, it sounds like you're one of those guys where it's like, okay, I see all these other people doing it. Obviously, the vehicle works. It's just kind of up to me to figure it out, right?
yeah, well, if it's working for other people, there's no reason why you can't make it work for yourself, right?
Yeah.
I think the only, like even with what I'm doing now, man, it's like people always ask like, what's a success rate? What's a success rate? And it's like, what I always say to people, it's like, do you go to the gym and ask how many people have a six pack? It's like, like just because other people have that doesn't mean that you're going to get it, right? At the end of the day, you have to put in the legwork. And if you can't do that, then you're not going to get the results you're looking for. So
Yeah. Can you share with anyone who might be watching this what you were selling before, like what your sales background was before getting into this?
yeah, so I did cars was like the beginning. I worked at a dealership for like 2 years and then I ran my own thing for 2 years. I was exporting vehicles to the US from here in Canada. And then I ran a solar team for 2 years after that. So I did direct to home solar. ran a team of like 30 guys, and yeah, I kind of got sick of it. And that's why I started looking into, the whole online world. And that led me here.
Was that the main thing you were looking for, kind of like the remote aspect?
To be honest with you, yeah, I wanted to be in a situation where if I want to leave, I definitely can. I like the freedom that I have now, if I'm being completely honest with you. It's like, I can go to the gym in the middle of the day. If I have time blocked off, like it's nice not being stuck anywhere, I guess, for an extended period of time, if that
Yeah.
makes sense. It definitely, yeah, it's a nice feeling, man. It's a really nice feeling.
Yeah, you mentioned you were doing your own thing and then you managed a team. What's your preference on the ownership or management side versus what you're doing now, which is like calls on my calendar, try to close them? Like, which do you prefer?
It's a tough question, man. It's like at the end of the day, I think I'll eventually get back into ownership one way or another. Maybe I don't. I don't know. Like I'm very happy with the way I look at it now, man, is like I'm super happy with what I'm doing now. And this last month that I had has shown me that you can do more. So now what I'm doing here, it's like I'm still a subcontractor. I still own my own business,
Uh-huh.
right? So now I've just started to like treat the opportunity more as a business, right?
Yeah.
So like I treat my days, as I used to treat my business, and I'm starting to get more out of it, right? So not to say that, it's like I do work for someone, but in the same breath, it's like I still have all the freedom that I would have aside from, having to be on the calls on my calendar, but that's what makes me my money to do other things, I guess, to make more money like I would when I had my own business. Right.
Yeah.
Like if you want to hire some help or, if you want to set up systems and your own SOPs and stuff like that, to make your days more efficient, then you can, which is super cool.
I think that's one thing that a lot of the sales reps in this space are not really taking into consideration. Like, dude, as a contractor, you are your own business, and there's a lot of
Yeah,
things that can be
absolutely.
done to get more out of that. Like you were saying, just we are catching up before we started recording. You're like, yeah, dude, the last month that I had where I made more money, I literally just did more. Like I realized that I can do more and then I did more
Yeah.
and I made more.
Literally, man, it's like your inputs are 100% equal to your outputs. And I know a lot of guys struggle with it. It's like you'll have a bad month and you get in a slump and you don't want to fucking do anything. But if you can just power through it and, put in a little bit more work, you get right back on the saddle, man, and you're making money, right? So yeah, it's literally just like the more you do, the more you make 100%, especially outside of, being a inbound princess, just taking the calls that, you have there. It's like, if you have a half hour here or 45 minutes there, it's like what I've started to do is just, hitting outbound, seeing what I can do to fill that time up. And like, kudos to my manager for being on my ass all the time because, sometimes you're, sometimes you're not. So
Yeah.
it's nice to have, the mentorship and, guys to keep you accountable as well. So
Yeah. What was it like for you trying to break into the space and like land your first offer? I can't remember if you had any offers before this one or was this one your first?
I had a couple. One was a solar offer. I wasn't trying to get right back out of solar. It was an
Yeah.
online solar offer out of the US. I wasn't really, it didn't sit well with me just going or getting out of the industry and then getting right back into the same industry. But yeah, no, it was pretty quick with the place that I'm at now. It came up pretty fast. And what ended up actually happening was I interviewed, it went well, it was kind of stagnant for a bit in terms of communication. And then they actually decided to go with another guy. But what ended up happening was I asked him, I was like, "Do you guys have an inbound or an outbound team?" And he's like, "No." And I was like, "Well, do you have a CRM?" And he was like, "Yeah." I was like, "Well, can I hit the CRM?" And he was like, "Fuck yeah, you can." So that's actually what got me being willing to do outbound is literally what got me this job. Did outbound for about 2 weeks. I didn't close anything, but I think it was just like the work that they saw that I was putting in, that got me bumped up to inbound. And then I kind of started crushing it as soon as I got on inbound.
I remember that actually. Now that you're talking about it, I remember when you were like not picked and then found your way onto the team still.
Yeah, I weaseled my way in there for sure.
For me, when I got in this space, man, like I was pretty shocked at the difference between like the sales process of what I was used to in roofing sales compared to this one call close, maybe two call fast pace.
So different, man.
Yeah. How was it for you?
It was definitely eye-opening for sure. Like the whole, discovery, like wasn't used to any of that. Building problems. I was more of a, probably similar to the roofing sales where, you sit down at someone's house, get them super excited, show them some numbers and pressure the shit out of them kind of stuff. And that's what I was kind of good at, right? Like I'm good at talking to people. I like to think anyways, but that's what I was good at. So I wasn't used to, asking hard hitting questions and stuff like that. So over the last 6, 7 months that I've been on this offer, more so the last couple of months here recently, I've been really diving into that. And that's kind of where I think I've started to see, on top of obviously doing my own outreach, my numbers get better, is
Yeah.
understanding the side of discovery a little bit more.
You mentioned like your managers, they're good support on your ass. But then you also like kind of that more remote, independent side of things. But how important do you think it has been for you in terms of like the success, the commissions, when it comes to the like sales management structure and like the accountability there, team culture? Like, is that stuff helping you perform better, do you think? Or
I think it's huge, man, to be honest with you. It's like if you don't like what you do or where you work, then I think that that's going to directly affect, the results that you get 100%. And it's been like the discussion that we've actually been having on the team recently, because like from time to time, I had some problems in the last couple months, some other guys have as well. And that's like one of the biggest things, man, that I think I figured out as of recent is, and going back to the conversation with the guy who, put me in touch with you the first time, this is something that he helped me figure out a little bit too, is like, you need to be on point in your personal life. Because if you aren't, you take that to work, it hops, or, it'll come onto the calls that you're having, and it affects everything 110%.
Yeah.
Um, so like having that good culture and the accountability, I think is huge. Like 110% is massive to have that stuff, because like when you're having a bad day, it's like you have people to call you out, you have people to talk to, you have people that understand and want you to be doing better. So I think it's just easier to have those conversations after you kind of understand that you have that level of support where you're at every single day.
what about the actual like product and service that you're selling? I'm going to assume just like every other salesperson, you feel a lot better when you like what you're selling. A lot of people come to me and they say, I've sent hundreds of cold DMs and I got like 2 positive responses. How do I find jobs in this space? Well, lucky for you, we started the serial sales community where over the last 12 months, we've posted over 7,000 open 1099 remote setting or closing roles for people like you that have the sales skill, but you want to do it in your own way. You want to do it from home or from wherever you want. You don't want the W-2 stuff. You don't want the corporate politics. You don't want your boss breathing down your back. Well, if you have the skill, or if you think you could have the skill, we can help you get it. We want to put these jobs in front of you. All you have to do is look at the serial sales community, first link down below, see the types of jobs that we're sharing, and take a bet on yourself. Commit to yourself to actually make this happen, because you know it's going to give you the autonomy or the upside that you don't have in whatever it is that you're currently doing. That's why you're watching a 15-hour free training. Do you really want to watch 15 hours of free training and then still not have the things that are going to make this easy? Like, you can be the most educated person in the world, but if you don't have the access and the proximity, it's still going to be really, really hard. And so if you want the access and the proximity to me, my team, the community of people that are invested in this more so than almost anywhere else, first link in the description, check out the page, chat with the team. But in the meantime, we'll get back to the training. Hope you enjoy it. You're selling to the type of person that I'd recommend most people try to sell to, which is like higher level B2C with money, right?
Yeah.
Like serious people. What can you say about selling to that type of person? Do you like that? Do you find like it to be easier or harder, or what's your thoughts on that?
I think it's interesting because like that, I think that bracket of people, half of them are very open to talking about, the fact that they aren't where they want to be and that they do have some issues. And then the other half of them are like, nah, I don't have any problems. I make $400,000 a year, but they're on the call for a reason. So I think that it is a really good customer avatar for sure. I enjoy it myself because I like having those conversations. I like business, and that's kind of like, I'm used to doing B2B stuff. So I like that kind of convo. But also too, it's like it is challenging as well, right? Because you do get those higher level guys that think they're better than you. They don't want to listen. They're like, who are you? I drive a Ferrari or whatever the case is, right? So sometimes you get guys like that just don't want to listen. So it does make it a little bit more of a challenge. But I think in the same breath, it's, having those experiences allow you to, get better yourself too, learning how to overcome that stuff.
Little sales training kind of moment here. If I'm not mistaken, what you guys offer is primarily for people in the US, right?
Yeah, US and Canada.
Okay, I didn't know if it worked in Canada or you guys service
It
up there.
I mean, it realistically, man, like, it works everywhere. It's just, like, specifically it's bigger in the US because they have the specific type of loans
Yeah.
over there, right? But it's the same thing on this side of the border, just obviously the banks and stuff like that are gonna be different. So
I was gonna ask you how you handle the not being in the US objection if you ever get it.
So I mean, it's just one of those things that we try and avoid for sure, right? Like through marketing and stuff like that, we have questionnaires. So sometimes, like we had someone acquire a company, they live in Dubai, they acquired in Canada just because it's easier for them to buy over here than say it is to the US. But it's just not as popular. It's not really a conversation that we run into too often just because they are pretty locked in on the marketing side.
I was referring well, that's interesting, but I was referring a little bit more towards you not being in the US. Like, do you ever get friction?
Me not being in the US, no, not really, man. I mean, I
They
think
can
that
hear it.
most huh? Oh, yeah, they can hear it, they call it out. They call it out right away for sure. Most people do, especially when I say, like, process or something like that. But, yeah, no, I don't personally get a lot of friction from it. I'm not sure if other guys in the past that, have been on the team that live in Canada do. At the end of the day, I think business is business, and, everyone that they're learning from is in the US. No, I haven't caught a lot of friction from that, to be completely
Yeah.
honest with you. Yeah.
What about earning in US and living in Canada?
Yeah,
The
that's been nice.
your other gigs that you were doing, maybe in the cart one, you were like earning more in US, or I'm not so sure, but all the Canadians that I speak to, they're like, yeah, it's a pro for sure.
Yeah, man. Well, I mean, like, the last month, it's like I made 14K US, but that, after the what the hell is it called?
Conversion.
Yeah, the conversion rate. Sorry, my mind blanked there. After the conversion rate, yeah, it was 19.5. So that is a bonus. And then I think like on the other side of that, it's like I've made more money than that in Canadian, like more than 20. So it's like now the next goal is to hit that 20 American and that 25 American, which is, getting into like the 35, 40K Canadian mark, which would be fantastic.
Yeah. I mean, obviously there's people doing it, but you kind of have to like work your way up.
Yeah.
I'm sure you might be familiar with some people doing that, but now that you are the guy who's like done basically 20 Canadian, you're just going to be, I mean, even beyond 10 Canadian 20, like you're just taken more seriously in this space. Like let's pretend you're the business owner you work for shuts down tomorrow, he has change of heart. You could really easily pick something up just through, I mean, your resume, also with the jobs we have in the community, but then the connections too. Like you're connected to your entire sales team, people in the community, the guys here in Austin. So yeah, dude, it just gets easier and easier. Do
I think
you
it's just, it's cool. Sort of cut you off there. It's like one of those things, man. It's like I've been here for like, yeah, going on 7 months now. And for like the first 6, it's like I was hitting around that like 10 to 11 mark. And I was like, is this it? Or, is this not it? It's like you see other guys around you making way more money. And then I figured it out. So it's like, it's not that, I think that I have a long ways to go in terms of, income potential and what there is to learn for sure. But it was a super cool feeling to, blow my biggest month out of the water. I blew it out of the month by like 6 grand US,
yeah.
right? And it was a super cool feeling. And once you hit that feeling, I guess for like all the guys starting out there, it's like once you get that first little feeling of like those higher numbers, you're just like,
Yeah.
oh yeah,
You know
right?
it's
And then it's just
possible.
up from there. Yeah, it's possible. Exactly.
What if you know off the top of your head, because you said, or I said, you did more, you made more, but like what specifically, you mentioned some outbound, but like were there a few specific things that you did to like squeeze the extra 6K US out during that month? Like anything come to mind that someone could take and implement?
Yeah, man. Outreach. I guess like my new rule is I'm doing 100 outbounds a day at a minimum, right? Like even if I have a busy day, I'm doing 100 outbounds a day. If you can do more, like I was doing at some days, I was sending like 500 texts a day. There was a few of those days, so it was just like filling up your spare time with money-making activities, right? I would say that that's the biggest thing, is creating opportunities. If you don't have opportunities on your calendar, go and create some. 100%.
And when you say outbounds, because we're, the nature of what we do is primarily inbound. Are these people who like showed interest but never booked a call or something like that?
Yeah, like people that have had calls that didn't close, right? Sometimes things change, especially in this industry. It's like someone that, you know, we spoke with 6 months ago, maybe they said no then, maybe they hate their boss now,
Yeah.
right? Maybe they're ready to make that jump because of X, Y, or Z that's happened in the last, even 30 days. Like I've had situations before where someone had a bad experience last week, and that bad experience was enough to push them over the edge. So I think it's just like, having touch points with people too, or the more that you can, I guess, stay in control of your pipeline is also huge, right? Because you can either lose opportunities to other people, but the more you can stay in touch with people, and just take control of your pipeline, the more money you're going to make.
Sure. I don't know the exact price point of what you guys are offering these days. I know it's either high four figures, five figures, somewhere in there. And it's a pretty big commitment in terms of like, if someone wants to do this, they actually have to have the time to allocate. But how do you go about condensing the sales cycle to be maybe a one call close, or as close to a one call close as possible? Because I can see this, especially with the buyer persona, being pushed out like 2, 3 calls, months and months and months. So what are you doing to like create that urgency?
Well, just finding the problem, right? Again, because like these are higher earning individuals. Yeah, like the offer's 12 grand, right? Higher earning individuals, and like they're here for a reason. So it's the biggest thing is, you know, pinpointing why exactly are they here? Because it's not just to diversify their portfolio. That's what a lot of people will say.
Yeah.
There's usually something deeper, whether it's, spending time with their family, or, like I had one guy who for the last 2 years of his life, he's had to actually leave Monday through Friday to work in another state, and he had to rent an apartment. So like he doesn't see his whole family every single week, right? For the last 2 years, he only sees them on the weekends, which is crazy. So it's finding the problem, building the urgency, making sure that their goals are there, and then, you know, I guess finding the doubt and why they don't think that they can do it themselves, right? Those are like the four big things that, obviously kudos to my manager for teaching me this stuff. Those are
Yeah.
the four big things that you need on a call to get someone to pull their credit card out. It's like, have I built another problem? Right?
Yeah.
Because if you don't feel like you have, then there's a good chance that you didn't.
You mentioned one example prospect. Obviously, not every prospect is like this, but makes 400K and drives a Ferrari. With that type of person who is probably used to making decisions in like a B2B manner, right? Like running the numbers, all that. When you are dealing with that person on the personal or the consumer side, how emotional do you make this? Do you like, because some people's sales processes are like super emotional, right? But then if you try to pull that on someone who doesn't think like that or doesn't make moves based on that, it's going to completely fall flat on its face. So like, how do you navigate that emotional versus logical with that higher end buyer?
I think it's just one of those things that you need to get used to feeling out kind of through your discovery process. As you ask more questions, it's like you'll understand, like, is this guy, a hothead? Is he open to talking? Or do we maybe need to two call him? Right? Because I don't think that there's, obviously, like, we're always going for one call close, but I think that there's a time and a place for it. And there's a time and a place for two call closing too. Like if that's what someone needs, by all means, I think I'd rather, push it to a two call, sorry, and still, get the sale, as opposed to getting emotional with someone that's not going to be as receptive with it and burning it all together.
Is it safe to assume you've learned that mistake or learned that lesson by like making that
Oh yeah,
mistake?
absolutely. 100%. Yeah. Yeah. 100%, man. It's because like, that's how I saw. I was like, I like to get emotional. I like to, especially with people. It's like, I like to bro down with people, and I definitely, I don't want to say I play with people's emotions, but like, I like to get a little crazy on calls myself too sometimes. But yeah, with the wrong person, they will just be like,
We'll shut off.
no, and then you'll never hear from them ever again. So I think that that's a super good skill to, start to learn, is to identify who you can and can't do that stuff with, for sure.
Yeah. What's like kind of zooming out more holistically, since you've gotten into this space and you've started to realize like, oh shit, like I can actually with this skill I have, make a fair amount of money from where, like anywhere in the world, basically. Have you done anything crazy? Have you bought anything crazy? Is just like a because I can kind of thing?
Not yet. No, I have a pretty big goal that I'm looking to achieve here in terms of like money put away, and it's going pretty good. So
Cool.
before I make my big purchase, I wanna do that. So nothing crazy, but it's like if I wanna go, like I made a trip out to Austin, right? Came out and saw
Yeah.
you guys there for a week, and I was working while I was there, and I went to BC to go watch my mom's house. She went on vacation, took a trip out there, stayed in the mountains for 9 days, and that's like one of the nice things, man, is like, as long as I
Yeah.
have my laptop, I can do this from anywhere. I had a really good week in BC too, so it was like a little vacation while I was making money. But no, nothing big in terms of like just buying shit because I want to. I've just been more so kind of stacked the cash.
Yeah. Some people, when I ask that, they're like, "Oh yeah, dude, I bought a."
Bought a Rolex.
Yeah, I mean that's the go-to, right? The Rolex or a car, or some people will say like a trip or something, but yeah,
Yeah, I've been looking, man. Like I might go to Vietnam. I have a visa approved to go to Vietnam right now to go April 11th. Kind of just waiting to see what happens with the stuff going on in the world right now before I want to
yeah,
hop on a plane. Maybe. Yeah, man. It's like I could go buy a Rolex right now, cash if I wanted to. Absolutely. I don't want to yet. I
yeah.
haven't hit the goals that I want to hit before I go do something like that.
We have a guy in the community in Vietnam right now, but dude, that time zone though, have you taken that into
Yeah,
consideration?
I've looked at it. I've looked at it. It works. A little bit of work in the morning, a little bit of work in the evening. Yeah.
Okay. I know some guys, like we've had multiple people in Vietnam or in Asia, and dude, just straight night owls. Like, I don't know if that's for me personally, but experiencing other parts of the world is definitely interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't go if it didn't work. That was one of the first things because I got a buddy down there too. And that was one of the first things that I looked at when he said come out was the time zone. And yeah, it would be like I could do like 4 hours in the morning, 4 hours in the evening kind of thing would work for sure.
Yeah. All right. What's one thing that if you could go back to old Josh and actually go back to your friend that was like, hey, I have this friend. He does this thing. You should talk to him, talking about Chris. What's one thing that like you wish he would have told you now based on everything that you've learned and gone through? Like if he could just be like, oh, by the way, you should also know this. What do you think that would
That's a
be?
good one. That's a good one. One thing I think would be I think like really lean into your management. Ask for help, especially if you don't know things. Like it's not that I'd say most guys do this, but like really lean into it. I mean, because that's where again, like my last month there, my breakout month was like I noticed I had a problem. Normally, like we do normal sales training stuff like that, but like I asked for help. I asked for one-on-one help, like more than I would normally get on the side because I said I had a problem and I realized, what that was. So I'd say that that's the biggest thing is, if you have issues that you see, don't be afraid to go to your manager and ask. Don't feel like you're going to get in trouble. Don't feel like they're going to fire you because these guys want you to be doing better. They want
Yeah.
you to be collecting more cash. So do not be afraid to ask for help, right? Like the first 6 months, bro, of me working with these guys, I literally thought like every other day I was getting fired because I wasn't getting replied to or whatever the case was. But like I was always, always, always scared. And what that did was it would affect, like we were talking about earlier, how I was on calls. So,
Yeah.
don't be afraid to ask for help. Everyone wants you to be better. And I guess one thing that I would add to that is like detach yourself from the outcome would be another huge thing is definitely detach yourself from the outcome and don't act on calls like you absolutely don't ask desperate. I guess was the word that I was looking for. Sorry, my mind blanked out there.
Yeah.
Don't be desperate for sales would be another thing that I would add to that.
Yeah. Last question. When it came to you having sales experience in different industries, having done really well, and then starting to try and be considered with these remote high ticket closing offers, some of these companies are hesitant to bring you on because they don't know if you're going to know the way that this world operates, right? Like
Mhm.
there's a little bit extra risk involved for them if you've never done it before. Besides you saying, "Hey, I'll do outbound in your CRM," what's like one other piece of advice you would give someone who's like has this experience, but wants in closing right out of the bat?
Be open to, I guess, starting positions, because at the end of the day, and this is something that I've learned, is I don't care how much sales experience you have, it's different over here for sure. Like the whole process is different. The questions you ask are different. You're basically starting from zero, if I'm being completely honest with you. Like, again, going back to the first 6 months of me working here, it's like I hit a threshold in terms of income. And until I figured out what that threshold was, I didn't make any more money, right? So it's like the prior sales skills that I had only took me so far,
Yeah.
right? So you need to have a big willingness to learn. Don't think that you know everything, because people fucking hate that, and that is not going to get you anywhere. Yeah, man, just have a willingness to learn and a good attitude, I would say, was what most people look for sure. They'd rather
Yeah.
take that than someone that, has good numbers on a resume, thinks that they know everything, and doesn't want to learn. No one likes that.
No, definitely the ego thing isn't. You'll
Yeah,
get let go.
culture's a huge piece too. Gotta be a likable person, right?
For sure. Oh, dude, I know some guys that are literally they stay on the team because they're just like the favorite guy.
Like mascots almost. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, I've heard of it too, right? It's like if you're good for the culture's, if you have a good culture, everyone's doing good,
Yeah.
right? So that stuff's super important as well.
All right. I've held you long enough. Unless there's something that you absolutely think that people should know by watching this interview, then I'm good to wrap it up.
Oh man, I think we touched on everything, bro.
Cool. What's up, you guys? Welcome back to another community member interview. This time around, we've got the pleasure to have Chris on. Chris is a almost 2-year community member. In March this year, it will be 2 years. And he's one of the cases of guys that already doing well in this space and joined us once he had crossed some 5-figure months. And you're going to hear what happened after that. But anyways, Chris, thanks for coming on, man.
Appreciate you having me on.
So you are, for our video listeners, you're in a pretty sick home setup out in Winnipeg right now. Got the high rise.
Yes, sir.
Dude, one thing that stood out to me about you when we first came into contact, really, because I think you came to actually the event that you came to, I don't know if that was before or after. I think it was after you joined the community.
It was after,
right?
in Austin.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, every impression that I had of you prior to that was you wearing a suit. And I always just knew you as the guy that would wear a suit on the calls. Not doing that anymore, right?
Not anymore. No.
Yeah. So do you think that wearing the suit helped you? Because I know, before you were in the kind of PR space, but like, did that help you close more deals?
You know what? To be honest, there was a lot of high level guys that respected the suit and tie for sure. But I think as you progress and you move more to B2C, I think the suit wasn't needed. But I was doing the suit in B2C for not a suit, but shirt and tie for about a year until I stopped. Now I do the quarter zips.
Yeah. Yeah. A little bit more comfortable for sure. Well, yeah, like I said, you guys, Chris had been in this space for a bit, was doing well. How long were you closing on your first offer before you jumped into the community?
I was closing on my first offer for about 10 months before I made the jump to join the community.
Cool. And at that point, you had some traction, but like, what were you looking for by joining the community? Was it like the next offer, the network, or like you're already doing what people want to do? So like, what were you really looking for at that point?
I think at the time I had a goal of getting to 15 to 20K. I think I remember writing in my journals, like I need to get to 15K. And I was working on it was a good offer at the time. I did about 7 months of setting for a company. We were doing PR and TV packages for businesses and entrepreneurs. But when leads started to dry up near the end and my commission started to go down, you see on Twitter, these guys making 20 to 30K. I'm like, okay, maybe I'm in the wrong vehicle. And I remember I was on a trip in Mexico. I was taking some time off and I was like, I really want to be part of something to get to the next level. And I kept seeing all the stuff on social media and, I hesitated for a bit. I was like, do I really want to spend the money? Like, is this going to be worth it? And I was just like, you know what? Screw it. Let's give it a shot. Join the community. I think it was about a month or 3 weeks till I got my first offer. And I only applied to 2 different offers. at the time. And I remember Trey and Caden. Trey calls me after I applied to the offer, and we had a good talk. And then I ended up going on to this offer as a finance offer. So we were helping people for budgeting, investing, taxes. And I took my first call, made my first sale. I'm like, wow, this is very different from B2B, right? And within my second month, I hit 29,000 Canadian, which was massive for me. It was way more than I thought. So the return on investment was huge for me.
Yeah.
And I've gotten many other different offers from the community as well.
Yeah.
So it's been massive.
In 2022, I was just like you, honestly. I was doing pretty well for myself, and I saw this opportunity online to sell for internet companies from wherever I wanted, and I was so intrigued. I was willing to take a pay cut down from 180 grand a year to 3K a month in the beginning just to get the proof of concept. In my first month part-time, I made $4.8 thousand or $4,800, and I put in my 2 weeks notice in my door-to-door roofing sales job, and I went all in, and I didn't look back. Now, almost 5 years later, the space completely changed the entire trajectory of my life. I have the freedom, both time-wise, location-wise, even financially, to do what I want. And I'd love to help you get to a similar outcome. And so if you're looking into this space because you have a skill or you think you might have the propensity to learn the skill, well, we just make it easy, okay? We go and source the jobs for you so you don't have to do it on your lunch break. We help you do due diligence so you don't have to get into a bad role and waste your time. That's why a lot of people choose to join the serial sales community. I'm very involved in it. I have a team. We have daily calls. We post 7,000 jobs in the past year. If you're committed to making this change for yourself, commit to doing so in a way that's going to make it most likely for you. There's no honor in doing it the hard way just for fun. Make it easy. Go down below to the first link in the description. Check out the page, chat with our team, and we hope to work with you soon.
Were you in sales prior to your first high ticket role, or was that your entry point?
Yeah, so I probably worked every type of job you can think of. I remember out of high school, I worked in construction, so 12, 15-hour days, and that was tough. That shows you what really hard work was. And then as I was going through university, I was working different nightclubs around the city, but I was also doing sales. So my first job was for a telecommunications company called Shaw. So we were so funny. We were banging dials all day long trying to sell people on a home phone. So that was my first introduction into sales. And then I've done online fitness coaching. I also did real estate for a bit. And it was during my time during real estate where, I was showing people homes. And you can make a lot of money in real estate, but I wanted a bit more freedom. And that was at that point where one of my friends, he gave me, he called me up. He's like, hey, do you want to get a sales job online space? And this was just like early 2022 in October. I was like, sure. And then that's really how I got into the space.
Yeah. And then is that someone, you don't have to name drop, but is that someone that we also kind of know like through the space, or is this just like a random dude that connected you?
No, Aaron Badesky. We actually ripped the trading offer with him. Yeah.
Yeah. I was going to say, because he crushes it too, man. He's not in the community, but he's a killer. So small world, man. And then you guys, I think the offer that you started on, like it was a pretty local to you, right? Even though you were selling remote, like a lot of the team was local.
A lot of the team was local. Like the guys that ran the agency were from Winnipeg, but now they're based out in Puerto Rico.
Yeah, for sure. So you get a taste of this online money, man, from real estate to working from home, wearing pants if you want to, I guess, on Zoom calls. Was it at first, were you like, okay, cool, it's cool for me to make 7, 10, 12 a month, and did you kind of chill, or were you pretty quickly like putting your foot on the gas and like I want more? You said you were writing like 15K per month in the journal, but like how did you kind of play that? Were you just like, dude, I'm just glad to be making this from home and I'll do this for as long as I can? Or were you like pretty aggressive in leveling up?
I think I was pretty aggressive in leveling up. And I think it's really about having the right offer. I think being in the right vehicles really makes a difference. But, I always say like a lot of the guys coming to the space now, they think it's going to be easy money, which it's not that case. I think it's getting harder and harder to find a really good offer. And the skills that you have to be a top performer require a lot of self-development. So it's just constantly training and just constantly leveling up. But I think the biggest thing, I've had so many people reach out to me, and I've sent you many guys, and they're like, hey, like, how do I get in the space? How do I get in the space? And I always just tell them, it's like, you kind of have to pay to play. Like, you have to be part of a network and part of a community to actually get those good offers. And serial sales, like, you guys really did help me get pretty much almost every single offer that I've been on, which has been massive.
Yeah. Before we go further, I want to clarify to the audience. You mentioned there's a lot of kind of development that needs to go on within yourself to get to the point of doing well. And, our role in this, man, we post the jobs, we connect the dots, but I do know that you've been a part of like a lot of highly regarded sales trainings, right? Like, you didn't just come into the scene and start making, I think you said 38 was like your biggest month to date. Like, you've done a lot of work. And so I don't want to take credit for that. I just want to, kind of show the trajectory, show how you got where you are now. What's your opinion, man, on the time and place for sales training versus the time and place for what we do? Because you just said you do refer people over to us, and we've helped them get jobs happily. But there's also a time and place for the sales training. So as someone who's done both, and I assume you've ROI'd on both, like, what's your perspective on all that?
Yeah, it's a great question. I think the timing for sales training, number one, I think you should always start with setting. I think a lot of guys think they're going to come into the industry and go straight to closing, but I think you need to really get into setting first. Do the dials, understand the grind, really get a feel for the industry. I was lucky enough when I was working with my first gig with High Key. I got to be, I was a setter for, Richard Lovett with Closed and Paid, and I learned a lot from him. So I got lucky there. But as I was progressing in my career with that finance offer, I remember it was October, and I had my lowest month in the past 6 months, and I thought to myself, like, I need to get better. And I ended up joining Josh Lyons with the Unicorn Closer Mastermind. And that really helped propel my skills to get me to the $38,000 a month. But yeah, I believe heavily in, training and self-development. But I think there's a time and a place. I think you really need to go through the first steps before you jump into.
Yeah. Because I've heard a lot of great things about the Josh Lyons stuff. I don't know him personally, but I can tell that by the people that are in the community that go work with him, they're all doing really well. And even just people that I know that work with him, they're all doing really well. So I take it's pretty serious. It's pretty good. I was going to say October, you had a down month. How did you know that sales training was the answer? Like, were you just, bottom of a bunch of other closers who were still crushing it? Were you the top closer and you were trying to figure out like how to solve the problem? Like, how did you nail down that the problem was, I need to get better?
I was definitely not the bottom of the pack. Like, I was still one of the top closers, but I think we moved, the offer shifted more from organic to paid traffic. And that's a total different ball game, right? You're getting colder leads. You need to be more on the ball. You need to be sharper. And I just felt like my skill level wasn't where it should be. So that's why I decided to go all in on sales training I worked with them for about 10 months.
I would say you're kind of in the classification now, man, based on the resume and your connections. It's like, if you need a high paying closing role, you got it. You just talk to a couple people. I mean, even through just like, the community that we have, the training that you did, I'm sure you met a lot of people, the offers you've been on. Like, I've seen you, we don't have to name drop or anything, but like one offer that you've been on in particular, dude, I know so many people that applied to it and got denied because they didn't meet the criteria, and you got it and you crushed it. So yeah, something I just wanted to point out there, dude. Like, the network is undefeated, unbeatable. And as soon as you become the person that's worth vouching for, it's like, dude, you got anything that you want. I was going to ask you now, you've been on a bunch of different offers, not too many, but like, you've been on a handful, man. When you're evaluating these offers, what are you looking for in terms of like green flags, yellow, red flags, things that'll keep you away or things that'll make you like jump into it happily?
I think that the first thing that's probably the most important thing for me is the culture. It's the reps that are there and getting a feel for it. Before I join, if I know somebody in the offer, I'll ask them, how's the team culture? How's the management? Because, I've been on offers where you have management, you have a sales manager that's constantly trying to micromanage you. And I think you need a level of autonomy to really excel as a top performer. But also, I think there's a lot of, there's some offers that say that you're going to earn a certain amount per month when that's just simply not the case. So you really need to dig in. Okay, how much are they actually doing? What are they pacing for month after month? I think that's super important. And then the third thing that I think is very important is, does the offer actually get results? Because I've been on an offer where the results really aren't there. And I think having conviction in what you're selling and actually seeing impact on the people that you're closing is super important to actually doing big numbers as well.
Yeah. Kind of piggybacking off of that, because we didn't really hit on it, but you mentioned the month where you hit a dip in your performance, you had switched a lot from organic to mostly paid funnel. And, any serious closing role that you're going to be on, man, if it's going to last a long time, they're going to be running paid ads, right? So I'm
100%.
curious for you, aside from just having conviction in a product that you sell, what was like a really big unlock that you had that allowed you to kick it into like high performance on a paid ads funnel? And this could be something from the sales training. It could be something that you learned on your own through reps, but anything come to mind there?
I think, number one, with colder traffic, you definitely have to do a deeper discovery. You really need to figure out like, what is that thing that's making them want to change right now, finding that trigger moment. But also, I think a big part of sales as well, like when I was going through the training with Josh, I remember that October month, my state like mentally wasn't where it should be. And I think having like, it's kind of taboo, but like mindset and the way you feel about yourself plays such a big role in how you show up on calls. So I think that's a big thing as well.
Yeah. You said you've been sustaining in a pretty competitive range for the better part of the last 2 years, like 20 to 30 or so a month. Dude, that's a lot of work. Like a lot of people hear closing 10, 20, 30 a month and they think like, oh yeah, dude, like it's going to be a breeze. It's like, in reality, you're taking a lot of calls. You're talking to a lot of people. You're sitting behind a desk a lot. How do you manage that mindset side of things? And how do you keep yourself sharp year in and year out at this point to not fatigue, to not burn out, to keep things fresh?
That's a great question. I think the biggest thing would be your routine. Like every single morning, I go for like a 30 to 40-minute walk. And then on that walk, I'm either listening to something that's going to sharpen my mind or make me feel good, or just reviewing my sales calls as well. But just getting outside and being in nature, I think is because if you're in an apartment all day long, just banging calls, that's going to affect you. Right.
It's rough.
But also it's something that I'm trying to work on as well is, I think for a lot of top performers, it's like you're always trying to get to that next level. And I think you have to really enjoy the process along the way and have fun along the way. And I think going to different events, like for example, the one we just did in Austin, shout out to Tristan Workman, you guys for setting that up. Like I came back the next day and, crushed 2 sales on my first 2 calls. I think just getting out, communicating, being around other people that are in your industry, and also having a supportive partner, I think is super important. My girlfriend's done a lot on the highs and lows as well, just being there and supporting.
Yeah, you have to be able to like step away from sales a little bit to get better. Like you have to walk outside, get some fresh air, just like constantly feeding yourself something that could change your perspective and change the way you do things. And I always say the
100%.
guys that are so fixated on sales, they have nothing else going for them aside from that. They're the ones that, they burn out or they get into a rut and they're like super hard to get out of the rut. Like you got to have like hobbies and things that you do outside of sales to last long term.
That's why you always see, you'll always see reps will have really one big month. And then the next month is just always or one super low month. And it's very hard to get out of that rut. You want to be not too high, not too low all the time. So super important.
You've done a little bit of digital nomading. I think I've seen you in Colombia and then I don't know where else, but what's that been like? I don't think you do it a ton like some of these guys, but you've done it. So what was that experience like?
Yeah, my first time when I decided to work remote was when I went to Colombia. So I stayed in Medellin for 3 weeks. It's awesome. I think for if you're young and you want to see part of the world, I think traveling is the best thing that you can do. I've traveled, many places. I did Asia for 3 months. I've gone to, we were just recently in Barcelona, Colombia, Lisbon. I think you need to get out of the apartment and see other places of the world. I think that'll, it's good for your state and just overall happiness as well.
Yeah, there's a lot of people doing this, man, in South America. The time zone just makes it easy, but when you get over to Asia, man, it's a little tougher.
Yeah, so I never did closing in Asia, but I've traveled to Asia. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
I
think
gotcha.
I think the best time zones would probably be going down to South America because it's Central EST.
Yeah.
But it's funny you say that because I've seen some of the top reps that I've worked with in the past on different offers. They're either based in the UK or Dubai, and they're ripping calls till it's crazy 6 a.m.
Yeah.
But yeah,
I know some guys that have done it, man. It's, similar to you. It's, I don't know how people do it. Like I'm from Texas here, man. I'm used to the sun and warm weather.
yeah.
I was even gonna say you in Winnipeg, man. Like I don't know how cold it is, how much snow you guys have, but you talk about getting outside every morning. Like might not be as easy as it is down here in Texas. So
It's funny you said that. I had because it gets super cold here. It goes down to like -30, but you have to have a good parka. I have like a Canada Goose, like this massive parka made for expeditions, just to go on the walks. You got to be warm.
just to get a coffee. What's it like earning in US and being in Canada?
I think that's the biggest perk because with the conversion rate, your money just goes so much further. And I think a lot of the sales jobs in Canada, well, I think most jobs in Canada aren't at the level of earnings that you would get in the US. Mix in the conversion, it's just like so much more, which has been really helpful.
I'm curious. Well, actually, before we move on, there's a dude that we interviewed, Jordan, also in Canada, but I think he said he like renounced his citizen, or I don't know if he renounced it, but he became a tax citizen of Qatar and now he pays 0% income tax or something. I don't know the whole setup there, but have you ever considered anything like that? Because I know taxes in Canada are not the best.
Yeah, it's horrible. It's funny you mention that because I always had these talks with my lady. But the great thing about Canada that you guys can't do in the US, you have to pay worldwide tax, I believe. In Canada, you could still be a citizen, but you can remove your residency. I could move to, say, for example, Panama, pay 0% tax, which is crazy. But I would just have to remove my residency, which means I would lose the medical benefits. But I'm actually in the process right now where I'm getting my Portuguese citizenship. My dad's Portuguese, so I'll have access to the entire EU. A lot of tax benefits in certain countries there as well. But I've definitely thought about it, but haven't made that move.
Yeah, I was going to ask you if there's a possibility of you ever relocating somewhere aside from Winnipeg, because you can,
I've definitely thought about it. Yeah, 100%. The biggest thing is just family and
Right.
and my lady. So
Sure. I was going to ask you, dude, if you never got an intro to this industry from Aaron, the homie, what do you think you'd be doing? Do you think you'd still be in sales in some form or fashion, like something in real estate, or do you think you would have eventually come to this space on your own? Like what do you think your life would be like?
that's a great question. And to be fair, I'd probably still be doing real estate, which isn't a bad gig. You can make a lot of money in real estate, but I think there's a lot of freedoms that you don't have in real estate that you have with high ticket sales, right? You constantly have to be in the city, showing homes, just always having to be in person. So I think the biggest thing is, yeah, freedom and flexibility with this gig.
Yeah. What do you think? What's one thing, man, that you would tell yourself, back in 2023, late 2023, early 2024, something you would tell yourself that you wish you knew then that you know now, that would like make this all easier or make you ramp up to higher earnings faster or something like that?
I would say, I know I said probably start with setting first, but I think actually thinking back, getting into a community as quickly as possible getting the training that you need to get to the next level. If I could, even thinking back, like I wish I knew about high ticket sales when it first began, and back in 2020, if I could have started sooner. But anybody listening that's kind of on the fence that are maybe doing tech sales or door to door, it's like every single person that's come to me and I've showed them the community, they've gotten a gig, they're making way more money than they did before, and they have so much more freedom than they did before. So I think the biggest thing is just take the leap.
Yeah. I'm waiting on the interview with you referred Josh over to us. He's crushing 10K months, man. Used to
Yes,
sell
sir.
cars.
Yeah.
And he's
He's
working
working on
a
the
business.
Was he working
now.
the rigs too, I believe? Something along those lines.
He may have been. I don't know the full extent, but yeah, dude, he's crushing like not every month 10, but like hovering in some good income ranges. And then he's starting a side business. He has a partner here in Austin, so he's been down here and we met in person and all that. But he's a cool dude. And then you referred someone else. I made a post about it, just trying to make content. But you referred to someone and they got a job before we could pay you the referral payout. So
That's zero sales for you.
it works, man. Let's see, man. What's on the horizon for you? Like you're in a spot that a lot of people want to be in. Hey, I work from home, contractor benefits, 20, 30 a month, earn in US, take home Canadian. But like what's next for you? What are you looking out for?
That's a great question. I've thought about it a lot, but I do want to, in the future, get into some sort of leadership position. I think that's like one area that I haven't gotten into. But at some point in my life, I do want to become a business owner and have something maybe on the sales ops side or with coaching in the future. It's definitely something that I've thought of. But for right now, I just want to continue to just try to be the best I can and continue to get better as my role as a closer.
Yeah. I think, I mean, dude, you probably know a lot of people, including myself, me being one of them. You learn the skill, you learn how all these different parts of the business work. You see who's doing well and who's not with these businesses, and you have money. You basically get like a paid internship. Like, dude, there's a lot of different ways you could take what you have and apply it for more leverage. And, the longer that you hold out, at least what I've seen, like the longer you hold out, the more money you stack, the more perspective you gain, the easier it is to sustain, and, sales coaching is a pretty like simple one. Cause it's like, I'm doing this thing right now. I'm good at it. I can help you be good at it. It's not really my bread and butter, but dude, you mentioned sales ops, agency, recruiting. Like there's just so many things you can kind of parlay. And
I think just getting into high ticket sales in general, it's like you learn so much because you're inside these businesses that are only doing, if you're just starting out, you're probably on an offer that's doing 2 to 500K. You can learn so much just by being there, seeing how they operate on the business side, that you can take those skills and help other businesses as well, which is a great perk.
Yeah. I say it's one of the best highest paid internships that you can ever get. Cause even if you want to go, like, dude, you want to go and start a lead generation agency, like, I mean, you're going to be in a lot better of a position than the average person based on what you know. You have to learn how to generate leads, but you can sell and you know how to run an online business. So like,
yeah,
it helps you bridge the gap, man. Like even if you wanted to get into copywriting, right? It's like, well, I know how to close. Like I know how to build an offer. I know how to do all this stuff. Just got to learn how to write copy or like hire someone to do it. So
it's interesting too with when I first started getting into closing, there wasn't any ChatGPT yet. There wasn't Claude AI. I think there's such a big opportunity for maybe new guys that are coming into this space that want to level up to use AI to their advantage in terms of learning and getting better as well, to fast track your skills.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing that it's like the looming thing everyone's looking out for, man. AI, there's everything we just talked about. You could do the same thing, but with AI and sell it as a whole different kind of operation. So, let's see, man, anything we didn't cover that you think would be valuable to someone listening that wants to be like Chris?
I would say, that you might see a lot of hype online. Like it's, 20, 30K months. The beginning is not going to be easy. it is a grind at first, but if you can really, like, I remember I was looking through some of my first calls when I was setting, and they're just absolutely brutal. But, with time, with the training, trust in the process, you will get to those levels. But make the leap. If I could say anything, if you guys are on the sidelines and thinking like, should I spend the money to get into community, to get the training? It'll be the best ROI investment that you've made. I'm not saying that because we're just on the podcast. Like, it was a very, very quick ROI for me, and I'll continue to spend money on community and training for the rest of my life. Yeah.
Yeah, there's something to be said about that too. I think I said it way early on, but dude, playing offense while you're ahead, it's like, yeah, I just had an awesome month. Let me do some more sales training. Let me get expand my network or get access to more offers, whatever it might be. And that's a common theme amongst the some of the more successful people. I'm not going to name drop, but there's a guy, I think you used to work with him on the finance offer a while back. He was a setter. He's doing around 10 or so a month. And he did the same thing. He crushed it, joined us, he's crushing it now. But yeah, dude, the hard part of this industry, it's not like getting and retaining the skill. Sure, there's levels to it, right? Like you need to get the skill. Once you got it, as long as you're practicing, you're sharp. It's like making sure that you don't have downtime, because I'm sure a lot of people, man, that offer blows up and then they can't find another one, right? Or like they're struggling, or they get on one that's bad. And so like maximizing the upside while minimizing downtime or like bad offers. Like at the end of the day, time is money when you make a lot of money. So
and to that point as well, maybe if I could say something, when you do have a big month, because you will have those big months, put money away. Take half of that money and put it aside, because you do have to pay taxes. And I think that's one, like my first year, when I had to pay my first year tax, I was like, damn, like should have put more away. But yeah, I really enjoy high ticket sales. I think it's a constant journey of self-development. And I think your network is your net worth. The more you can be around people that are doing it, the more you can get around other closers that are doing well, the more success you're going to have in the industry.
Yeah.
And once you're at a certain level, you have that reputation. It's not going to be hard, but you need to be building those skills. You need to be building those relationships to get to that level where you can always have an offer.
Yeah. The reputation, man, once you get it, it will carry you. The hard part is getting it. It's getting into the offer, getting the reps, getting to know the people that should even care about your reputation. And I mean, what's your tally on cash collected as a closer now? Do you know it?
Probably pushing over 4 now.
Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, dude, I mean, $1 million is like a big threshold that when people hit that, it's kind of like, okay, they kind of know what they're doing, but there's levels to it, So the faster we can get to these thresholds that kind of build a moat between us and just other people, I mean, the better for you guys. So,
and if you're a new guy going into an offer, just be that guy. Be the guy that does 100 more dials than everyone else. Be the guy that's willing to take more volume on calls, because that's the only way you're going to get better. Be the guy that people can lean on, offer owners can lean on, right? And you will be the guy that's getting priority. It's just a matter of time.
Yeah, that's huge too. If you're not there with skill, just out effort people, you'll get there eventually. What's up, you guys? Welcome back to another community member interview. This time around, we've got Jordan, who is Mr. Worldwide at the moment. Jordan, thanks for coming on.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for having me.
So this interview is going to be a little bit different. Jordan and I were talking a little bit before. He is one of the few guys that joined our community after he already found success in this industry. I think the month that you joined us, you already had passed like 20. You'd probably done it before. But we are here to talk about a $54,000 commission month at 24 years old and some other stuff. So, Jordan, you and I first met, I think it was at our like 2024 event, right?
Yes.
Yeah. You had come down with some, like, I think, what was it, like David or Zach or like some mutuals? I guess you were on the same team as them or something like that.
Exactly. That's where we all started at the same marketing agency.
Cool. Yeah. So I'm curious, again, like he joined us after already finding success. How did you end up breaking into this space? Did you join any other groups? Did you just have like someone that you knew, like, you're 24, doing what a lot of people want to do. How did you make it happen?
Yeah, so I randomly stumbled across the space. Like a lot of people, I was in my hometown pretty fed up with what I was doing. Tried a bunch of ways to make online money, ecom, SMMA, never found a lot of success. And then I think I was just watching a bunch of YouTube videos. And then came across high ticket sales, and I'm like, hey, this is interesting. I was already in sales at the time, doing door to door. And then I searched up, okay, how do I get into high ticket sales? This guy said join a bunch of Facebook groups. So I joined like the top 5 Facebook groups, started firing off like probably 10, 15 cold outreach messages a day. And then like 3-4 weeks into that, I finally got a response for an interview. So I jumped on with them, and then from there just started rolling with it.
Damn. So you just went straight Facebook group method. That was about 2 years ago, or how long?
That would have been in July of 2023.
Okay. When you were doing door to door, I mean, you're from Edmonton. Is that where you were doing it?
Yeah.
So was it brutal with like the winters, or what were you selling?
So I was selling high end steak and seafood. So I had a meat van. I was just going door to door. The winters were definitely cold, but it was the perfect entryway to sales because I have a good clientele. So I started ripping it in March. Did that all summer. Probably had, like, if you go on my Google Maps, like 1,000 different customers all over the city. Like I was out 8-10 hours a day just knocking on doors. So the winter, I kind of got to take my foot off the gas a bit, but still, it's definitely gets cold up in Canada.
Yeah. Was there a moment that you remember where you're like, yeah, I need to stop being the meat man and start doing high ticket sales? Like a specific moment?
I wouldn't say there's a specific moment, but even getting into the door-to-door sales, I got in right after I dropped out of college. And from there, I just knew my parents were pretty upset. From there, I was like, okay, I have to find a way out. I got to make it work. I got to be successful. So I think door-to-door, it was a really good stepping stone. And I learned a lot about sales and myself. But I think the whole time I was there, I always knew.
Yeah. How did you nail down the high ticket route as like the option for you? Because, there can be a lot of fluctuations, man. There's a lot of different types of remote sales jobs, but what was it about high ticket that stood out to you?
I think biggest thing is when I was like 2021 trying to get into ecom, SMMA, drop shipping, there's a lot of different areas you need to focus on. It's not just sales. You need to know marketing, you need to know fulfillment. And as a young guy with no experience, learning all of that, yes, you can do that, but it's super challenging. But because I already had a sales background, I just found, whoa, I can make $1,000, $2,000 per 45-minute call, and I don't have to do any of the fulfillment. I just hop on a Zoom call. So to me, that really stood out. And I was like, this is definitely something I could see myself being good at.
Yeah. That makes sense. Did you go through the high ticket gauntlet when you first got in, meaning like some bad offers, or did you get pretty lucky finding something good right away?
I would say for where I was at in life, I definitely lucked out because I was the only appointment setter on the team that they hired that was part-time. I was still doing B2B sales back in Edmonton. And I think the first month I worked like 2 or 3 weeks. We had a base pay of $1,500, and then it was like $300 to $400 commission. So I made $1,000. But to me at the time, it's like, oh my God, I finally made money online. So that was perfect. And I think the month after that, it like 3-4K. So I was rolling with that. It was good for the time being. But then 3rd, 4th month, the owners, they promised us a higher commission and bonus structure, and then they didn't end up doing that. They were late with payments here and there. So, I mean, it comes with the game, but I ended up getting paid out. And like I said, it was a really good stepping stone for me.
Yeah. For sure. I like to talk about that a lot. Like, most of the people that you and I know have gone through that in some way or another. I went through it, right? And I actually, not as a sales rep, didn't get paid, but like just offers that you had one expectation, it didn't go as planned, right? How long did you set for before you moved into closing?
On that offer, I was there for about 4 months. And then after that stuff happened with the owner, I jumped onto another offer. It was a real estate, did that for like 2 weeks. I was like, okay, this is not it. It was challenging. Like it was, the setters got 10% commissions, but you're cold calling cold leads. And then went back to that marketing agency for another month. And then I found through David, actually, I found another offer in the real estate space with a nice base pay. It was $3,000 base. So I was like, this is great. I'm doing B2B sales. I'm also doing that. But then a couple weeks into that, went through a breakup, got offered the golden handcuffs. There's an auction company in Alberta. They're selling land and heavy equipment. Got a brand new truck, nice base salary. So I'm like, I'm going to leave high ticket and get into that. dead of winter. And then a couple weeks into that, I'm freezing my ass off, going to different accounts. So I'm like, why did I do that? I got to get back to the space. And then I found a couple weeks after that, I got on with the company that I'm currently at. Been there for almost 2 years now.
So that was the company you're at was your first closing role technically?
Yeah. So I started as a setter. And then when I left, so I moved away from Edmonton in July 2024 as a setter. I went down to Florida and I was like, okay, that's it. I'm going all in this space, going to get promoted to a closer. And then like 2-3 weeks into that, I was just grinding. Every single day I talked to my manager, let me self-set. Finally, he had enough. He's like, okay, you can self-set. And then that month, I think I was second on the team, did like $1,000 US. And then from there, they're like, okay, we'll promote you to closer. And I was like, awesome.
Dude, that's awesome. I didn't realize you had been there that long. That's awesome. And I remember when I think you were staying with, like you and Zach just both went down to Tampa, right? And just like grinded it out.
Yeah, such a good chapter of life.
Yeah, and he's crushing it. I saw him a couple of times recently with an agency now, which is an awesome progression. Sweet, dude.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. You were, so you had gone through a couple of offers that were good for a little bit, fizzled out, and then you end up on this one. What was different about this offer that made you think that like it was the next best place for you to go at the time? Was there someone you knew there, or like what was happening?
I was employee number one. It was the owner, our sales manager, Jay, and then myself that got brought on as a setter. But I think growing up, I've always had an entrepreneurial spirit, and the industry we're in is like mergers and acquisitions. So I was like, oh, this is perfect. There's no proof of concept. Hadn't even closed any deals yet, but I had so much conviction. I really believed in our owner, in my sales manager, and I just wanted to go all in on myself. So,
dude, funny story that I don't know if you're aware of it. You might be, but the owners came to me through a referral from someone that is adjacent to you guys in the industry. I'm not going to name drop. I'm sure you guys probably know. Referral, they're like, hey, we need like a sales manager. And I connected them to Jay. Or I almost took it myself because I was managing, and I was like, no, Jay's the guy. And then, dude, I had no clue that like this would take off. I mean, the team that you guys are on, I think you guys are pretty lean, but you guys are doing some awesome numbers, for how, especially 2 years into the game, like really, really solid operation, sales reps, living well. So it's just crazy, like the ripple effect of being the right person, right place, right time.
Yeah.
How did you get to be employee number one?
Ooh, I think a lot of it was just the internal game, just like living in alignment, asking myself, okay, what would the top closer be doing, not only on calls, but outside of calls? Like, is he living congruency? Is he keeping his word to himself? And from there, I think I really, like, I've done some sales training, but I think the biggest thing for me was just really making sure my mindset was dialed in and I was in a good spot, had a good foundation, and sales just started coming in.
For sure. I want you to imagine this. You watch this entire free training over the course of 4 days if you're committed, right? And you have all this information in your head, but you're still not even one step closer to being where you want, which is inside a 1099 work from home, remote setting or closing job. You might feel like you're a step or two ahead. And, knowledge wise, sure, we're closer to where we want to be, but knowledge does not equate to action. And action is what's going to get you in this. Now, when you realize like, oh, I need to source these opportunities, and you realize that, hey, cold DMs is something I have to do. I have to set aside more time just to hope to have a chance with a team, not even to know if they're high quality or not, but just to have the conversation. Like, please don't watch this entire free training and do that. Okay. Like, if you're so committed to watch a 15-hour free training, I'd hope that you're committed to doing this in a way that's more likely, easier, more sustainable, not going to run you up a wall. And that's through the first link in the description with the serial sales community. Information is not a moat in this space. It's all out there. I post it for free on YouTube. What is a moat is the access to jobs, access to people that have been there, done that, and are willing to help you get there and do that. If you're interested in that, go to the first link down below. We've been doing this since 2022. We've been very good at it, very positive public track record as well. And we'd hope to work with you soon. So I want to fast forward a little bit, man, because people probably see a title and thumbnail and they're like, I need to learn about this $54,000 a month, right? So I see you on Instagram, man. You're traveling around, having fun, like doing exactly what you should be doing if you're in the position that you are. But dude, how did you like build up to, because you know, if I just say, hey, yeah, this closer did 54K in a month, it's like, all right, dude, you kind of, we skipped a lot of steps. Like, build the story. How did you get there? What was like the progression of you earning? Was there ups? Was there downs over the course of like 2 years there?
When I first started, definitely. Like, I was pretty inconsistent. One month I do like 16K. The next month I drop down to 8. Then I do 18 and then 10. And then I started working with my first sales coach, Patrick. And then he helped me really, again, work on the internal game where I could just consistently level out at like 20, 25K a month. So going into January of last year, I got super consistent. Like, I don't think since then I haven't made less than 15,000. But with the offer I'm on now, one thing I love about it is it's high level people, it's investors, they're looking to buy businesses. So a lot of the times too, again, you're not just making a commitment to pay $15,000 or $20,000 for a program, but you're also lining up to put down 100, 200, 300K as a down payment to take on a couple $1 million of debt when buying this business. So it's not always going to be the right time for people. So I think just building a good relationship, coming off as someone they can trust, and managing my pipeline was huge. I also stacked a bunch of calls, and then going into December of last year, we had a price increase. So a bunch of people that I spoke to over the last like year and a half, they started reaching out, which was a huge help, of course.
Yeah. I could imagine, man, that what you guys do is pretty pipeline heavy. How, like, if we're looking at your closes, you said it's like a 15K price point. Yeah.
20K now.
Okay. 20K. That alone right there, that package size is something that you can scale with. How many of those are one call closes versus like pipeline deals?
I think since I've been at the offer, I've gotten 6 one call closes.
Wow.
Yeah. So it's a closing cycle. Typically it's 3 to 4 weeks.
Interesting. And you guys probably lean into that, right? Because a lot of offers, they try to ram the one call close, you know?
No, complete opposite. With the type of people like the ICP we deal with, you might be able to get some across the line, but a lot of people too, they'll just get turned off. I think one of the big reasons for that is a lot of our competitors in the space try to one call close. So they come to us and they like our sales process. They like the marketing material. Like, our owner's very human. It's very natural, just herself, which a lot of people pick up on.
Yeah.
Value.
Okay. So if we got a 3 to 4 week sales cycle and we're in this like high ticket kind of environment where everyone wants to one call close and get PIFs and all this, is there anything unique that you're doing in that 3 to 4 weeks? Like, are you guys, you know, I'm sure you have a ton of stuff, but like, are we running automations? Is it just like note on the calendar, try to remember to follow up with people? Like, what's some sauce that helps you with these follow-up closes?
Hire a good EA.
Okay.
When I first started, definitely, like, I was pretty diligent with my follow-up, build out different, like, we use Close. So I had a bunch of templates for the email, but yeah, like now I'll wake up on a Monday, Tuesday, I have like 150 tasks. So just making sure I have templates built out, and then my EA will go in and help me manage the inbox, which is
nice.
Huge.
Do you pay the EA directly, like for you, or is that through your team?
No, it's for me.
Smart. It's a write-off.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, actually, I mean, I don't know in Qatar if you need write-offs.
No, it's pretty low. 0% tax regardless.
Yeah. I mean, I don't want to spend too much time talking about that, but it's something cool to share. You just, I don't know how recent that was, but became, what was it? What'd you say?
So I'm a tax resident in Qatar now.
Sweet.
Yeah.
So 0% tax. So not only 54K, 0% tax.
Yes. To all my Canadians watching this, high ticket sales is a cheat code. Your 1099 in the US conversion with the US dollar to Canadian, you get 1.5 times, which is huge. You're not taxed. So if you set up structures properly, you're good to go.
Yeah. What's like a really big accomplishment or achievement that you've been able to do? You know, financial is the first one that comes to mind, but like, because you got in this space and found success, like, I was able to do X, like, is there anything that comes to mind?
Take care of my mom. That was, as soon as I dropped out of college, I always wanted to help my mom out and help her with bills. And the last couple of months I've been paying her rent plus extra, which has been super fulfilling.
Yeah. Yeah. Not to mention she's in the game herself now, trying to stack an offer.
That's my stepmom in the game. So my actual, yeah.
Okay. Well, still, that's cool though, dude. That's cool. Let's see, man. What can you, all right. I actually, here's a good question that I'm trying to think of things that are unique to you and not other people so I can ask you specifically. You travel around, you hop around and you you're taking full-time calls, if not close to full-time or more than full-time. I don't know. I should ask you that too. But what can you tell people who want to make a significant income and travel around? Like what's a tip or trick on that? Because it's not as easy as it looks.
I think take the leap. When your back's against the wall, you'll make it work. If you want something bad enough, you'll find a way to get it.
Yeah. And is your team pretty accommodating with like mixed time zones? Like you still need to be professional, but like some people are really against that.
Yeah, I think when I first started doing it and my numbers were inconsistent, I definitely had a talking to, which is like, hey, you got to pick it up. But that's the thing about sales too. I think if you're a top performer and you're producing money for the company, at least for the company I work at now, they've been happy to let me.
Cool. Let me ask you about the meetup events, man, because you've been to 2 of them. And surprisingly, you came to both and you weren't yet in the community. I think you joined in like September, October last year, right?
October.
It's not been all that long. But what's your take on the events and like getting to Austin, Texas, meeting all those people? Were they helpful and like forming connections, just having fun, or like what's your take?
Such a great community of people. Like everybody there. I think there's like a bit of a stipulation when you go and there's people making money and you're like, they can have a big ego or they're going to be assholes. But like every single person I've met in the community has been super helpful. Like I've met a lot of good friends that I still keep in contact with at those communities or at those meetups. And then the community specifically, I mean, it's an investment in myself. Like I'm very happy with where I'm at with this one offer I'm on, but you never know what could happen next week, next month, next year. And just having like the company I'm working at now was in serial sales. So that's already proof of concept. You guys have good quality offers. So I was like, hey, in the event I do need to transition or look for something else, I know like it's just peace of mind for me. Plus I have some friends that are always looking. So I think it's good just to be helpful and be like, hey, apply at this company or try this out.
Yeah. Yeah. It's like, while you're up, put a little into the insurance policy, right? It sounds like you guys have a really, really strong foundation, but you truly never know what could happen, right?
Exactly.
And then also a lot of people, man, and I'm not going to say quite in your position, but in positions similar. I mean, not even like a rainy day kind of thing, but like, dude, what if, okay, you did 54 in December. What if, hypothetical, this would be crazy, but like there's a role hiring and it's like, hey man, 60K per month OTE. Like a lot of people, that would be pretty far fetched, but like a lot of people also join us and then use it to like level into like better and better and better roles. You're already doing pretty well where you're at, but that's another scenario.
Yeah. Or even stepping into management eventually if that's something I look into, like, yeah, perfect place to do that.
Yeah. What was one thing, man, as you got into this space and you started pushing from setter to closer that you wish you knew back then that you know now?
Oof. What is one thing I wish I knew back then that I know now? I think a lot of times, and from other closers I've met too, they can get analysis paralysis, or they almost try to like invest in sales coaching and do this and do that, when a lot of the times just taking more reps and being on calls more, you're going to automatically level up your sales skills. And then I think another one is if you're a level 10 salesperson and you're on a level 4 offer, a level 4 salesperson on a level 10 offer is going to make X the amount of money. So I think a big thing too is just being on the right offer where you have conviction in what you're selling and it's a solid company you can stand behind has been super helpful as well.
Yeah. Your viewpoint on this might be limited, but I think you could probably put something together. It sounds like, and from the outside looking in, dude, you guys are running a really good operation, like fulfilling on the service. And, if you weren't, you probably wouldn't be there, right? But like, how different is it to sell something like you do that helps people in the way that it does for the types of owners? Like it seems like they're just like really, really good people doing good business. But how much easier do you think it is to sell something like that versus, maybe previous offers where they weren't giving you the commission that you were expecting or stuff like that?
It's super easy because of the fact that the people I deal with, a lot of them, they're high level guys. They've made money. It's not like they have $0 they're looking to get into drop shipping where it's an emotional sale. With the people I deal with, it's a logical sale. And we're by far the best company. We provide the best service out there. So I think a lot of it's just very conversational. Like I wake up every morning excited to take calls because I'm meeting a lot of really cool people that have been successful, and I'm just making sure it's a good fit for them and getting them going if it is.
Yeah. I can attest to this because before we went on the recording, you were wearing the company hat and I was like, hey man, I usually don't like share just out of, privacy. I usually don't like share the company names. You got a lot more to lose than to gain, in my opinion. Everybody, right? So yeah, he showed up with a company hat. He lives, eats, sleeps, and breathes this. How much? I should have asked you sooner, dude. How much are you working to do, like, 20K plus, 25, 50K kind of months?
It depends. I'd say I'm probably in that 4 to 7 call range per day, depending on travel and where I'm at.
Yeah. And how many like setters and closers do you guys have?
Now we have 8 closers or 9 closers and then 4 setters.
That's awesome. Dude, that's such a good, like, for the kind of revenue range, that's like a good makeup.
Oh, everybody eats. I think the bottom closer pulls at least 15K a month.
Yeah, that's awesome. All right, dude, what's one thing I didn't ask you? I do want to let you go to your meeting, but what's one thing I didn't ask you on this that you think would be good for the listener to know?
I don't know if it's something you didn't ask, but I think if you're in a position right now where you're looking for a change in your life, you want to find success, you want to make money, what do you have to lose? That's the biggest thing. Just take the leap. And if it works out, great. If it doesn't, well, at least you know and you can move on to the next thing.
Yeah. Last question. Are you planning on buying a business soon at any time?
The only thing is I'm Canadian, so I can't leverage an SBA loan. But Dylan, if you want to partner, maybe we can. Yeah, we can go in and acquire. I think eventually, like, sales has been great. I definitely don't want to be in sales for the rest of my life. But like I said, right now, I'm just really building that foundation, stacking money.
Yeah. I mean, dude, you only have to get the money once, and then you just have to be smart with it. And so, like, if you're 24 knocking out these kind of months just consistently, I mean, dude, I wish I was doing the same, at 24. So sweet, dude. All right, guys. What a treat of a community member interview here. We've got Somil. Somil, which part of Canada are you in again?
I'm from Vancouver.
Vancouver. Okay, so we got Somil from Vancouver, a just about 2-year community member. Honestly, interview is we could have filmed one a year and a half ago and it would have still been awesome, but now is the right time and I'm stoked to bring this to you guys. So Somil shared with me, against what I previously thought, he shared with me that he just turned 21. Okay, so if you guys are watching this and you're not 21 yet, or you're younger, just know this is on the table. Somil, dude, there's definitely going to be a good title and thumbnail to kind of show what you've done here. But like, when you joined into this space, you were in insurance sales before, right? Were you just under a brokerage, or like what kind of insurance sales were you doing?
Yeah, so first off, thank you for having me on. And to get into that, so I was in like a corporate, like B2B employee benefits type thing. So it was very corporate, like base plus a little bit of comms attached, like work from the office, do all that.
Okay. And from what I remember, because I think this was back when I took the calls, I think you and I spoke on the front. If not, we spoke inside, but I remember like you were doing pretty well with that, right? Like as a 19-year-old, basically 18, 19-year-old, you were already kind of doing well, right?
Yeah, I would say like per year, I was at like the mid to high 5 figures. So it was cool for what it was, and I was 19 when I was doing it. So it was like something, I guess, that I could have seen as like, hey, like I got into this because it was interesting. People to this day still ask me like, how were you 18 in corporate? I was like, I'm not sure. But seeing your stuff, I thought there's more to sales. So I wanted to see.
I'm curious if you had a similar thought process as me, because I was crushing my past job, I guess. I was really good, and I knew that if I went and tried this remote closing thing, that if I needed to, I could go back. Did you have that belief at all?
I guess I did, but honestly, I don't know, maybe it's delusional, but I just thought that this made a lot of sense. Like to me, it was like sales will never really die. I don't think so. And then online space is only growing. So like you put them both together, and I was like, I think it's a great place to be.
Had you been kind of tuned in to like make money online space for a while, like maybe some e-commerce, some copywriting, stuff like that? Or was this your first real look at it?
I'd say it was my first like real like biz op type look at it, you can say. I have been investing for like years, but it's not like day trading or anything. So I guess I'm someone who's a bit of a skeptic. But back then I was just looking into things that like made more sense, not as much get rich quick, but more like get rich for sure.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah. We were talking about this. I mean, you crushed a 30K month under management, managing multiple teams all before you turn 21. It's like, dude, your perception of money is probably pretty warped. Obviously, you're not making 30K every single month, but like, dude, when 10K becomes your baseline, it's like, and you're 20, you got turned away from the bar at our event, your perception of money is warped. So like, how, I'm curious, kind of jumping ahead, but like now that you are in a position to, maybe play the game a little bit different, how has that changed your outlook on like investing and stuff like that?
I think it's really cool because I was actually just looking into that now that like I'm a bit away from like the management stuff, like I said. And it's like you can actually get your money to work for you. Like I'm happy that when I was younger, I was still consistent with it. But now it's like, damn, like what I do actually matters. So it's super nice. And I do think that it also gives you the opportunity to take a risk. Like if I did want to say start my own thing and I make nothing for like the next like months, like I'm not like, oh my God, like what's
Yeah.
happening? But I can take that risk.
Yeah. Optionality, dude. That's like the best thing that you can have, or one of the best things that you can have when starting something. With your corporate gig, well, I meant to ask you, did you go to college?
No. So I was in school and then I dropped out in my first year. And then from there I went into corporate.
Interesting. So didn't do that. Were you in like a traditional kind of closing role, or was it a lot different than closing in this space? Obviously it was different, but like, were you in a pretty direct sales role or no in the corporate space?
It was quite trenches. I'd say it was like 85% outbound dialing to set.
Okay.
Like I was like a setter. So a lot of outbound dials, sending emails. And it was like a big ticket size. Like it was like 6 figures, sometimes 7 figures. So you probably can tell how that went.
Yeah. Yeah. That sounds like trenches. How long did you do that before you were like, dude, this is not for me?
I did that for 6 months. Honestly, I would have stayed, but I learned about this stuff and I was like, I need to
Yeah.
take my shot.
Yeah. So you mentioned before we started recording, you got into this space, you ended up DM setting first, and your earnings progression went month one, 3K, month two, 7K, month three, 10K. You moved into closing. Did you do this part time to begin, or did you go all in once you landed like the first job?
I left, like, even when I joined the community, I had left my corporate thing.
Okay. So you were like back against the wall. You must have seen something that led you to believe that this is worth going all in with. Like, do you remember what that was at the time?
I would say it was my intro to it was like heavily like your YouTube. So seeing your YouTube was good. Back then, I would say things were a little bit different. It was like hyped up like a lot in a way. So
Yeah.
that did make me like, think a little bit if that's really true. But then seeing like the interviews that like you had done and like how you actually talked about like the cons and stuff, I was like, okay, if the
Yeah.
worst thing then that can happen is like essentially like what I'm doing right now, like I don't see that being a bad thing.
It's a good way to look at it for sure. And I think, dude, when you joined the community, were we in Slack still
No, I
or
think you had just
school?
switched over. Yeah, school.
Yeah. So, I guess yeah, that would put us back to 2024, and yeah, we had like moved to school a little bit before that, changed the model. But yeah, you've seen a couple iterations of it. What convinced you to like do this with, a community like the one that we run versus just like solo Facebook groups, or did you try that first?
No, I didn't. I'm gonna be
Yeah.
honest, like just piecing things together, like just like a scroll through, like I probably did like a scroll through, but I could just tell that it wasn't worth my time and I'd end up being on Reddit saying it's a scam as well if like I
Yeah.
tried it that way.
Yeah.
So this is my thing, but I do think that someone who wants to crack the space, it's probably better to just like like stack money and invest in like something like this to get those opportunities. Because if you don't, then it's very skewed how you'll see the opportunities.
Yeah, I think, dude, just being in the network, like, I feel like there's a lot of areas where you've benefited aside from just like us posting jobs. It's like by meeting people, one introduction leads to another. You just kind of have a pulse on like what's going on, what offers are good. Like having a legit community around you is like super valuable. So you jump in and you go straight to DM setting. And it's funny you mentioned we don't have to drop names, but like you go to DM set with someone who we still share jobs with today. We have a lot of people working for this guy. Why'd you start with DM setting?
I would say it was like an opportunity that seemed vetted. and I didn't think that I was ready to close like at the time. But then I
Mhm.
started doing it and I was like, I think I can do more. And honestly, I hadn't even tried to apply for any closing roles or anything either. So I was like, hey, like, let's see.
Yeah. And then what month was it when you landed you just went straight to closing? Like what month was that?
My second one. So I only set for like a very small amount
Yeah.
of time.
Was it hard for you to go like sell yourself as a closer?
Not really. I would say again, I knew the coach that I closed for, so that's why it was a bit easier. And then at the same time, this is like a whole different tangent, but I do think that the bar is sort of on the floor. You know, like I
Yeah.
feel like if you obviously for like businesses that are doing like millions per month, yes, like they'll be harsher on requirements. But that was a business that was doing like 100K per month and they needed just one closer. So having, I guess, product knowledge and just genuinely being there following up, it was pretty simple.
Yeah. Yeah, the bar is on the floor, especially now that you've been in the management seat. I'm sure you've seen it, right? Like a lot more.
Definitely.
All right, so you go into closing and you said you were hitting like 100K close per month, which is it's gonna put you at that 10, 15 or so mark at a standard 10% commission. Sorry, my dog is trying to get something behind my desk. And then you like pretty quickly move up to management, which is good for you because that's where you unlocked a lot more leverage. But like, what was it that made you feel like it was the right time to go from closer to manager?
Yeah, so I'll be honest, it was just like a timing thing. Like my offer owner started managing teams, and then from there he needed more help. And I was there, I was doing good with closing, and he sort of just took a chance on me, which like I really appreciate to this day. And there I learned a lot of things like the recruiting, like training, even like operational stuff. So that's what really started to compound.
Yeah, dude. I mean, that's managing teams, managing multiple teams, and like how fast you skill stacked. It's like, dude, you basically got the equivalent of like a college degree in like online marketing and sales, I'm sure, right? And you're getting close to like probably some of the marketing side, some of the back end, the client success side. So, yeah, I mean, we were talking about this before, but like you're about to take a little trip to Asia, take some time off before you jump into the next thing. But like, there's so many options, right? Like you can really go and do whatever you want to do, which is sick. What do you think you like more? Was it closing or management?
I'd say I enjoy like actually like being on the calls like a lot. I think it's fun. I'll be honest, like I was taking like a lot of calls when I was in my closing days, but I never really saw it as like a job per se. So like it's just talking to
Yeah.
people about their lives and like connecting dots, which is nice. Again, like I'm only human. I didn't enjoy like the follow up and the admin. So that's that. But in my later days, like once I had been doing the management for like a few months, then I think I sort of got a hang of it. In the start, it was a bit of a grind. And then
Yeah.
I was able to really like hold people accountable, help them hit their targets. And it's just super nice to see other people winning. And like you're just sort of there to help them.
Yeah, dude. It is a totally different skill set, right? Like it's not the same as closing. And I don't think everybody's cut out for it. I also think some people are better managers than closers, for
I
sure.
agree because when I got into it, I had like the same mindset is like, okay, like I can close a lot. Like I'll be very good at this. But no, I think it's
Yeah.
super different.
You had to train up for sure. How'd you feel after you hit your first 10K month in month 3? Was that like, did it feel real or do you remember this? Again, we're like looking back almost 2 years ago. Like, do you remember as a 19 or 20-year-old, like what it felt like to do that? And you're like, this thing, I'm kind of a skeptic. I don't know. I guess I'll try it. And then 3 months in, you hit a 10K month. Like, what's something you remember from that?
So something I do remember, I think this was probably like my second one or maybe third one, but your event was I think September 25th. This was like not last year, but the year before. And the night before, it was a different guy. He was from Australia, and I had a 7K PIF come through, and I was like, oh my god, like that's crazy. So it's just very interesting. Like it doesn't really feel real in a way.
Yeah.
Like now that it's happened like a lot, I guess you can say. Like I get that it's real, but like the first time you get paid, I remember it was like a split on like a fitness offer. I think it was like maybe like $100 commission or something. But I was like, damn, like this is real. Like the proof of
Yeah.
concept was just insane.
Yeah, I remember my first like online money payment back when I was doing like copywriting stuff in college. I remember like so vividly, it was like less than $1,000, but almost more so than the 10K month, or like the months above that. I think a lot of people could probably relate to. What's one thing? So we mentioned you're about to go to Asia, but then 26. I don't know how much time you spent there last year. You were in like Japan. You traveled around a little bit. Aside from that, or we could include that, to be honest. But like, what are some things that you started to do or change about your life, or see become different once you realize like, oh yeah, I can consistently do $10,000 a month. Like I'm the guy with the skill set that can do this.
Yeah, I'd say that was a big thing. So I'd say it started in December 2024, or not December, it was September, which was in Texas, with all you guys. And I was fairly new to the space, but seeing all of like the things everyone was doing, I was like, yeah, like okay, like this is a real thing. Like
Yeah.
not just me who made a bit of money, like this is a real thing. And so then I got back, and in like October, November, I was like, yeah, like I'm gonna go somewhere. I'm out about, I think I was 19. I was about to turn 20. I was like, yep, this is it. I'm going to go work online and let's see how it goes. And then in Japan, that was January 2025. So I went there. I did meet up with like who I was working with at the time. So that was super cool. And then I stuck around for 3 months. And then I went to like Vietnam for another 3 months. And then I came back to Canada and I met up with you guys in Texas. And then after that, I went to Argentina. And then that took
Right.
me up all the way to January 2026. So I just got back like a few weeks ago in Vancouver.
So what I've never done that, dude. I've gone on like week long, 2 week long trips, but like we talked before we started recording about the time zone. Like, everyone wants to start making online money and then dip out to like Bali or Vietnam or Japan or something. But like, I know you were working with some people that were like Australia based, but were you selling to the US market? Were you working like US hours still, or what was that like? Because I remember you joining some of our calls. You'd be like, yeah, dude, it's like 2 a.m. here, just hanging out. What was that like for you?
Yeah, I'd say the hours were later, so it wasn't like perfect. But again, anybody watching this isn't like live on the beach, do nothing all day. Like this isn't that. So that was
Yeah.
something that I did need to like work around. But in general, a lot of the people we were working with weren't from the States. So I was able to put it into my schedule pretty well.
Yeah. No, that helps for sure. For any of the guys that are like in Europe, Asia, or, Australia, that part of the world, even like Middle East, dude, it's like if you can land a quality job where you make like some solid money that's not US based, like dude, that could be really sweet. It's just there's such a higher frequency of like more US based quality ones, so always a challenge. But yeah. Pop quiz. How many jobs did we post in the serial sales community over the last 12 months? Option A, 70. Option B, 7,000. Option C, 10,000. Option D, 500. If you chose option B, you were right. It's a little bit more than 7,000. These are selling for businesses that are online coaching, consulting, agencies, service providers, events, masterminds, boot camps, software companies, everything that's online that's expensive, where they know how to drive inbound leads through content, Facebook ads, meta ads, any kind of paid ads, cold email, automated DMs, whatever it is. Somebody booked into their calendar and now they need you to have the conversation with that interested prospect. And that's what we can help you do. We can help you source the jobs, vet the jobs, leverage into better and better and better jobs beyond just the first one. It's really hard to do that on your own. It's just the reality of it. So if you want it to be easy and you know you have a skill and time is money to you, then we can help you. We've been doing it since 2022. I've personally worked with 500 people one-to-one to get that first sales job. We have a playlist of 20 plus hours of interview content working with people. We're really, really, really good at what we do. And I'd hate for you to do it the hard way. So just go down below, first link in the description, check us out. Back to the free training. What are your like friends and family? Do they know about like what you do and how good you are at it? Or, do they know? And if they do know, like, what do they think that you do? Do they think it's legit? Like, are they concerned for you, or like, what are they thinking?
I think like the people I'm closest to, they like sort of know in terms of like numbers and like how it sort of looks. So they get it. In the start though, they obviously were concerned because they like care about me and things like that. But I actually had a family event recently, and there like a lot of people saw me after like years. and they were just curious about what I do, if I'm in school and stuff like that. And I was like, no, like I do this like online thing. So the older people, like it's just there's no point of explaining to them, to be honest.
Yeah.
Like they never get it. But the people that are like my parents' age and stuff like that, I just say it's like online sales and marketing. So
Yeah.
that usually sticks with them a
Yeah.
little bit. But it's funny because I think a lot of people just see it as like, oh, like this guy says he works online but doesn't actually do anything, you know,
Yeah.
because we see that a lot.
What's your take on, for the last, I don't know the exact timeline, but for the last good bit, you've been working in, I don't know for sure if you'd call it an agency, but you're managing multiple teams, right? It probably is an agency. Working with multiple teams, managing multiple teams. In hindsight, it sounds like you're grateful for the opportunity, but in hindsight and, maybe talking to someone who's newer, do you think working in an agency like that as a closer or a manager is a good move? Would you do it again if you could go back, or would you do it a different way?
Yeah, I'd say for me, it was definitely a good move, because I would say that I wasn't exactly like qualified per se for like everything that I did in the start. Like now, yeah. So for that, I am very grateful. But just on a side tangent, I think that's what like being in a good network can gets you into opportunities that you don't necessarily think you can get. As for other people, I think it's super important to vet everything out. Like someone close to me like wanted to just ask about this stuff and now they're having success and things, but I was just saying that just be patient. With the opportunities you get, vet them out. Like in the end, if you do start applying for something and some agency hits you up like in like 3 days, you can jump on and sure you landed a role in 3 days, but you could definitely waste the next month.
Yeah.
So I think the biggest thing is just quality. Like me and you probably know like the good ones. There's also some that aren't great. So it just depends on who it is.
Yeah. I always tell people too, it's like, dude, they could be the biggest, best agency. It doesn't mean all the offers inside of it will be that. And it's more likely that they're not all that, right? Like the bigger the agency gets, the more lead flow they get, the more they are probably willing to take a bet on new accounts. And so as a sales rep, like you got to still do the same due diligence as you would whether it's in an agency or not. I was going
Because
to ask you. Oh, go ahead.
something else is that I feel like people do get under like the pressure a little bit of working with big agencies where they just sort of get like pushed into some role that they don't really know what's happening. And I would say that if you miss out on an opportunity because you asked a couple questions, you don't want to be there in the first place. So that's something for anybody who is looking to get into the space.
Yeah, I would really agree with that. It's like if you're starting to try to get a feel for like data around revenue, sales rep earnings, calls booked and all those, and they're like, don't worry about it. We'll show you later, whatever. It's like, no, that's a red flag, At the end of the day, it's like it's a contractor and a business, two businesses coming together. It's like there has to be transparency, especially if you're performance based. I was going to ask you, there's a lot of people who come into this space, whether they're younger like you or, a few years into sales, mid 20s, late 20s, 30s, who just struggle, dude. They get on an offer, not good. Another offer, not good. Next thing you know, they're 3-4 months in and they're on the threshold of considering like, is this even the opportunity that I think it is? What do you think you did well that got you like this pretty just like ideal trajectory, like 3K, 7K, 10K your third month, and then scaled 10, 20, 30? Do you think you did something magical or what do you think you did right that other people don't?
Yeah, I would say the main thing was mindset in terms of being pretty disconnected from the outcome. Like when I did transition into this, I left my old job and I understood that I'm not making anything for the next few months. That's how I viewed it. I just viewed it all as experience. And that's why I think I did 9 or 10 interviews and like I landed like a decent amount of roles in like the first like I guess like cycle, but I didn't take any, and I don't think most people can do that because it's like the
Mhm.
dopamine of like, oh my God, like I just got on this thing. And
Yeah.
then they get stuck there for a month and they do it again. So I'd say the main thing is in the moment, it might feel like you landed something quickly and that's great and it could be great, but just sit on your hands and just wait. And you'll know when something good actually comes around. And sure, you're not making anything, but you'll make something sooner in the long term.
Yeah, I think that's important. You have to take into consideration, like, let's say you went straight to closing instead of DM setting. You went straight to closing and you applied to like a 20K per month job. And they're like, yep, dude, you're awesome. Come on board. Like you kind of have to sit and think. It's like, wait, why did I just get this potential $240,000 per year closing job over somebody who might actually have experience? Like think that through, right? A lot of people don't. They're like, yeah, I got this job. They said I can start tomorrow. And then it's just like ripping through 20,000 3-year-old leads in a CRM. It's like outbound.
Yeah.
It's just tough. Like that's one thing that I'll just go out and say it, dude. Having people like Somil or me in your corner to like tell you, do not accept that role. Like that's a bad idea. You are going to waste your time. You're going to basically burn a month of your time onboarding, finding out that it's bad, hoping that it's not bad, and then a week of basically offboarding so you don't burn the bridge, and then you're back to square one. So like avoiding that to begin with is ideal. There's a lot of good offers to go around, but you just have to you have to know where they're at. You have to know how to land the interviews and so on and so forth. But dude, I think one of the biggest mistakes is just like accepting bad offers, and then just puts you in this cycle of like contemplating if this is real.
Yeah, so true. Like for me, I had someone close to me who was transitioning from like corporate sales into like you can say remote, high ticket, whatever you want to call it. And it was the same thing. And like she had a lot of experience, she was getting a lot of roles, and like she just sent them to me. And I'm like, just wait, like just
Yeah,
wait. It's not worth it. Don't waste your time. And she did listen, and she just onboarded onto another role. And it's like a proper role, like they're doing like a mil, 2 mil per month, and she already had a 15K PIF. Like just
nice.
wait, like
Yeah,
it's all nice to just get like a good taste of remote sales like right away. Because I know a lot of people as well who get in on bad offers, and then it just sucks. Like just that's it.
yeah.
Like it literally just sucks, and it can be hard to change your mindset.
Kills your morale, dude. I think a good frame of reference, unless you literally have nothing better to do, but like good frame of reference is unless it actually feels stupid to turn down the offer after you've like got some other opinions, then you should probably just wait. Like it shouldn't be like I think this could be good. It has potential. It's like, no, this is good right now. And if I don't accept it, it's going to be good for somebody else right now. So
Yeah.
that's
Yeah.
a pretty like good rule of thumb, I feel like.
And like in terms of the space, like I'm a very optimistic person, but when you go into looking at roles, just be a pessimist.
Yeah.
Like a lot of people will be like, yeah, we're gonna run ads. Like it's just about to start, like right
Uh-huh.
now. And like you can't go off vibes. Like you're gonna kill your own morale and kill your time.
Well, dude, I've talked about this a lot recently about being a pessimist. And maybe you've experienced this hiring for these teams. Like when these recruiters, these hiring managers are getting applicants, like, dude, they're not really looking to hire you. They're looking to disqualify you, because it's the easiest way. Elimination through subtraction is the easiest way to find like the right person, right? And so just, know that these companies are also approaching the relationship with you in the same way. It's like it's like you go get a girlfriend and like she's not into you and you're like too into her. It's like not a good combination,
Yeah,
and
all that.
either way around, it's not good. Let's talk about completely random, dude. You crush 30K month, 10, 20, 30. Is there anything that you've done? You're just like, yeah, dude, I just made like maybe half of what I would make in a year in a single month. Like, I'm gonna buy something stupid. I don't know if you copped a watch yet. I don't know anything like that, but like, is there anything, a car or anything where you just like splurge and you're like, yeah, because I can,
Yeah, I would say travel. Like I've sort of just
Yeah,
traveled places for like no reason. I'm just off vibes. Like there's like a cool like Airbnb or something. I'll just be like, let's go and take the
yeah.
homie. I'd say that's the main thing. In terms of other things, no, haven't got the closer watch in M4 yet, but we'll
Yeah,
see.
I know, dude. I feel like you start hitting like 3 10K months and a date just kind of appears on your
Just
wrist.
spawns in, literally just spawns in.
Yeah. All right, dude. Let's see. You did do a lot of travel. I know that's not cheap. especially if you're hitting like cool spots. Have you met anyone local to you? I know you haven't spent too much time recently in Vancouver, but like, is there a scene for people doing this out there?
No, I haven't actually met anyone here. It's interesting because when I went to Argentina, I just randomly ran into Nick Vaughn. You probably
Yeah,
know Nick, and like other people as well. So not in Vancouver. I did see in the community though that we do have some people from Vancouver, so I might like tap in with them. But
yeah,
no, I haven't yet.
yeah. How did you randomly run into Nick? Was it like truly random or like how did that happen?
It was on a community call.
Oh
So,
yeah.
I was doing my own thing. I think I got off of, like, a setter group call, and I was like, "Alright, like, let's see what the boys are up to." And then Nick did the same thing, and then
Yeah.
you told us that we were both in Argentina. I was like, "Oh,
Yeah.
damn."
No, Nick is doing like the same thing. I think y'all probably joined around the same time, dude. And we have an interview from a long time ago, but like, dude, he's crushing 20K months traveling to Argentina. But yeah, dude, it's just sick. Like, I'm not a huge like travel guy. I'm kind of like homebody. I like to travel, but not for extended periods like that. But like, you can if you want to, you know. But I know a lot of guys that are in like Colombia, Brazil doing it. So
Yeah, that's one thing though, is that, like, even, like, family and family friends who are, like, I guess, like, high paying who are in high paying, like, careers and things like that, like doctors or lawyers or whatever, even when they talk to me, they're like, "Oh, like, I can't do that." I was like, "Yeah, like, that's sorta cool." Like,
yeah,
you're very tied to where you are, but being online again, you do still have to be present at, like, certain hours of the day and things like that, but as long as, like, you have a decent setup and things like that, like, you're good.
yeah. If you were doing this again from scratch, but you have all the knowledge that you do from DM setting, closing, managing, would you I mean, dude, it sounds like you've just freaking you did it the exact right way, but like from the very beginning, is there anything that you think you could have done better to get this result faster, to get this result more sustainably that you would advise some new people to do?
Yeah, I would say the main thing is just talking to more people in the space. Like, I was pretty young. Like, I was like 19, so I was a little bit to myself. And even
Okay.
in the community, I did reach out to like a lot of people and talk to people. But I think that I could have been better at that. Even just in general, like opportunities will just fall onto your lap, like if you do that. And like now
Okay.
being on the other side, like I send things to people like, hey, like you were telling me you want to do this. Like, how's this? So that's the main thing is just talking to people more. Asides from that, no. I think
Yeah.
just networking more.
I think there's always room for more like quality network, right? Not just like network for the sake of it, but I mean it's so true because like dude, if you let's say you woke up tomorrow and you're like, I'm looking for the next thing, I'm looking for this, and you like I catch wind of it, it's like, dude, I'd be more than happy to like refer you to some of my like most trusted people for closing or management, whatever. But like if you can just get like 3 to 5 people, like higher level people that would speak well for you towards like other higher level people, there's really not a shortage of opportunity. And you mentioned like, I could have networked more in the beginning, met more people, but like by you also on the inverse of like you just going and like finding out how to do this on your own, like you end up attracting people. Like, I don't know how much you have gone on to talk to like a Nick Vaughn, for example, but like dude, when you just know these other 10, 20, 30K per month earners, shit hits the fan, you need a job, you need an opportunity. It's like just text a couple people and it's like you've got interviews lined up that nobody else can get, you know? So that's a really big thing that we try to like stress. Obviously, you don't want to be like needy and like one way, just like ask, ask, ask. But if you can provide value in return, dude, it's how you make this work long term.
Yeah,
So
definitely.
all right, dude. And I want to ask you, we talked a little bit about the community, but like I want to just make it like super short and sweet, I guess. Like you've been in the community for a while. You've got some benefit from being in there. You've also gone and done a lot of work on your own. And when you think of the community, like without really putting too much thought into it, like what are like the first 1 or 2 things that come to mind that made a significant difference for you in making this happen how you did?
Yeah, so I'd say the first thing is honestly like just like your specific help, especially like before, like just having all those like one-on-one calls, having the help with the resumes, having the help with how to film a good loom, like that really does a lot, you know? So that's something that was like super good. And then just in general, I think online and like other programs and things like that, they don't show you how to actually like land a role and like vet it and everything. So I think that's another super important thing that you guys have down to a system, which is not just getting a role, but getting a good sustainable role.
Yeah. Yeah, dude. I mean, I feel like people are starting to catch on because there's a lot of sales trainers out there. I'm sure you know people do. They spent a lot of money on sales training and they just don't have results to back it up because they did it prematurely or something like that. So I think, you said you're optimistic about the space. So am I, about the landscape, like the opportunities that exist for people to sell and continue to make money doing this. But I think people are going to start to realize soon it's like sales training alone is not the needle mover they might think it is. I think sales training is valuable for sure. Like if you're already making 10, you want to make 20. Yeah, ongoing sales training, like daily sales training is super valuable, like especially one-on-one, small group, whatever. But yeah, dude, I mean, there's a reason we focus on that stuff, I guess. I was
Like
gonna ask you.
I
Oh,
was
did
just
you?
gonna say, yeah, like from the other end as well, like recruiting wise, and because I have hired like a decent amount of people, and something I'm proud of is low churn. They haven't churned out either, and I think a lot of it isn't even like the experience and like the actual like selling ability. I think it's just being able to like show up and like just do what you're supposed to.
Yeah.
Because I remember you talk a lot about like the hiring funnel and like timing and like just doing everything, being first, stuff like that. It's so important. Like it's genuinely so important. And it would piss me off how bad the things I would see like were. So
Yeah.
I just think in general, knowing that it's not like sell me this pen, that's gonna help you a lot just in general.
Dude, everybody has access to like the best sales training in the world on YouTube. So like the sales ability part is almost commoditized. There are people that are like just different level, but like, dude, we're talking to inbound leads here. Like the hard part is talking to the really good inbound leads. I'm curious, or actually, I am a believer that winners are going to find a way to win, whether they have a community, the tools, whatever. But how do you think this would have gone if you did just do this by yourself? It's like, dude, I'm the stubborn guy. I'm going to do this myself because I think it's possible. And like you committed to not working with anybody, having any resources, communities. Like obviously if you were determined, you would have figured it out. But like, how much harder do you think it would have been?
I'm gonna be honest, I disagree. I think that if you were a winner, you would just keep losing until you realize that you need to do something different. Like
Yeah.
something I think is that if you want a different result, you need a different process. Like 2 + 2 is always 4. You want 5, you gotta add something. So
Mm-hmm.
it's like my best bet, I think, would have been to like run into like some random recruiter, pull off like a master class and like a one-on-one introduction, and then get put on from there. But I just don't think so. I
Yeah.
think that if you really want to do this as like a full-time thing where you're working with like real businesses, like not just like flinging something that's going to die in 3 months, you just need the network. Like just in general, like if you look at like the opportunities that you send or even in like DMs, like I know people send them to one another. It's literally like physically impossible to get there. So I just don't know how that would work.
Yeah. Yeah. So let's talk a little bit about, what's on the horizon for you. So you're kind of taking a pause, a little reflection, gonna run out to Asia for a little bit and just relax. And this is exciting and some good like forward thinking perspective for anyone listening. The world is like kind of your oyster in a sense in terms of high ticket. You could go be a closer, take some calls, clock out. You could be a manager. You could start your own business. Like what are you kind of feeling? Like how are you evaluating those options as you look forward over the next couple of weeks?
Yeah. No, definitely. I think that's something that I didn't think about. And when I did start in the space that people should know as well is that you're going to have a lot of opportunities. Like you'll be able to do like so many things. And like now that I can do like the operational things as well, like build out things, I just feel like there's so many more opportunities. I do enjoy the management side of things. And I have done like a lot of like, I guess you can say growth operator work, like working with businesses under a mil per month. So I think the next thing I'd want to do is scale up and work with a bigger business that is already doing a mil, is already doing 2 mil, and come in as like a sales manager and help with operational things. I think I want to work with something bigger and where I like fit into the culture.
Yeah. Well, dude, if you're I know we're like on the recording, but if you need a connection or two to some big offers like that, a little like management stuff, I'm happy to make those intros. Let's see. Last thing, dude, because I've held you long enough. Last thing. Someone's listening to this right now. They're in the corporate job, maybe similar situation to you, and they're like, yeah, I want to do it, but for some reason I just can't like get myself to actually do it. Whether that's try it on their own, join a group, apply to jobs. Like, we have a lot of people that just like, analysis paralysis kind of thing. So what do you say to that person?
Yeah, I'd say something that I think about like pretty often is like, just remember your brain is designed to keep you safe, not happy. So that's something like you're always going to be comfortable. And just looking past it as well, I think something that people get scared of is the fact that it's very like performance based and like no base and no like sort of safety net to fall back on. But what I would ask these people that are in corporate companies is that the people who are like sitting at the top, they don't really have a base either. Like they have low months, they have high months, like things are always changing. So if anything, any like business owner, anybody that like we probably like look up at like, oh my God, they're doing so well, they have terrible months as well. So I think that the first step to getting to that type of person that you want to be is, getting into something that is results based. And I think that if you never take that step, then you will regret it. And specifically for corporate people, I think it's a very good base to have because you get into this space, again, you'll see that a lot of people just aren't about it in terms of like follow up, pre call messaging, calling leads as soon as they get booked onto your calendar. So if you can bring those like same like corporate type like SOPs to the online space, you will do great. And I think for me, that was like the main thing is that I didn't drop the standard of corporate and get lazy. So the main thing to remember is that you're already so ahead of people because you've already sold things. And in terms of like the performance based thing that might scare you, I mean, hey, if you want a different result, you're going to need a different process.
Yeah, dude. I make that comparison to the corporate thing as well, dude. It's like, yeah, you might have a little bit more stability, but the upside isn't as high. So the stability, if you get cut, like they cut your department like corporate companies do, it's like you weren't actually capitalizing on the correct size of opportunity that you should have been. So it's like now you're without work and you were only making 50 a year. It's like it's the same situation, All right, you guys, welcome back to another community member interview. This time around, we've got another overseas guest, Valentim from Portugal. Valentim, thanks for coming on.
My pleasure, Dylan.
So you probably saw a title thumbnail. We are here because Valentim hit 10K in his third month and his second offer, right? You mentioned the first offer wasn't really for you. You wanted to get closer to like what would get you into closing. You got into phone setting, and then third month on that offer hit 10K. So that's why we're here. You guys, Valentim does not have a sales background and he is not in the US, and he was able to make this happen against all odds. What were you up to prior to getting into this space altogether?
Yeah, so basically, before diving into the iTicket space, I have a background in the military. So I was in the Air Force Academy taking engineering degree. But I always was keen on entrepreneurship. I tried a few things. I tried to run my own offer, a fitness offer. I gained some experience on the iTicket space there. But still nothing substantial. Yeah. I kind of knew about sales before, but I had this limiting belief since I'm from Portugal that it was impossible because it's not my main language. So I knew about sales, but I never looked close into sales. But then one day it just clicked to me and I decided to look into it.
What do you think now? You're only a few, like 4 or 5 months into the game, but that limiting belief of, hey, I'm in Portugal, this is probably going to be hard or not for me. What do you think of that now?
Yeah, definitely you have to work a little bit harder because it's not your main language. I will not sugarcoat that, but it's definitely doable. You can do it. You just have to work hard and it's definitely doable.
Yeah, I think you came in at the same time as another guy from Portugal. I don't know if you're still in touch with him, but I think he did, 7 last month and he should do
Really?
10 this month.
Nice.
And we have an influx of guys from Portugal. Just last week we had another join. So definitely, kind of off topic of the interview, but
Yeah.
tap in with those guys, get connected.
Yeah, for sure.
But yeah, so we were talking before the interview, and you mentioned how your first offer was a DM setting offer. And I like to kind of highlight the whole journey, not just the highlight of 10K month. Oh, this is so awesome. But talk a little bit about like landing on your first offer and then realizing like, hey, this is not where I want to be. And then going to the offer you're on now.
Yeah. So basically, in the beginning, when I started off, I just sent like mass applications to any offer I could get my hands on. Since I had few sales experience, I landed a DM setting role for like a fitness offer. It was good because we had like a manager, and he was like super solid, great guy, super professional. I was only, I think, 1 week at that offer, 1 or 2 weeks, something like that. And I don't know, because one thing that also got me into sales is I love being able to communicate with people, understand their problems, and sales overall, that ability to persuade in a good manner. I like that. And I think it translates a lot into other aspects of business. And that's why I got into sales. And I just feel like spending the whole day into the DMs, it can be good for some people. Let's say you have another thing that you want to do while you do DM setting. But for me, that I really want to go all in, master the skill, it just didn't make sense.
Right.
And then I got the offer for the phone setter position. Since I was like expecting to hear from several offers, I just accepted.
For sure. Did you try to get into this space or find these jobs before joining the community, or was joining the community your like first real attempt?
Yes, it was. Basically, I knew about ticket sales. I was like for a month exploring the space on YouTube, etc. I found you on YouTube, and here you are.
Yeah. What's it like selling in a language that is not your first language?
It's challenging when you have the script, etc., and you are a bit more dialed in. After some time, it's easier. But especially on those high intensity situations, sometimes it can be a little bit tricky because it's not your main language, right? But I think that's just another skill that you have to attain, and just will help you out in the future. It's just a thing that I can build on into my skill set. So it's hard, but I think it's a good hard.
Yeah. So if you look back, today, I assume you were working today compared to your first month on this phone setting offer. What do you wish you would have known when you first started this offer that you know now that maybe makes it easier, makes you better at this, makes you more money, something like that?
Okay. The less harder you try when you are speaking with someone, the easier it will be. I used to have this situation, even when I got into the community and was attending like the Q&As and like the calls that we had, that I was like super in my head, where I was like, okay, I really need to sound good. And that just made me feel like my pronunciation was worse, I was less fluid, etc. Now that I just done a lot of sales calls, triage calls, etc., since it's like super common to me, I don't even think about it and I just do it. And it's much easier that way.
Yeah, that's good. You were talking a little bit before about how the offer that you sell for is not just in the US, they're outside the US as well. And so you actually are working normal hours for you in Portugal, which is awesome. Like most people don't end up doing that. You can find it for sure, but it's a little bit easier to just find something in the US. But that being said, you told me that, and you told me how you kind of have like control over your day. You can choose when to work and like batch up your work. What's that been like? Like what's a day in the life of, setter who's making 10 grand a month?
Yeah. I think it's great, but also it can be tough if you don't have the right discipline, because it's like you have to set your own schedule. So if you are lazy, you just don't do nothing, right? Usually I'm like a morning person, so I wake up like at 6 a.m. I do like my old like morning stuff. I normally start dialing at 7:30. I usually do like Asia, like Australia, China. We have a big market in China. I do that first. I do a little bit of Europe then, dialing. Normally, I have a big gap between then the US market. So then I go to the gym, and then I do US market. I normally do my dialing between 7:30 until like 6 something.
Yeah. When I was in this space, when I first got in, that was kind of a similar schedule that I did too. Like wake up, morning routine, get right to work, coffee in hand. And then I would take like a nice break in the middle, go to the gym, go outside, get some sun, and then get back to it for a few more hours. And that worked well.
For sure.
So what do you think, I mentioned it earlier, but we kind of just went past it. You were in the Air Force Academy studying engineering, kind of the opposite of sales, like super black and white, logistical. It's like, this is right, this is wrong. Sales is more of like a dance, and there's a lot of gray area. So do you feel like your personality type and the way that your brain thinks is more, I guess, does it like the sales side more? Does it like more of that like black and white analytical side? Do you feel like you can play both really well? Because I'm similar. I was always more like mathematically inclined and a little bit more to myself and all that. But how do you feel about that?
Actually, that's a great point that you make, because sometimes I struggle with that. I feel like sometimes I have a struggle of being like more fluid. Sometimes I have the keen to be a little bit more strict, systems based, etc. So I think you can sell in various types. You don't need to like be one type of sales guy. There's a lot of different ways of selling. One thing that definitely the Air Force Academy helped me with sales was with leadership. So I learned a lot about leadership. I was able to lead other people. And I also feel like sales is sort of leadership game. And having that confidence in my ability to lead other people, I think that helped me a lot. I do agree with you. Sometimes you have to adapt, but I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing, because then, for example, as a setter, you have to be super systems based. Like you have to be super systematic with your approach. And for example, that helped me a lot.
Yeah. Yeah. We see a really recurring theme of ex-military people who do really well at this, just because they're so, they know how to set goals and work towards them and show up day in and day out, hold themselves accountable. We have more than a few testimonials. I filmed one yesterday with a guy, David. Same thing, like I think he was Army, but then he has a sales background. It was just like, it's easy for him. If you like doing things the hard way, I want you to keep watching this entire free training, all 15 hours or whatever it comes out to, and then go and try this yourself. If you like doing things the easy way, still sure, continue to watch the free training if you got some free time, but the easy way is going to consist of you checking out the community that we run, that I've been running since 2022. That's the first link down below. We help source the jobs. We help you vet the jobs. We help you land the jobs. Doesn't matter if you have sales experience or no sales experience or some or a lot. We've worked with people, all walks of life, all parts of the world, all backgrounds, different languages. I mean, really anything that you think that could make this hard for you, we've probably worked with someone who had it harder. And the process that we run is proven. So we've got a full support staff to help you go from complete beginner, if that's where you're at, to in your first job where you're likely to make X amount of money. I'm not going to talk about that on here, but yeah, I would just hate for you to do this the hard way. I mean, continue watching the training, but when you realize you have to send cold DMs to get in touch with these companies and you don't even know if they're hiring, or you don't even know if they're hiring, if it's quality, and you have a job and you have financial responsibility, like you don't have the time to be pitter-pattering around. Make it easy. Time is money, especially when you have the propensity to earn a lot like salespeople do. Go down below, first link, check out our community, and now back to the training. But yeah, so what for you, are you talking a little bit more on the offer that you ended up accepting. We said you walked away from one offer to get on one that was better. Besides it being a phone setting role, how did you know that this offer was better? Was it like the numbers, the sales team, the manager? Like, what made you believe that this was the right move to go where you're at?
Everything was more professional. I looked at the team, the systems they had built in, everything. I feel like when you see it, when you see like, because as a setter, a closer, etc., you get to peek inside an offer, inside the business. And you just know, you see the system. First of all, the previous offer that I was in, the person wasn't even full-time. So I think that's like, you can see that it's not a super serious thing. While the offer that I'm now, it's a business that has been running since like 2019 or 18, something like that. So it's more serious, and I just felt like I was able to really progress and evolve inside that offer.
Yeah. So I know the company, they have teams worldwide, but where are they based out of?
So the company is Austin, Texas.
Okay, nice. So I was going to ask you, do they pay you guys out in like USD? Like, are you selling in USD? Okay.
Yes.
Cool. So I'm not so familiar. In Portugal, they use like euros? Yeah.
Yes.
So what's it like? I don't know what the cost of living is like in Portugal, but like, what's it like earning in USD and, living in Portugal?
Actually, the dollar goes a little bit lower than the euro. So,
Okay.
but it's almost the same thing. It's like the euro is like $1 is 0.8 euros, something like that. So it's basically the same thing. The cost of living in Portugal, for example, when you compare it to the US, it's much more cheap. It's cheaper for sure.
Yeah.
But the main thing is when you compare the money that you can make, for example, what I've made in November, to what is the average pay here in Portugal, it's another world. Completely.
Were you getting paid to do your degree in the Air Force Academy?
Yes, I was.
It was probably not 10K a month, right? Well, that's cool. What's like the coolest thing that you've done? And it could be before the 10K month, but now that you work remote, you're making, some solid US money. I know the conversion is a little iffy, but what's like the coolest thing you've been able to do? Whether it was like go on a trip or buy like a nice Christmas gift or like anything come to mind?
Actually, I haven't spent that much money. It's like nothing special, but it's kind of special at the same time. But I was able to, for example, this last Christmas, buy a lot of Christmas gifts. Nothing too crazy, but the ones that I wanted to buy without having to worry.
Yeah.
Just, okay, let's buy it. That's fine. That was just super like relieving.
I remember that feeling. I would say too, just saving the money and like setting new records in what you're saving and seeing that going up. That was super cool for me when I first started making good money in sales.
Yeah.
Like I remember the first time I saw 5 figures in my bank account, I was like, wow, like this is different, man. Like I'm set. But no, that's cool, man. So what, moving forward, we were talking before we started recording, offers are going to have ebbs and flows, busy seasons, and slow seasons. Christmas time, holiday season is usually slower for a lot of these like B2C offers. But what are you really looking forward to, like moving forward? Let's talk, Q1 2026. When it comes to like what you're selling and getting better, like what's on your radar in terms of getting like improving at the offer?
Yeah, definitely. So my goal is to continue to break records as a setter and just become undeniable as a closer. That's my goal as of now, is just to continue to be great at what I do, just because 1 month everyone can do. I want to have several good months where I become just undeniable as a closer. And then moving to a closer and same process.
Have they let you take any like overflow closing calls, or have you had to step in yet?
No, the system that we run, actually, it's not like necessarily a 2-call close, but we run a lot of onboarding calls where we have like a discovery process through Zoom. So It's not a sales call, obviously, because I do not pitch, etc. But that gave me a good taste of what is closing, because it's more like with a video, you see the prospect, you do the whole discovery.
Yep.
So even though I haven't done yet, it was nice to get a taste, and I liked it.
Yeah, man. If you're setting on this offer and you're talking about it all day long, every day, multiple conversations, all different types of people, like, you're getting really close to closing. Like, the only thing that you're not doing is you're not selling something that costs money. You're selling an appointment, right?
Yeah.
So you just add, a product that they probably want because they're there, and a price tag. You learn how to handle a couple of objections, and then you're closing. But the reason I ask is because on some offers that I used to run, and people that I know, like, they were crushing it as a setter, like 10K plus months. And if there was ever an event where a closer was out, or a closer was back to back and they were like running over, it's like, dude, we don't want that call to fall through the cracks. Like, let's put the next best person on, which could be the setter. So if I don't know if that would ever arise for you, but I know a few closers who kind of got their start doing that, and they'd get on like one call, and then they'd close it, and they'd be like, wow, like I went 1 for 1. And then they kind of get that bug. And that's a really good way to get like an internal promotion up to closer too, is just like being prepared, being ready and available, I guess.
For sure. Noted.
Yeah. Just be there. Like, if someone runs over, like, I got it, I'll hop in.
Yeah.
And then just try to go 1 for 1. That'll help. So what, I guess your overall knowledge of the space, aside from when you were submitting applications, it's pretty limited. Like, you're still pretty new, but you were in the open market. You were talking to other people. You were applying to jobs, interviews. Of course, you had some interviews. What's like, I guess, your best recommendation to someone who's listening to this? Maybe they're coming from a similar position to you. Maybe English not their first language, or maybe they are not in the US, or maybe they have no sales experience. What's like your best recommendation to that person, having seen what you've seen up to this point?
Okay. First of all, just know that your fear is not going to bring you where you want to be. So it doesn't help you to have that fear. If someone, for example, like I am, or what I did, I was able to do it, and I had that fear. So just know that fear is not going to take you anywhere. Another thing I would say is just do a lot of volume. Trust the process. Don't look like the results that you are getting today, because know that there's like a lag between what you do today and what you will receive. So just do the inputs. Don't expect to see immediate results, but know they are coming, and just do it with consistency. Consistency, I would say, it's the number one thing that made me have good results, was just staying consistent.
Yeah, I can say this. I do remember you were showing up to like all of the calls. Like, we have these open floor live calls. We also have like the small group and different types of calls. And Valentim was like consistently in these open floor calls. And you now have done what a lot of people do. You get the job, and now like the focus, and this is a good problem, but like the focus is on the job. So it's like you're not really in as many of the calls anymore. That's kind of how the community works. We're always here if you need us, and posting offers and all that. But dude, your time is best spent towards making the money, because you have the path to do it now. What would you say, like, in terms of the community, and we can probably wrap up after this, in terms of the community, man, like, what was the number one thing that was kind of like a needle mover for you feel like made this a lot easier than it would have been without it?
I would say 2 things for sure. Just the guidance and expectations that you set, because I feel like a lot of people, since iTickets sometimes can be like a biz op type opportunity, a lot of people think, yeah, I'm going to do nothing and I'm going to eat 10K a month on the next day. And that's not the case. And one good thing that you have in comparison to the rest of the space, you are like a real guy, straight to the point,
Yeah.
I remember the first call that we had, you were like, set these expectations. And it was the best for me, because it just put me in the right place. So I think that's really good. The overall guidance and expectations that you get, and just the recruiting pipeline is like absurd.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it's like, in hindsight, you coming into this, like I never would have told you, yeah, man, in 3-4 months you'll make 10 grand a month. Like I would never tell really anybody that, but I'm not saying it's not possible, but if you put in the work, get on the right offer, show up, it's I mean, look, you did it, not in the US, English second language, no sales experience. And I don't remember the date that you joined the community. I don't have
Like
that handy.
late August or beginning of September, something like that.
So let's call it late August, and there's September, October, November is a 10K month. It's not too bad. So that, I mean, just right there, you ROI'd at least twice on the community, right? Like any other investment, it's going to take a lot longer to 100% ROI. So
yeah, that's true.
Shoot, man, what's like some parting words that you would leave to anyone watching this who's kind of on the fence about this space? Maybe again, for the reasons we mentioned, you know, you had a lot up against you, but someone that's like, I'm not sure if it's real. I'm not sure if, you know, this is possible for me. I'm sure you had those thoughts when you were seeing stuff on YouTube and all that, but like, to that person who's on the fence, what do you say to them?
Two things. So I think almost every successful person on the world at least once took a leap of faith, at least once in their life. So you will have to take at least one time that leap of faith. So take it as fast as possible. And the other one is just see this as an opportunity in a lifetime and just try to make it work as much as you can. Don't take things for granted. Like, take the decision to do it. And when you do it, don't go back, go all in. Go all in. When I say go all in, just do everything that you can to make it happen.
Yeah, a lot of people do that. We see this a lot, and this is just being transparent about it. We sell lifetime access, like lifetime of the community. And because of that, some people come in and they're like, oh, you know, I have this forever. I'll come back to it later. And those people, you know, not all of them come back. And I don't know, maybe it's the bad side of something good like lifetime access, but it's true. I mean, you stayed pretty motivated all the way through, and then didn't hear from you for a bit. You come back, hey, I did 10K. I'm like, all right, let's get this guy a trophy.
Let's go.
All right, you guys, welcome back to another community member interview. This time we borrowed about 30 minutes from Robbie's busy schedule, but we have Robbie out of Toronto who, if you've clicked on this video, maybe you saw a title, maybe you saw a thumbnail, broke his first 10K month last month, did not come from a sales background. And we're going to tell you the story. So Robbie, thank you for coming on, man.
100%, man. Appreciate it.
So where do we start, man? You are in your first sales job ever. You're one of the few in this industry that you get into the remote high ticket sales stuff. And the very first offer you get is the one where you hit 10K per month. It hasn't always been 10K per month, but last month it was. And it seems like we're trending in a good direction, right? So let's start here. What was it that in the first place even piqued your interest about high ticket sales? You didn't come from a sales background. If you want to elaborate on where you came from and then why you were even looking into this, I think that's a good spot to start.
Yeah. I went to school, so college, university for 4 years for finance. I knew that's not actually, funny enough, I started in a medical degree. So like in health sciences or something. First 3 to 4 weeks into college for health sciences, I'm like, dude, I'm not cut for this. Like, this is not what I want to do. Always had like business in the background. Family comes from business. A lot of entrepreneurs around me. And so I knew a classic job wouldn't get me to where I want to go. And so called my mom up. I'm like, hey, I want to switch to finance. Just something at least more business directed. So I did that for 4 years. Still knew I didn't want to get into a finance job, but ended up there anyways because it just sort of landed on my lap. So 4 years in finance, or 4 years studying finance, 2 years at the finance job. Entire time wanted to do sales because I've heard from, like everyone knows, Hormozy, Grant Cardone, basically anybody who's successful, they did something sales related. Although I wasn't the most like, call it extroverted person, I mean, them giving the confidence that, hey, you don't need to be extroverted, it's more of getting a good skill, gave me a lot of confidence to make that jump. So that's kind of like the 4 to 6 year history of like, it's slowly brewing in my head wanting to be successful. What drew me to high ticket, obviously I'm not someone who's super attracted to like the laptop lifestyle. Like I'm in this season to like grind sales and to get really good. And so what attracted me is you could do a lot of volume, a lot of reps, get really good, and get feedback from people that are doing pretty good. Like door to door, it's kind of a grind. I've talked to a bunch of people in it. You can't get the feedback or the reps in. I mean, you do, but it's all cold. What else is there? Tech sales there's a place for tech sales, but I just don't think it was for me. High ticket was that good mix between you could be at home, you could be remote, you have that comfort of like being locked into your room, but then also get that internet marketing kind of, not laptop lifestyle, but that internet marketing background, and then get the feedback and the reps to get really good. And so that's what drew me. And then obviously you can make a crap ton of money as well. Like, let's not leave that out.
Yeah, you really do. I mean, a lot of these high ticket companies are pretty lean, and being a salesperson who's like a big part of the team, you get to see how these businesses are running, right?
Yeah.
I always make this distinction, especially compared to like some tech companies, but these businesses are very interesting to watch because they only exist if they're profitable, right? A lot of like some of these other tech companies that have huge sales teams, they pay, base pay, benefits, all that. Like the business might not actually make money. I mean, it might make money, but it might not be profitable. And so like there's a lot less emphasis and pressure on like urgency around like performance, right? Like there's definitely performance metrics in some of these bigger companies, but like with these smaller teams in the online space, we were talking before, you said you guys have a total of like 5 setters across different platforms and like 7 or 8 closers. Like every person on that team needs to be pulling their weight, and you get like a really cool sense of culture on the right teams because of that. So I did want to ask you, mentioned similar to myself, not like the most natural salesperson, so to say, like you're not the most like extroverted kind of, I'm going to talk to everybody, but you saw it as, eventually I want to be in business. I want to be successful. And like, this is kind of the thing that's going to get me at least in that direction. Right. How did you get over the fact that like personality wise, you weren't the cookie cutter salesperson, despite, seeing this as the vehicle? Like, how did you commit to this and like see it through?
Yeah, I agree with you. I'm not the most extroverted person. Like at a party or at like a get together, you're not going to see me being like the center of the party. I might just be talking to 1 or 2 people on the side and people I'm more comfortable with. And so how I got over it is like once you see like over and over again, especially in a lot of these testimonial interviews, clearly people who aren't the most well-spoken or people who aren't the most extroverted or draw you into like a video, the fact that those people are making 5, 10, 15, 20, 30 grand a month shows you that it has less to do with the way you're born or the personality that you have. It's more about, and it took me time to find this on my offer, the skill, the process, and the right questions to ask at the right time with the right tonality. Because, asking someone how their day, you might be great at a party, you might be, great at getting to know people. I haven't found that to really translate the best to sales. Like, hey, what's your favorite football team, or how's the weather, or do you like where you live? Sure, we do that in like the first couple minutes just to get to know someone, but that's not what drives the actual sale and for someone to pay. And so once I realized that, this is a skill and there's a process to follow, less about personality type.
Yeah. I always say that introverts who can learn to have sales conversations are usually better off than extroverts, because it's like extroverts, it's like there's all this stuff out there. And it's like you have to take away, but you don't want to take away like the wrong things. Yeah. Introverts, like you're starting and like you're very meticulously like building the skill set and like learning what works. It's like it's a different kind of ball game, I think. But
I feel like extroverts, just to kind of talk on that, like introverts, I feel they're more process driven. There is like, although sales might seem like, especially in movies and like TV shows, it might seem very like you're doing deals or like Wolf of Wall Street style deals. Like it's not that. It's very, there's a process and that process works. Extroverts can honestly shoot themselves in the foot a little bit because their personality kind of takes them off track. Right. And so they try to sell with the personality rather than the process. But yeah, keep going. I just wanted to mention that.
Yeah, some sales that does work, but like the type of stuff that you're in, so you're in like the real estate niche, people that are buying products in that niche aren't going to be sold just because they like you, right? Like if we're talking door-to-door pest control and you're funny, you might be able to sell $100 a month like thing. But if you're talking to people that have money, that want to use it to make more money, like they're not just buying because they like you. So anyways, I want to kind of like move along the timeline here. So you working in finance, you went to school for finance, working in finance, you kind of have this bug in your mind of like, I need to be in sales. It's gonna get me closer to where I want to be. When you decided that high ticket sales, after seeing all the different options, you decided that like high ticket sales, I think it's the right option for me. Was that when you jumped into the community, or had you gone and tried to like do this on your own?
No, I've always valued paying someone ahead of me to just get right to like, the shortcuts. And so there was a lot of people doing this. I mean, yours just resonated the most. Like if I backtrack, I don't know why, but it seems like it's the one that resonated the most. I think it's because everything was super transparent. But what did it for me was I just want to pay somebody ahead of me to cut the shortcuts. Like even if it might be expensive, even if it's not an ROI month 1, month 2, and it takes time, like it's better to pay someone to cut down, getting somewhere in 12 months versus 12 weeks. Like I'd rather just have access to everything now versus like me figuring it out. Because if you take it to like the natural extreme, like let's say you never pay someone for anything ever on any information, it's like, well, like, are you going to make every single mistake yourself?
Right.
Really?
Yeah. No, it's when you get to realize that, time versus money with certain things, there's definitely value in like paying for expertise. I'm gonna put your public math skills on the spot right here. You talked about ROI.
Yeah.
You joined the community in February, you said?
Like mid-February. Took it seriously like March 1st. Like I probably paid like end of February-ish.
So we have March, April, May, June, July.
It's 6 months, a couple days ago.
In 6 months, how many times have you like ROI'd on the community? And this is just like the first 6 months.
Yeah, let me think. X'd. Yeah, I've X'd on the dot, probably just over. X'd on the dot, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's not too bad. And then that's
I mean, I ROI'd it twice just last month for reference.
Right.
Most of it came last month.
That's I mean, you're building a foundation. Like, yeah, you ROI'd. There's no other like investment, so to speak, where you can in 6 months 4x your money, unless it's like some speculative crypto coin, right?
Yeah. Like if someone's out there deciding like, hey, I got a couple grand or I've got like a grand to invest, it's like, well, like, dude, even if you invest 10,000 at like 10%, 20%, it's like $200. It's like, why not just invest in something that like doubles your income, and in 6 months get into another role that possibly like doubles your income again? Like that ROI is way bigger. And so like that's the advice that I gave myself, as in like, okay, I've got money, but I'm not doing something I want to do. And so how can I get into something I want to do in the fastest way possible? It's like, might as well just use the help of someone who's been in it.
Yeah, I think there's definitely something to the like transparent marketing and the way that we do these interviews too. It's like, I want people to talk about like the down months or the bad offers, because it does us no good as a business to like set sky high expectations that nobody meets, right? Like by only highlighting the good stuff. So yeah, it's definitely not for everyone, but for those who it is good for, I think it can be very good. Anyways, so like getting down to in the community, you said basically like March 1st, let's call it, you start taking things seriously. And then the offer that you're one of those guys that, the first offer you're on is the one where you hit the 10K month, right?
Yeah.
It's pretty rare, but like you said, you accepted that offer in April?
My first date to start was April 1st, accepted probably last week of March. Interviewed midweek of March.
Yeah. So it was like 3 weeks or like 2 weeks. You joined, 2 weeks you interviewed, 1 week later you had the job. How many, if you can remember, how many like interviews or like applications did you submit before you landed on this one?
Because I was checking my Loom before this, I probably submitted 20 applications, around 11 or 12 required Looms. This is the first one that got back to me in the fastest way. And so I accepted theirs. Funny story, like you shared that pie chart of like how people get hired in sales, and like the percent, I think it was like 56 or 54% are hired just because they know somebody in the company. And that's kind of like what my experience was. Like even just being in the community, somebody was on this offer, was able, and that's how I didn't get it because of them, but it helps. It helps push you. And when there's a stack of 100, a stack of 50, like it does push you to the front of that stack. And so he kind of gave me the ins and outs, also told me if this is a good offer or not, gave me all the numbers, what's realistic OTEs. And so that helps a lot, just being around those type of people, versus if I'm in like those Facebook groups spamming offers, it's like, dude, like good luck.
Yeah. I think one thing that, it's easier said in hindsight, but being able to validate like revenue and sales rep earnings and OTEs is like the most important thing in this industry, aside from just knowing people. Because, if you're paid directly on a percentage of revenue, you should, and this is not standard, but like you should go out of your way to learn well, how much revenue is that part of the business currently seeing? Because you might be, we were talking earlier, you have 5 setters that some of them are assigned to like different things, right? Well, it's like, okay, if I'm assigned to Instagram DMs or phone setting or whatever, like the company might be doing 500K a month, but through the DMs, if they're only doing 30K per month, like that 8K per month on target earnings is way off, right?
Yeah.
So like getting really granular and like even where the traffic is going and what you'd be responsible for and how many people are in that is like the biggest thing. You mentioned that again before we started recording that the team, it started pretty lean. They got up like pushing for growth, and they hired, like it sounded like they doubled the setting team size, and then they are back down to this like super lean, mean team. What was your experience going through that? Like in the beginning, it was lean and then it blew up and now it's back to being lean.
Yeah, at the beginning when there's only 3 phone setters and the offer's doing a lot, like, and you know how much they're doing, like there's a lot of opportunity to do well, especially with good management to teach you and give you feedback on what works and what doesn't. Like it's a place to succeed. When someone starts hiring and like doubling the team and doesn't increase marketing, your pay basically just got cut in half. And so it is worrying, and like I can't lie, I had moments where like, is this the right offer? Like, should I be here? Should I be doubling down here, or should I be stepping away? But I think they realized that a team of 2, 3, 4 savage phone setters can get you to a really high number. I mean, you know the number, like you could do really well versus, the churn and burn. There's a new setter every single week and there's another one out the next week. I think they realize, let's double down. Let these setters make closing money on a setting role versus, I mean, it makes us motivated as well to want to work more versus just hiring a newbie every single time.
Yeah. Dude, when I was running the agency, and the agency is still going, but we literally saw setters as like just as valuable as the closers.
Yeah.
And they were making some of them like more money than some of the closers. And you envision it like a basketball team. So like everyone has different skill sets. Like setting is on paper, it's like easier, right? It's more entry level. But when it comes to the grand scheme of the business, like it is just as important. And honestly, I think it's harder to find quality setters who are down to like commit to the mission and stay on board than closers. So I think, we were talking before, but any offer that's going to run, one setter, or I'm sorry, like 2 or 3 closers for every 1 setter, that's usually a green flag. If that number is like inverse to where they have 3 setters for 1 closer or something like that, you could assume that they don't value the appointment setting position like they probably should. And usually those setters are not making the money that they want. So, hey, quick break in the free training here to tell you about the serial sales community. If you're watching this, there is no doubt you cannot deny that you're interested in a 1099 work from home remote sales job. This could be setting, it could be closing, kind of depends where you're starting from. Well, the serial sales community, the business that I started in August of 2022, we help people do that. We post jobs, we work with y'all one-on-one to get to the point of being ready to apply, to be positioned correct in the marketplace, and we give you the support and the accountability to make it all happen. We help do due diligence on roles. We've got calls every single day. It's a pretty awesome product. I put my first and last name on it, blasted everywhere, and we've had, a lot of great results come through. We're currently on the road to 100 $10,000 per month testimonial videos, which you can see in the community member playlist interview thing that I got. But yeah, I stand behind the product, and I think you should go down below to the first link to check it out if you're in the ballpark for your first or next remote work from home sales job. So what do you, now that you've like worked through this, you hit that number that everyone wants to hit, and obviously there's ups and downs, and there will continue to be ups and downs. But like, what are some of the biggest takeaways for you after having lower months and then working maybe the same amount and having bigger months? Like, how can someone else know that they're doing everything within their power to like shoot for that 10K per month in their offer?
Yeah. My favorite saying just in general, and I don't know where I heard it, and like I definitely am not the one I came up with it. It's like when you're doing good or you're doing really good, you're not as good as you think you are. But when you're doing bad, you're not as bad as you think you are. Like, I don't want to downgrade the fact that yes, there is skill involved, but don't underestimate the fact that there might not be enough lead flow, even at your company. Like, that's a really big thing. Like, if I could go back and understand that, I mean, I got not lucky, I landed on the right offer. But if I didn't land on this offer, I would be grilling whoever my manager is to understand lead flow. What's the actual volume? I don't care about the OTE because I can reverse that math. But number one, those months that you're doing good, those months that you're doing bad, number one, could be out of your pocket or out of your hands. You might not be able to do anything about it. But the only thing you can control that I like about sales is volume. You can get on the dialer, do a bunch of calls, get the feedback from the manager, and see where you can do better. The second thing is I would look at your company history to see like what's the best someone's ever done in the last 90 days, last 180 days. Like if that thing's not past $3,000, $4,000, $5,000 a month and you're trying to make 10K, it's probably not the right place. And so like try to understand like this as a business, like a certain amount of lead flow, certain percentage of show, those that close, that allows you to make a certain amount of money. And so it might be out of your hands.
Well, when you joined this team, I don't think that you thought it was a 10K per month opportunity, right? So what shifted for them to make it that for you?
That's interesting. I think what shifted is the setters got better. We actually got better. They went away from the churn and burn. So when I started, like just for reference, like I started April 1st, 2025. It's September 4th, 2025. So month 1, 3K. Month 2, 3,100. Month 3, 55 to 6K. Month 4, I didn't do the best. I was back down to 3,500. And so last month I did 12.1. And so what?
12.
USD. Yeah, USD.
Damn. That's a big jump, dude.
Yeah.
So you really think you just got like 4 times better like that fast? Or
no, it's less about 4 times better. It's more of like, I feel like in setting when you not crack the code, like when you crack like what makes someone close versus doesn't, like right from, forget about like an intro of a call, like from discovery to the transition and pitching the call, the in-between call nurture, and then what actually happens on a closing call, which you do have more power on than you would think in discovery and setting. And it took me time to realize that. It makes you understand that why some people should be on call and why some people shouldn't. And so I'm sure you with the agency, you can understand that like pretty well. And so no, I didn't get 4 times better, but I understand what makes someone close or what makes someone doesn't. On top of that, you can also hit accelerator commissions. So like you're just making way more with a lot less. We also ran a webinar last month. So that brings in tons of hot leads. So this month I'm probably on track for not 12, but probably in that 7 to 8, but I did get better. And so I would encourage to understand the skill to get better first.
Yeah. I should have asked you this when we were talking about this, but this is a good company that you're working for. We've had a track record of community guys going to this company and doing well and like getting their stride here. Why do you think they hired you with no sales experience compared to probably a lot of other applicants for this role?
Yeah. Interview was group interview and then a one-on-one. I don't want to say it, but like if anybody's watching this interview, and as long as you're not like, as long as you're not a goofball and a dummy, like guys, the competition is low. I'm so happy, Dylan, that I was on a group interview, because like when I'm on the community calls, you know, everybody has a certain level, like the balls are on the table. Like you put money to beat in this group, like you're talking about the top 10% people. When you're on that group interview, like who knows where these guys came from? And I saw some like embarrassing people on that call. And so if you can at least present yourself with like a plain white background, talk coherently, like most places are going to give you a shot. I mean, it's a setting role. Yeah. So that's probably what allowed me to stand out, is like just talking confidently, admitting that I might not know, but they knew where I wanted to go, and like setting, closing, that's not the end all be all for me. So they probably just gave me a shot based on what I said and what I wanted to do.
I say this a lot, man. Setting is an entry level role, and you're not like when you're competing for a setting role, you're not competing on experience, because most people aren't going to have it. Some people will, and that will help you. But like you're competing on competency. Yeah. Like you're not, it's not even setting. Yes, there's sales components to it and you can improve your skill, but like it's pretty easy to teach the fundamentals of appointment setting to a competent person. And so I think that's what people are looking for. And like I can speak from firsthand experience in our agency or for like the community or whatever. Like when I'm hiring setters, I actually prefer that they're newer. Like I would rather find someone that's like comes from, example, you like come from a finance background. Like that's a background that like you need competency, right? If you came from like banking, finance, software, like just some of those more like backgrounds, it's really easy to teach people and get people up to speed on that. All right, I wanted to ask you this now. So you said 12.1 last month.
Yeah.
I was running the math, dude. I think you've done more than a 4x ROI. It might be like 5 or 6.
It might be closer to 5 or 6. Yeah.
Yeah. I was like, that sounds a little bit low, but either way, it's still good. Like you're still ROI positive. A lot of people like, you know, they can't say that when they join like other types of trainings or whatever. But 12.1K, what is that Canadian?
Oh, that's, dude, the exchange rate's like $1.35. I think it's 16,500, 16,000. And that's on the low end if it's $1.30. Like it's probably like $1.40 right now. So like 16,000 Canadian. Yeah.
So what does that feel like? Because I know you can get paid well in finance, but I doubt you were probably taking home 16 in a month in it. So like, what does that feel like? Does it feel like anything to you? Have you done anything like cool or like made any big purchases, or like talk about that a little?
No, like I'll answer first. Like, how does it feel? Like, it's like it feels exactly like you would think it would feel. Like, it feels freaking awesome.
Mm-hmm.
I'm super risk averse, and so like I'm not someone who, like, I want to spend as little as possible and make as much, and like have that gap be like as big as possible. So I haven't spent anything.
Yeah.
But like what I'm shooting for now is like, what's that next role, or how do I keep this up? Like, how do I repeat success? But yeah, 16,000 Canadian is like, dude, that's a fuck ton of money.
Good. Yeah. Can only imagine the taxes though in Canada.
Yeah. I think, you know, with the corporation, like I didn't take any of it personally. Like in a corporation, you got to pay like 10%, 11%. So I'm leaving it there. I don't want to take any of that out and probably put it into something. But yeah, I mean, even this month, I'm probably on track for like 7.5 USD. So 10K Canadian as a setter is like very good.
Cheat code, dude. It is a cheat code to earn in USD and be in Canada for sure. I was going to ask you, oh yeah, so when you make, like, you have your first 5-figure month, I think for me especially, it was cool to see the money come in, and it's cool to know that I could go buy something, you know, and it wouldn't hurt as much. But what was really cool for me, and it sounds like maybe for you as well, is just having that confirmation that you are the person capable of that. And like, nobody can take that away from you. And you know, if you ever go to work another role, another company, like, you're carrying that conviction in yourself into interviews and into application processes, that you're the guy that's capable of that in the right opportunity. And that, like, dude, that shines over a lot of other things, you know? And so
yeah.
I don't know if that's how you felt. And like, this is how I felt when running the agency. It's like, yeah, cool. We did a really big month. Let's add it to the resume and see what we can do next. You know?
It's I've been thinking about 10, 15, 20K a month for like 3 years, 4 years, like probably more, ever since I was in college, university. And so like, to hit it, it was less about like that money hitting the account and more of like exactly like what you said. It's like, this isn't a pipe dream. This isn't something I see online. This isn't Instagram, some influencer selling me a lie. It's like, I did it. I'm that person who did it. Might not happen every month, but it's capable. And especially at a setting role, like imagine when you unlock closing, like it should be more.
Well, that's the thing too. Like, I like to point out the fact that, yeah, you know, we hit a 5x ROI in this time period, but like, this is the foundation. It's like, you're this early on and you broke 10K, 12K. Like, who knows, now that you have network and resume and conviction in your skills, like the 20K is kind of just a matter of like not stopping, you know, like keep meeting people, keep getting better, and it'll come. I did want to ask you a little bit about just like, if you were to start over, or for someone listening to this, let's say, again, not coming from a sales background, but they're like a competent person, what would you do differently to, I mean, you made it happen pretty fast, but like, what would you do differently to condense the timeline, or maybe some mistakes that you made that you would try to avoid the next time around?
Yeah. First step would be getting into a community that's vetted. Like, it doesn't have to be Dylan's. Like, just get into a vetted community that clearly gives you access to a good group of people and a good offer network. Like, the offers that I'm just going to tell everyone, like the offers that Dylan is giving now compared to when I joined is like, it's like not even close. Like, you know who you added on, and like, it's a complete difference. So like, what I would do is get into a vetted community that has good offers. That's number one. Number two, when you are applying for these roles, just like treat this seriously. Like, time block an hour, hour and a half, 2 hours after your workday, or if like some of you guys have more time, like just time block that time and dedicate it. Number three, take this like a corporate job. Just because it's remote doesn't mean that your loom is going to look bad. So have that professional loom, be professional on camera. Once you get those offers in front of you, validate what they're saying. Don't just take OTEs for granted. Do the math, do the numbers. Do not be afraid to ask. I was probably afraid to ask at that time. And if I could, shake myself at that time, I'd be like, make sure you actually ask those questions that are important. How much they're making, how much the setters are making. And if you really have to go that far in a nice way, ask for proof. Ask for proof. It's nothing wrong with that. So that's once you are pre-offer. On an offer, it's really just time, more reps, and faster feedback. Because that's what got me from a complete newbie to like a competent newbie, is what I would say now. A great manager gave me great feedback, and I was on the dialer all the time. And that is a recipe for success.
Sure. Aside from the money, like what's your favorite thing about doing this now and like this being what you do?
I was surprised at how much more flexibility I have in life. Don't get me wrong, I still just choose to work a ton, but like I could just block off like a, you know, like an afternoon if I wanted to and like make it up on a Saturday. Or like just change schedule. I was really shocked by that. And then also funny enough, like planning vacations is like, dude, I don't ask anyone. Like sure, I tell someone that, hey, like I'm going this time, my calendar's blocked, and I've never had it denied. But it's not like corporate where it's like, oh, I got a budget that I have like, you know, like 5 days left. Should I plan it with my long weekend? Like it's none of that stuff. And that is probably the coolest part, I can't lie.
The no PTO.
Yeah.
No, it is for sure. And that's definitely like, if you're the wrong kind of person, that is kind of a slippery slope, right?
It can be.
Because you abuse it and then like they kind of feel a certain type of way. So you got to make sure you're carrying your weight. And yeah, that's the same kind of experience that.
Well, on the other side of that coin, it's like it's not paid time off. So it's like you're not working, you're not making money, but it's like that's the point of sales. Is like you can make a lot of money, take that time off if need be, and then come back and recharge. But you can't abuse that in the wrong way.
Yeah. All right. Well, I feel like we've covered everything, man. I do want to point out the fact that you're coming to our meetup in Austin. I think this interview will probably come out like pretty close to that date, like maybe a week ahead of time. So if you guys are watching this and you want to meet Robbie and guys like Robbie, well, in Austin in about a week, maybe we're having a meetup September 26th, 27th, Friday, Saturday. And if you're wanting to meet guys like that after that, we have the community that Robbie's a part of, and then everyone that we film these interviews with. Robbie, I'll ask you after if we want to link any like socials or any way to connect with you, we'll put it down below. So if you want people to blow you up and ask you questions. And besides that, anything else like last minute that you think would be cool to share with the people, any game or advice to them?
No, I feel like I shared what I think most people have shared. Like I was pretty transparent on what I make, what you could make. It is offer dependent. One thing I would share, and I wish someone told me earlier, is, and if anybody makes it to this far, like I'm sure they're pretty serious about this. I was in a rush to get from setting to closing. And I've had plenty of people tell me, other mentors, like I should start with closing. And I think it's a blessing that I started with setting. I'm still in setting and I have no rush to getting closing. Because you turn into a bit of a baby when you become a closer. Because you take a little bit, like a little bit of a baby, because you're taking inbound calls. Even with the follow-ups, like it's not the same as hopping on a dialer, talking to someone who opted in for a resource and didn't really ask for a call. And so like what I wish someone told me is like stick to setting, stick to outbound dialing for a good amount of time, and become very, very competent at that. Because every skill thereafter is easier than setting, in my opinion. It's harder getting someone to pay 12K or whatever the amount is, like 10K, 12K, 15, 20K. Doesn't matter what the amount is, it's harder, but it's not as hard as getting on a dialer, talking to a complete stranger. That is the freaking hardest thing in the world.
Yeah, man. I know people that, 2 points on that. Like I know people that prefer to be setters. Like they could absolutely be closers, but for years they've been setting. And there's a saying out there that the best closers were usually the best setters. And the longer that you can just be in a good setting role, a lot of people want to go to closing because they're like, I'm not making the money that I want here, so I want to close. But if you can make good money and be a setter, and then like when you do move into closing, like carry over those characteristics, including hopping on the dialer, right? Like, dude, for those of you guys listening, and for you, Robbie, like every offer owner's, business owner's dream is to have a closer that when they have the time hits like the dialer or hits
110%.
But it's really hard, especially in the commission only space, to ask that of people, right? So I don't know, dude. I think there's a lot of merit to be like earning your stripes as a setter, doing it for at least 6 months up to a year, like hitting that 10K month mark and then going from there. So I agree with what you said there.
One last thing that it's what Matt Ryder said, and like I don't really listen to a lot of people for sales. Like I only listen to like my management and Matt Ryder, and anything that you would tell me, of course, as well. When you only become reliant on inbound, it's like being a lion in a zoo and someone throwing you the T-bone steak, and you're relying on someone to give you deals, you're relying on marketing to do the work for you. When you're good at outbound, you're good at being a setter, you're good at pulling deals from the pipeline, even if it's just a couple of months, you become a hunter. And so you want to start with the skills that let you be a hunter and then go into the zoo for someone to feed you, not the other way around, because I can only imagine that's hell to go the other way around. I probably wouldn't even do it.
No, that's a good analogy. And like Matt Ryder stuff is really, really good for setting and just the high ticket space in general. All right, you guys, we are back with another community member interview. This time we've got Josh Pinner on, someone who went from roofing, just like myself, we'll get into it, but roofing to remote closing and is doing the damn thing. So Josh, thanks for coming on.
Appreciate you having me.
If you guys are, go ahead.
I was going to say, I mean, the way it all kind of went down, I've talked to Dylan for about 2 years now, something like that. And I was always hesitant because you see all this stuff online and everything. And I was working construction and trying to do roofing for whatever 1 hour I had left after work to try to do sales. I eventually transitioned to sales full time. I thought I was doing really good. I thought it was great. I enjoyed it, but something was missing. I didn't like that I felt handicapped because you could only drive 5 hours a day to get to appointments and stuff when I wanted to do sales more consistently. So I kept bugging him, and it got to the point where I was like, enough's enough. My buddies actually told me, like, why have you been sitting on that? Why don't you do something? So wife supported me. I went ahead and said, screw it. I'm going to go all in. And I even sat on it for like a month or two after I joined. I didn't even keep up with the training, which is on me. And if I knew what I knew now, I would have never done that. And the roofing side of things with insurance and everything like that started getting real weird. I didn't want to be a part of it anymore. And I felt like I could work way harder seeing how many wins are in the community somewhere else. So I applied for my first gig offer, and following your process, doing all the training to a T, and no bullshit, first offer landed the interview. I honestly couldn't believe it. And it gave me a lot of sense of relief because I was like, okay, there's still skepticism. I've never done this before. I've never even done online sales before. And I went through a grueling interview process because I applied for the just top one, like shoot for the stars. Why not? Worst they could say is no, right? And they took me. I literally went through it, competed, using the fact that I was a part of this community and the education that you guys provided me. I think we started off with 100 or no, I think I do 1,000 interviews a month, but there was a ton. And I remember competing with 50 people and it went down to 30 to 10 and they selected me, which was no coincidence. I have no sales experience online.
On your first application and you beat 1,000 to 1 odds.
Yeah. They had 13,000 applications in the last 12 months. They hired 130 people. I was one of them.
Wild, dude. For those of you that are watching this, like, you're looking at the video and you're like, dude, that background is something. That is not usual sales background. Josh is a vet from the Marines, right?
Yeah, Marine Corps.
And funny enough, like, you're now selling an offer that so well aligns with like what you've done, what you're interested in. And it's like kind of acceptable to have weaponry behind you on a sales call. Can you talk a little bit about like the kind of offer you're selling and just like how you're liking it so far?
Yeah, so it's a real estate offer to help veterans or understand their benefits and utilize them to scale a portfolio or just get started, anywhere from buying hotels to buying single or multifamily properties. Unfortunately, we don't have much support once we leave the military, and understand that we have no excuse to why we can't do that with what we have from the government that allows us, like the VA and everything. So the company that I sell for and support focuses on just helping vets get off their feet and do something with their lives, and gives them a really strong community. So if you have questions, not just through education or bullshit motivational videos, but actual questions with like, I'm stuck here, the community blows up and gives you support. It's second to none. I believe in it. And what's really neat is I get to talk to my brothers and sisters all day long and shoot the shit. I've closed deals while holding a firearm and they're asking me about it. I've showed you some cool videos of me wearing my gear to be funny for one of them, but you don't feel like you're working when you love what you do. And that's kind of where I'm at right now.
Yeah. You said before we started recording that you actually, so you obviously have access to the program, so you know how to like sell it to people and you can believe in it, have conviction, but you've actually used it yourself and gone to buy, is a single family rental?
Yeah. So I had a single family with a VA when I lived in North Carolina, and then I didn't know that I could use a VA again. I would have just sold it, joined the War Room program way back in the day. But I learned, through the process that I can keep that property management on it, rent it out, move into this one, house hack this one, do a bunch of really neat stuff. And it's obviously benefited me significantly along with the connections that I've made. And I'm setting myself up to get a multifamily with the equity on those. Real estate was always the goal. Sales, I fell into out of the military. Like I just fell into it because I wanted to make money, point blank, period. But that's the whole purpose behind why is want to get into real estate. Yeah. So it's full circle. Like I was a part of it. I joined an offer from serial sales community, and they actually sell for the same people that I've been a part of for years. And even the owner was like, dude, Josh. And I was like, what up? And then now I'm selling for them, and I'm just 1 to 2 a day closing. I mean,
Yeah.
it's awesome.
Dude, I want to talk a little bit about why you left roofing, because when you were in roofing, if I remember right, dude, like you're closing or like clearing 20K months, some like 5-figure, just like good stuff. Like you're making money. But besides the fact, and when you said this, I was like, dude, that is exactly why I left, because I could only be so many places driving around the city. Like I knew if I could just spend more of that time selling, I would have good opportunity in front of me. But like, what were some other reasons that you decided just overall, like that in-person, like blue collar type of sales was something you wanted to get away from?
Inconsistency aligning with my values. So I want to help people. I mean, I firmly believe that money is secondary to what you're doing in life. Your money will come if your heart's in the right place. And it's extremely easy to see when you're being salesy or when you actually give a shit about who you're talking to. So I gave my heart and soul. I mean, I've literally brought Thanksgiving dinner to a client before because they were an elder couple with no family around them. Like I cared. I started to recognize that I am not selling nearly 10% of what I can do, because I would work, not even kidding, sunrise to sometimes midnight, 1 in the morning coming home. I would go until 3 in the morning putting signs up in different cities just to hope we got a call and I got the lead without getting paid to do so. I mean, there was no shortage of my ability to work hard. But even though I was doing that, I had to sell my truck. I had a Raptor because it was too much on gas. I got a Jetta. Like it's just a bunch of dumb shit took place. And I started realizing, like, dude, no matter what I do, I'm still gonna be driving for 5-6 hours of sunlight. And I want to be in front of a camera, in front of a screen, selling back to back to back. That's all I want to do. I'm good at that. Not the greatest, but I learned quickly. And I never got taught how to sell in roofing. I figured it out. And now I'm getting actual teaching, like coaching from your community. And then further, what people don't realize is when you get to your offer, they also train you on a regular basis. So it's just an abundance of knowledge and stuff coming in. You're not going to forget what you learn, right? It just stacks. And you get to the point where you're at our level where my first 30 days on an offer, I cleared 15K.
Yeah. So the other day you posted, you took a little breather earlier this month, but you posted first day back. I think you closed 4 deals, 28 grand, 10% commission. How does that compare? Like, what's that?
In 3 hours.
In 3 hours. How does that compare to making $2,800 selling roofs? Like the process. I mean, 3 hours from home.
First off, getting up and wearing basketball shorts and a t-shirt that I got from the gym, and I'm wearing the same thing. And I made a deal already today, right? Like waking up, putting on jeans, boots, button up, walking neighborhoods, knocking doors, getting told to go after yourself, right? Like it doesn't compare, right? You close a deal, you sign it, you hope to God the insurance is going to show up and actually approve it. Then you got to wait a month or two for the check to come in. Then you got to wait for it to process. You got to get paid on it eventually, maybe in a week or two. I mean, we're talking a roof can be a month and a half before you see the paycheck. And it is lucrative. You can make a ton of money. Just doesn't mean that it's right for me anymore.
Yeah. What, aside from the money, you've got your earning back up to like competitive with roofing, but now you're doing it with like so much more flexibility. I don't know if you've like done any kind of traveling now and like work remote now that you can.
I closed 2 deals in North Carolina. I drove out there to visit my boys, pulled my laptop up, closed 2 deals, down and went shooting and hung out with them in the woods.
Yeah, that's when it really hits, dude. You're like, oh yeah, this is awesome. Like I'm not even in the home state right now and I can do this. But I know you said you have a wife. I think you got some dogs too. Like just money aside, like with now, like you being home more, like what are you able to do that you weren't able to do before when you were driving everywhere, working sun up, sun down?
I mean, I block off whenever I don't want to work. I go to the gym. I have a block off for doing cardio, walking the neighborhood, touching some grass. I got time blocked off to go feed my dogs and just sit on the couch and hang out. If I want to go to the bathroom, I just have block offs. They have sections in between calls, so I get breaks. I can do that. I'm not living out of gas station food anymore because that's all you do on the road.
Yeah.
Like I'm overall healthier, better, mentally better. I'm able to be done working, turn my computer off and go to bed and spend time with my wife. There's nothing that comes close to the freedom that this provides you as long as you do it properly. People need to understand that there is an incorrect way to go about this. And if they'll work 24 hours, and then what are you doing? Like, you need to have time for yourself. That there's a whole purpose behind making the money and also having a life.
Yeah. Dude, I mean, there's a guy that came through here. I don't think you ever met him. I maybe actually have sent you his case study, but former military, you guys are very similar. But dude, there's just a certain type of person that is going to figure it out, whether they have all the tools that make it easy or not. I think you kind of have that figure it out ability. Whereas someone watching this, like, Josh's situation and the outcome, like, you in your first full month made 15 grand, right? Like about. So like, I don't know. I just want to like say this to people is like, I don't want to come in here and make this sound like this is the case for every single person, because in reality, like, Josh is the type of guy that's like, he's going to win. Like, he's going to figure out how to win. A lot of people just don't have, even salespeople, dude. A lot of salespeople just do not innately have that. They say they do, they think they do, but when it comes down to it, like, they don't have it. Kind of building off the back of that, we had a call. It was like, it must have been 2022, 2023.
Yeah,
we spoke for like hour and a half or something, and we kind of had the call, and it was more of just like a conversation. But through that time when you and I had the first call, and we stayed in touch, talking here and there, you're probably checking out some content. What was going through your mind? Like, you're making money, you're starting to realize I don't really like roofing, or you had already realized it, but like, you're trying to make the escape plan. But like, what were you seeing, whether it was through like through the content we were making or through stuff in the industry or results? What were you seeing that was like, fuck, dude, like, I really need to do this now? Or like, yeah, less focusing about why you got away from roofing, more focusing on like why you wanted to push into this specifically.
I didn't know this existed. I didn't even think it was a possibility. So inherently, I had a lot of speculation and hesitation to join. I think the fact that I got to talk to you one-on-one, especially before this like blew up, because I'll tell you right now, your community has like quadrupled since I even started talking to you. It's insane. And that also spoke volumes. But seeing the wins on a regular basis, you start to feel like I'm missing out because I'm choosing to miss out. It's not whatsoever something that you like, when people say, if you want something bad enough, you'll figure it out, right? Like, this isn't some $100,000 program. Like, you will figure it out if you want it bad enough. And if I knew what I would achieve once I came in here, I would have found how to get in here the moment I talked to you.
Yeah.
But I'm also confident that after seeing everything you've provided and speaking with you and you answering me whenever I asked a question, even just checking up on you, like just saying how you're doing, it showed that this isn't some gimmicky thing where it's like, we're just trying to bring people in. It's like, no, you're trying to be a part of a community of people that really do give a shit about you and will give you what you need to succeed. Obviously, you have to do so yourself, but you don't feel alone. At no point in time when I was applying for jobs and stuff did I feel like I didn't have support. I could message anybody, ask questions. It was pretty awesome.
Yeah. When you applied to like 3 jobs.
Yeah.
You applied to one, got it, but it was within an agency. The first one wasn't like the one you were looking for, got put onto another one. That's the one where you started crushing. But between that, when it was kind of slow, you said you submitted like 2 applications and had 2 interviews, right?
So the first application I ever put in is the one I work at now. Like, I landed it, which speaks volumes. I didn't think it was a good fit for me because I wasn't set up on a good offer at the time, which we let them go. But I didn't know. I thought it was me. Like, I'm a brand new sales rep. Nobody's going to believe me that I'm good or bad. And I recognize that. So I was like, okay, I was kind of freaking out. I was like, thought this was my one chance to whatever, because I love the company that I got set up with. I wouldn't want to go anywhere. But also, if anybody's stressed out about being at a bad offer or whatever, not even kidding. Same day I decided I need to go back to serial sales and just apply for other jobs. I went on the spreadsheet, because you can go in the spreadsheet and see all of them. You don't have to keep scrolling. And I applied for 2 jobs, and no bullshit, same day, I had 2 interviews immediately for the week from both jobs.
For like closing roles? Were they like solid closing roles, or what kind of jobs?
Yeah, there were closing roles that had like a really good base pay too.
Cool. I caught you red-handed looking for your first or next 1099 remote appointment setting or closing job. Good news for you. I shared over 7,000 in the last 12 months inside the serial sales community. So that's the business that I've been running since 2022 that I'm still insanely involved in, but have brought in also a lot of team to help you get your result, which is go from where you're at maybe in sales, maybe not in sales, to having an opportunity in this industry to give you a legitimate part-time or full-time income should you perform. Okay. We're really, 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 really good at this. We've done it with a lot of people. We have a lot of case studies. You'll be able to see those in our interview playlist on my YouTube channel. And we do everything A through Z, from meeting you where you're at, giving you a custom roadmap, redoing your resumes, your Loom introductions. We do application tracking. We do due diligence on these offers. We talk interviews, everything that you could need to make this happen. Our intention with the whole way that this is lined up is to make it hard for you to fail. So if you're looking for your first or next remote 1099 sales job and you want to do it alongside people that have not only done it before, but a community of people that are invested into this just as much as yourself, go down below, first link in the description, check it out, talk to our team. Back to the training.
You brought up a really good point, man. So also to paint some context for the listener, Josh landed within a sales agency, which I always recommend. We have like some pretty good connections there because like you mentioned, if the sales agency has a client, one that's not doing good, and then they have one that is good, and they know you are a valuable part of the team, they will move you to the one that is good. So, but that being said, dude, like I am a big proponent of, the offer is truly like 80% of it. Cause I know salespeople, man, they're good. They're not great, but they make great money. They make more money than the people who are great because of the vehicle they're in. What can you say about like how much the offer, the one you're on now versus the one you were in to start, like what are the biggest differences on why this one is working? I assume it's not you just got X better at sales. Like what's the difference?
No, you're absolutely right. I mean, it's placement, right? So the first one that I was on was more on the sports side of things, and I think it's a great offer. I'm not even kidding. Like I believe in it. I think it's a great one, but it was brand new. Like there was no credibility built over time, and it was scaling from ground zero. And I was the first one put on there because how aggressive I was in the interview. They were like, "Yeah, you need to go. Like we're just putting you on there. You'll make it." And I'm like, "Fuck." You know what I mean? Like, okay, cool. So I did my best. I closed a few deals on that one, but when they, during a team meeting, we do call reviews almost every day within the team, which is awesome way of training, just gutting people's calls, having a good time, correcting things. And one of them was this offer I'm on now, and I haven't spoken up in weeks. Nobody's ever heard my voice, and I was like already out the door because I've been applying for other jobs through the agency, and I spoke up, and I was very belligerent because those are my boys. Like I'm a vet. They loved it. I thought I was going to get fired because of the things I said and how hyped I was about it. And they actually said, we're putting you on there immediately. And not even kidding, within a 24-hour period of being on the offer, close the first deal, then the next day, then the next day. And I racked up like from the 18th of the month when I first joined that offer to the end of the month, the third, I did like almost, I think, $60,000 cash collected. Like there's no coincidence. I only cleared, 10,000
Yeah.
on the other one, right? In 3 weeks.
Yeah.
And then I did that. So the next month that I'm in, okay, it's just going to keep going from there.
Yeah. So that kind of leads to a good point. What are look, you've already checked the box, like recreate an income, get pretty decent, get on a good offer. Like what are your next goals looking forward?
I'm definitely coming for the trophy. I want to do a 20K month. Without saying, I'm going to do that. I'm coming for the top position. I would like to say that I'm one of the top closers. I know I held the leaderboard the whole month last month until the very end because some guy got to get an opportunity to go to a physical event to close people in person. So he just crushed it. But I held like third place most of the month. And then I went to fifth place at the very end of the month for the whole company or whatever, or I think the team. But I'm coming for everything. Nobody will ever outwork me. And I think that if I could say anything to the listeners, don't think just because I'm military that you can't be anything like or better than me. You just got to want it, bro. Like you have to. Like you can't go to sleep at night knowing that you left any gas in the tank. You have to just go all in. Like what's the point of working or applying for jobs or doing anything in any field if you're not going to, what they say, like don't half-ass it, full-ass it, right? Don't cheat yourself because what are you going to do? Sit there and go through the motions and not make money and say that it sucks? Like every call, wake up, get in that bitch, give it your max effort, and you will get max return.
Yeah. I always say that former military or current military and athletes are like two of the best people that we usually have ever hired or like ever have in the community. But I'm starting through like
multiple conversations with people. We have other interviews with military guys, but through those conversations, it's like, I think the military guys might be beating everyone else because you guys, a lot of you guys have this thing where it's like not like blindly kind of following instructions, but like what you just said, like fully like going through and like not leaving anything on the table. It's like you want to make sure that you're directionally correct, and then how you know if that's going to be what gets you the result in as little time possible is giving it your full focused attention and attacking it head on. And I think that's a trait that in the high ticket space, man, because you before you jumped in here, you're probably seeing interviews and you're like, oh, this dude made 10, 15, 20, this kid's 18, made fucking 10K a month. And you're like, yeah, I know I could do it. Like, if that's real, then I know I am capable of doing that. I just don't know if it's real yet.
You can't control what you don't know. Ignorance is not an insult, it's a state of mind, right? You just don't know what you don't know. You can control how hard you work. So I might not be the smartest one in the room, but I will fucking outwork you. I will work until midnight, 2 a.m. We have meetings till 3 a.m. sometimes because we're just trying to get better. You can't, and then people think that you have to continue doing that. You retain what you learn. So you just keep stacking. I mean, when I first started, even though it's an offer that I resonate with, I wasn't the greatest. And now I'm putting in 50% of my energy and closing more deals because of my tactics and the way I'm presenting the calls and the frame I'm structuring and just how I'm having fun with it. And I'm finding that the more you have fun doing this, the more you actually succeed.
Yeah. How much do you think it helps you being like you are literally just like full circle moment. You got into this program years back organically, but also just like, let's say you didn't get into the program and you were like, you are a vet and you're talking to vets. Like, how much do you think that helps you do well on this offer versus someone who maybe is not a vet?
I think that we have a few guys on this offer that aren't vets at all. I'm actually the only one on this offer right now that's a vet, and they're all crushing it. You have to know who your audience is. If I was to sell a tax strategy or some crap like that, I would never curse. I would be very professional. I'd wear a polo shirt. I would, I wouldn't have my gun showing, which I didn't in the first offer.
Yeah.
But with this one, if I had all that on, I know how I would perceive it. I'd be like, fuck, this guy's going to sell me something. I'm just already annoyed. Click. I'm one click out of here. For me, it's like, what's up, dude? How's your day been? You got a kid running. What's her name? That's awesome, man. No, I don't have any kids yet. You see my dog? Oh, yeah, my guns, man. Yeah. How have you been? What branch are you in? And I just get to know them. I even like doing the reverse close hook a lot where I tell them, like, listen, so we can set expectations on this call. My job is not to convince you to do anything. I don't care whether you do this or not. It is not something that will affect my life, but yours. If you decide to join, I'll give you a big old hug and get you in here, get you taken care of. And if you don't, I'm glad I got to meet you. So now that you know that, what's going on, man? How you want to go about it? What do you want to explain to me? And I just work through their problems and build their trust and rapport through that. But it's also because I believe in it too, because I've actually succeeded in what I'm selling. It's a very, we're talking 0.001% chance of the setup that I've got. But that doesn't mean that I'm better than the other guys on here. I'm not the top closer on this account. And it's a civilian guy from Canada, not even American. That's the top.
Yeah, that's funny.
So it's frame,
Yeah. We don't usually talk about sales strategy, but honestly, I haven't spoke to you in a while. So I'm interested to kind of like hear what's working. But when moving from, this was my experience. I went from roofing to remote closing. And I was like pretty shocked at how different the sales cycle actually was, because I was crushing roofing. Like, I was the top guy. But when I came to remote closing, dude, I didn't really know how to one call close. Like, I kind of went at it like I did and like just assumed I did because I'm like, I can learn anything I need to. But what was it like for you, dude, going from the actual like potentially long sales cycle with roofing, with insurance and all this stuff versus like one call close, swipe the credit card?
I would argue that, in my opinion, and it might hurt some feelings here, roofing isn't sales. You are straight up convincing people to give free inspections and do all this cool stuff. You're not selling anything. When you go to a house and you're trying to sell a roof for the value, the product, the material, the warranties, then you're getting into sales. But for me to say, hey, sign here, I'm going to take care of you. Let's see if you get approved. I mean, what really, like, I'm selling myself, but I'm not selling anything other than that. And then you're signing contracts and you're relying on that. In this world, you have to not just build rapport in a 30-minute period, which is the window I have to close. You have to build rapport with a stranger. You have to build trust. You have to build the confidence and give them a game plan, an idea that they can succeed no matter where they are, right? And then you have to collect, in my offer, $7,000 in the call. So it is significantly more challenging. But one thing that I will say that has helped me so much is my ability to just adapt. And that's something that you can learn. You don't have to be military, but when they throw me on a range and it's pissing sideways and it's 100 degrees and I didn't bring my water or something stupid, like, figure it the fuck out. You have to go shoot. You have to do what you got to do. You'll be there all day. Hopefully you don't pass out. You have to learn how to adapt to your environment. If you're able to come in and drop your ego and just drop your ego at the door and just not care being corrected and getting that type of criticism, you will succeed. You got to be a sponge. You got to recognize that if like you have what I want, right? You were in the community and you're doing really good in sales. I need to shut up and just do what you recommend. And that's how I've done it.
Yeah. From when you started taking closing calls to now, like you closed a deal literally just before this meeting, made a smooth $700 right before the meeting. What is like the biggest thing that you've changed in your process after all these reps that's like really helped you?
Disassociation's a big one for me. When you get excited about something, even though you have a lot of conviction, you yap a lot, you get way too into it. You start recognizing when you look at your call recordings that he talked one time and you close them, but he still talked one time. Work less. Don't ask stupid questions like, why real estate? That's dumb. Real estate makes money. Like, you're not asking anything that brings the needle forward. You need to be asking questions that open the realm for the conversation to be something that they can explain. You want them to be talking. And what you need to do is be a good listener. The more they speak, the more you just need to retain that information. And you don't need to be listening to respond, but analyzing what they say to use in the conversation to set the frame for the close. Like a boa constrictor just crushing over time. Because you're going to change your life and you're going to help them out.
Yeah.
And don't be afraid to leave an offer either. I don't know if this is good or bad advice, kind of like with roofing, but stick to your moral compass. If you don't believe in what you're selling, go somewhere else. Don't be afraid to go work somewhere else. You have to love it. If you have conviction and you believe in what you're selling, it does, I think, 50% of the work for you.
Yeah, I'd agree. And I would agree with the don't be afraid to leave an offer for sure. Assuming it's for the right reasons. Now, if you're just like bad at sales, like don't leave because you're afraid of being fired. Don't leave because you have work to do. But if you've been like misled or you don't have conviction, like you should get out of there. The last thing I wanted to ask you before we wrap it up is you today, in remote closing, you're starting to like earn your stripes. You've hit a big month. What would you, Josh, today, August 13th, 2025, tell Josh August 13th, 2023, when you like first found out about this? I don't know, what kind of advice would you give to him?
I would have done anything to just get here sooner and eliminate the bullshit that happened in between. I know that sounds super cliche. You guys can hit me up personally. I'll tell you the same bullshit. You're wasting your time, your energy, your money. How much did I save up over the years and then emergencies came up and then I lost it and couldn't join? You will find a way. And I think that you showing yourself that you're going to put yourself first, that's what this is. If you join this community, you're finally putting yourself first. You need to recognize that you've never done that before. That's why it's scary, because we don't feel like we're valuable enough. The moment I joined, I literally landed my first job and I am doing more than roofing. And I wake up, drink an energy drink after hitting the gym, sit down, make a few $1,000s, and then go hang out with my wife. I went to Carolina and did it. Like, I don't have to stop working to do anything.
Yeah, that's I don't know, man. You sold me. Sounds pretty sweet.
Well, I sell for a living.
You said people can reach out to you. I'll plug it down below if you want to, but where would you like people to reach out?
I mean, they could hit me up on you can toss them my like my Instagram or something. I don't care as far as that goes, or if it's in the school or whatever. But I have no problems answering questions, like especially if somebody's curious about joining the serial sales. I have no problem getting on a call and just giving them firsthand experience. I know mine you have to take with a grain of salt because I am in a perfect situation, but I've also need to take ownership in the fact that I set myself up to be in this situation. Because if I never joined serial sales, I would have never had a full circle, and I would have never done that, and I would have still been roofing.
Yeah. Well, shoot, man. No, this has been good. It's been good catching up too, to kind of hear what the latest with you. But for any of you guys watching, yeah, I would just like to say, like, Josh's result is not an average result. Like, he goes above and beyond. That's why he gets above and beyond results. So yeah, I mean, I appreciate you coming on, Josh. If you guys have any questions, hit me up, hit him up. If he's not getting paid for this, so go easy on him. But
Yeah,
I
no, I
believe in
appreciate
it.
you
Like I
coming
said,
on.
man, I believe in it. So
Cool.
you guys can. I waited 2 years to join, so you're not going to hit me with anything that I didn't think about for 2 years before I pulled the trigger.
Yeah, that's funny.
All right, guys, in 2 minutes, I have 3 back-to-back calls with multiple people who are in our high-ticket community. This is what people pay me and my team a lot of money for, and I'm just going to show you. I'm just going to turn on the camera, pull out my tripod right now, set this down, and you guys are going to see. Now, obviously, as I set this up before my call, let's see. Is that good? So, obviously, this is going to be super custom fit for them, and you're going to have to try and apply this to your own situation, but there's going to be a few people in each of these calls, and you'll kind of get to see why we recommend certain things, why we point people in certain directions, so on and so forth. I think this lighting is really bad. I'm actually probably going to switch the camera angle, but I got 1 minute. I should have came down here sooner. I'm actually going to probably go maybe do something like this. I don't know. We'll see. Maybe something a little higher. And really quick, so you know what we're going to cover. This first one in 1 minute is a roadmap call. It's basically we have people fill out a form, get everything unique to them, experience, schedule, responsibilities, preferences, location, everything that they have, and then we give them a custom roadmap. So that's call number 1. Call number 2 is the market positioning call. I'll probably have to screen share for this, but we're gonna do resumes. We're gonna talk about Loom videos a little bit. We're gonna talk about kind of how people get hired into jobs that wouldn't maybe otherwise be qualified for. Third thing is progress audit call. And on the progress audit call, we are going to be reviewing applications, seeing what kind of jobs people have, what kind of jobs they don't have, and then troubleshooting bottlenecks using our application tracking sheet. So it looks like we got 3 people on this first call. It's going to be jam-packed. Let's get into it. Hello, hello. What's up, you guys?
Good afternoon.
We got a full house. Awesome. Cool. What's up?
What's going on?
Nothing much. Before we get into this, I know you asked me about that role. If we have some time, I'm down to dive into it. It's just usually, especially when we have 3 people on here, these are pretty jam-packed. I'm just seeing your response here too. If I can't reply on this call, I'll type it back to you here.
Good.
But anyways, you guys, thanks for jumping in. I don't think, sometimes I get to meet people like one-on-one before this call, but not the case yet, I don't think. And so on this call, this is the roadmap call. Before you guys go and really start making a big focused push into this industry, we want to help you do 2 things with this call. I want you to walk away with these 2 things. One is a super clear custom fit kind of roadmap based on everything that's unique to you. So you guys filled out forms when you jumped in here. We asked you a little bit about what you're doing, sales experience, schedule availability, income you're looking to match, short-term, long-term goals, bottlenecks, everything. So we're going to kind of run through those to start. And then after that, you're going to get the first thing, which we're going to kind of go around and talk about, like, okay, based on everything unique to you, here's where you should probably go. Also, your goals in mind, and then the same. The second part of this is I want you guys to have like a really, really solid understanding of why we're recommending this thing to you. So if we say you should do this and then you should do this over here, kind of by having this small group environment, you're gonna get to see different perspectives and why certain outcomes are more likely based on, you know, unique circumstances. So I'm gonna pull up this form, and then we're gonna kind of just bounce around on the submissions, and I'm gonna probably ask some questions here and there to clarify some things. It's probably gonna take maybe half the call. By the end of this, I'll have the exact understanding that is needed so we can kind of give you those custom recommendations. So just give me 1 second to pull this up. So I know you guys just said it. I wasn't listening super intently because I was trying to find this. I know you mentioned over in Washington, you're where at?
San Diego.
Okay, and then I swear I heard you say it. Where are you at?
I'm out in Rhode Island.
Rhode Island. Okay, cool. You guys are probably wondering, so you guys are all in the States, which makes things simple for sure. But one of the first questions we ask is family situation, like spouse, kids, anything like that. You're probably wondering, what the hell does that have to do with this? Well, it has a lot to do with it when we're talking about like commission-based sales, right? We don't want to tell you guys to play this too aggressively or too relaxed based on the goals and the situation there. So for example, you've got 4-year-old girl, baby on the way, spouse, no wife, no kids, like kind of solo. So right there, like the situations are already a little bit different how we're going to kind of take these into account. Now, in terms of what you guys are all actively doing, I know you're in, and I'm probably going to start with because that's the order that these forms are in. I know you're doing business consulting, art and programming. I don't remember if it was Carolyn or Diego. They said you do a lot of things. Okay, yeah. How do you like, where's a lot of your focus going? Is it evenly split? Is it into one or the other?
So I'm kind of phasing out, but also phasing in the art sphere. I'm getting out of high-end art, going into like design, like clothing design, stuff like that. Kind of low stakes, low time commitment, but most of what I do is cybersecurity. I also do business consulting. I help people build businesses, and that's kind of a person-on-person, case-by-case basis.
Okay.
Very customizable.
Cool. I think for you, it's a little bit more straightforward. You're in tech sales, and then you're in biotech and pharma sales, which tech sales is one we see a lot. Pharma, not as much, to be honest, but there's a lot of similarities between that and other types of sales in terms of like the structure, probably like more corporate meeting, managerial kind of stuff. We'll dive into that in just a little bit here. More similar for you is you guys are working like, if not full time, like pretty much close to it. It looks like you're working more than 40, and then it looks like you have a pretty leveraged schedule at about 20 a week. Is it a full-time job that you kind of condensed into 20, or is that just okay, cool.
Yeah, like when I first started, I was probably working the full 40 hours, but now I've pretty much learned how to do everything in like 4 hours a day. So
cool. Are you all remote?
Yeah, unless I have to go visit a company in person, yeah.
Sure. Same, what about you?
Yeah, same deal. I mean, I can condense it.
Yeah.
It's all, depends on what's going on. I travel a lot for work. Sometimes I have to actually go to Europe 3 or 4 times a year for work. So
I gotcha. What about you? Remote versus in person?
The bulk of what I do is remote. Okay. Business building, that kind of stuff is in person, like coffee shops.
Gotcha. Okay. Dude, y'all are all making good money, which usually we have a good mix of like guys who are more experienced, less experienced, some sales experience, or just starting. I mean, you guys are all at minimum in the 6-figure range about right now. Some of y'all multi-6 figures, which is sick. When I jumped into this, I like probably different situation. I was making a lot of money in like door-to-door roofing sales, and a lot scrappier, I think, than like tech and pharma. A lot less like guaranteed or not guaranteed, but like a lot less structure probably. And I was super intrigued by the remote stuff, so I kind of know what it's like to like, we'll get into it more, but have this good income that I don't want to just like burn to the ground, but also I want what's over here. So I've got that perspective to share. All right, cool. Getting into sales experience. So usually people are going to write a decent amount here. We're not going to spend too much. Can I do this later? Yeah, it doesn't really matter right now. What I'm getting at in this one is you guys have a lot of sales experience. This is kind of for me to gauge like, okay, you're in tech, like, does that mean like you've been an SDR for 3 months or whatever? I can tell by the earnings that you guys put on here, you kind of know what you're doing. So one thing I will clarify on, the next one we asked is attempting high ticket sales, the remote setting closing space for, and before I just go around and ask, I'm going to generalize the average response and just say, most people, they've seen content, maybe they've watched some videos, went through like some free-ish, cheap trainings, just like learned about it, but they haven't actually gone and like applied to jobs, gone through interview process, maybe like paid like high ticket, something like this. Is that about right for you guys, or do any of you guys like have more experience in that coming into this. Okay, so pretty clean slate. Cool. Okay. The next thing we asked you guys is biggest problem. Not that you would have any huge ones coming into this, given you're brand new, but I know you wrote like making the first step into just like working this job. You wrote taxes, limits, company puts on comp, and then just finding the right opportunity time-wise. When you put limits, company puts on comp, are you talking about your company or the one you potentially want to be in?
Yeah, I guess I misunderstood the question. I thought it was like asking like current problems, like
okay.
Why get into this.
Are you W-2 for a U.S. company?
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. Then we get into some income goals. I mean, you guys all have just like pretty much ballpark the similar goals. Like we want to get to the 10K mark. We've seen people do it. We want to do 10, 15, 20, 30, and just like do what we know is possible out there. So that's understood. You put in a little bit more detail on here around part-time, 15, 20 per week, which we're probably going to get into a little bit in just a sec. I have a feeling there's a little bit more to the story, unless you just want to be part-time and just like exist for the rest of your hours, or like, is there something else? Like, are you trying to stack?
Well, because I'm saying I'm keeping my W-2 job.
Okay.
And so I'm saying with that additional time that I've got throughout the Monday through Friday, or even on the weekends, I guess, that's where I'd like to fill those hours.
That makes sense. Yeah, that's kind of what I was assuming. Cool. Short-term goals. So this part of it, you guys, like, I'm not gonna like nail down every single thing you guys said. I just want to kind of skim through this and just clarify anything, because if you haven't noticed coming into this, we're super big on expectation setting. I don't want a guy like this, you're making great money in what you're doing. I don't want you to just like burn it down blindly under the assumption that you're going to make 30K month one in this industry, right? And so I just want to kind of read through these, make sure nothing is just like completely out of left field here. Put in terms of short-term goals, like it seems like you're really skill set focused, which is cool. Finding a good niche, growing into the kind of person that can find offers and execute. Cool. No huge red flags there. I know you mentioned just like scale up 5K pretty quick, then scale to 10, understand the industry. That's totally reasonable. And then potentially fully replace W-2 role, which I mean we've had people do it. I wouldn't be surprised if you guys have seen like some of the interviews that we run, but we've had people from tech, like enterprise level, come in and do that. So longer term goals, you wrote move into like larger ticket deals, some outside of like the high ticket space. You mentioned things like tech, real estate, more creative roles. So it sounds like you're here to kind of learn a skill set, get paid for learning the skill set, and then leverage that. Earn enough, throw a down payment on a house in Nashville. I like it. It's a real goal.
Nice. I think I copied and pasted what I put.
Yeah, you did. I mean, that's a good short-term and long-term goal. Like, have the ability to not have the W-2 if I don't want it.
Yeah.
All right, cool. We're getting towards the end of this. I just want to make sure I'm fully up to date with where you guys all stand. I think I can probably skip through some of the rest of this. So a lot of you guys, we asked like, what can we do to make this the best thing you've ever done? And a lot of it revolves around jobs. I mean, if you guys have been learning about this space, you understand like, look, I can memorize the 5 objection overcomes, 1 call close, whatever. It's like, how do I get into the real opportunities? And I'm kind of seeing that in some of the final responses here, just getting into those. We asked the last question, like anything last minute you need to know. You wrote, so both doing this part-time, traveling, especially to Europe, we're going to have to navigate around that. And then
I guess like the biggest question there is like, say I know I'm gonna be gone for a week. Do I just say my calendar's full, and like our company's usually like, oh, okay, that's fine, or are they usually like, oh no, we need you to be available? Like, how does that go?
Yeah, there's a lot of nuance to that. It's going to depend on the role, how many people are on the team, how much heads up, which we can just honestly we can get straight into it right now. We'll start with you because we're talking about that. So it's good to know that you guys are both starting this part-time. Are you, just so I know, so any of this can apply to you, are you aiming to also do like kind of a part-time ease into it thing and slowly go full, or what are your thoughts?
I mean, if the right offer was available, I would go full-time.
Okay.
But yeah, part-time just to leverage my career that I already have.
Okay. So let's see. This is where like we get pretty strategic because you guys all have like a level of sales experience to where as long as you just ramp up to like one call close and you understand like a framework and this offer, like you guys have the sales ability to compete, on these teams. It's not about that. It's about like landing the good offer that is going to be flexible around what you have, what you're willing to give up and what you're not willing to give up, that still provides you that opportunity. One of the biggest, or actually not one of, the biggest bottleneck in anybody, whether you have sales experience or not, getting into this industry and like ramping up fast is schedule availability. Like there's no way to skin it. Now, that being said, or there's no way to skin it. There's no other way to skin it. That is the thing. And so there's a lot of ways around this. There's different types of roles. You guys, without diving too much more into the history, I'm almost going to say you guys are all just primed to go straight to closing. Is anyone in here looking at anything besides closing? Okay. So here's the thing. When people have a little bit less sales experience or a little bit less like immediate drive to make a lot of money, but they have a lot of time, like schedule commitment, I'll push them towards the DM appointment setting stuff because that is one of the most leveraged jobs that you can have. Now, given that you guys are, trying to kind of rival what you're doing now, closing is different because it's like, hey, if I have 4 appointments on my calendar, like that's going to be potentially 4 hours that I have to accommodate for. With DMs, it's like I can talk to 100 people in the span of 20 minutes. And I can do that 4 times a day on my lunch break in the parking garage after work. Like I can squeeze it in. Closing is like there's a little bit more like structure to it. So for you, let's not talk about the travel part yet, but like your overall schedule availability, assuming you kind of mold it to be what you can, like what do you think you have on a weekly basis hours wise?
Well, that depends on how late like people are willing to take calls. You know what I mean? So I don't know what time. Like if there's calls from people at like 7 p.m. I can do, you know what I mean? I was thinking was like work the J job until like 3:30 and then just be available from after that to like 7. But there's all sorts of like potential in the middle of the day, and that's going to be like calendar scheduling. It really, really depends. There's a ton of flexibility. I'm at a point where, nobody's watching me. Nobody's watching what I'm doing for work. Like I can do the day job and then flip into like one of these calls.
Yep.
Go back. You know what I mean? So it just really depends on what's going on in the week. There's a lot of ability to like move things. So that was one of my biggest questions. Like, how does this work?
Yeah. I think it's going to be important for you to be able to carve out, and similar for you too. If you want to go straight to closing, it's going to be important to carve out or at least give like calendar priority to some type of opportunity on like a regular schedule, if that makes sense. So it's like, okay, I know Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday after 3 p.m. my calendar's fully open to do this, right? Like we have to kind of give the guardrails for where these companies can book, unless you just say like, hey, I'm, Monday through Friday, give me 48-hour booking notice. Like, so you can automate that, right, in the CRM or the calendar. I think if you guys are as good as I think you probably are, companies will be more flexible for people like you guys. You're professionals. Above a good sales rep, they want someone that knows how to operate professionally, represent their company well. So yeah, I'm just trying to, there's like a lot of different like nuanced like potential scenarios here. So I'm trying to like condense this down.
People that are already kind of in this similar position do it. I know there's probably a lot of different ways, but like how are some of the things that have like worked out for people?
So this is like, I kind of hinted at the DM stuff. So it depends how aggressive you want to play, because for some people they're like, dude, I couldn't quit my job if I wanted to, but I want to see side income and like see that this is real and scale into it. Then I would say, dude, like with the few hours a day that you do have, pick up some DM setting stuff, get proof of concept of this industry and bridge the gap. Because right now, all of you guys, you have sales ability. What you don't have is like industry experience. And so if you did pick up something light, something a little bit lower on the earnings than like 10, 20K per month, you could then bridge that industry gap, which then qualifies you for a bigger role should you want to make the full jump later. Other than that, the more that we like restrict down what we're willing to accept, with the main criteria being schedule and then probably like on target earnings type of role, the longer it's going to take us to get in. And so you kind of have to figure out, like, would I rather get in sooner with a more entry level role to get the experience, to get the proof of concept, then scale from there? Or would I rather hold out for something that just like perfectly aligns with the schedule, my interest, and all that? What I would recommend for each of you guys is identify like the top 2 kind of roles, whether you're identifying that based on like a schedule basis, an on-target earnings, a type of offer. I'm trying to think. You mentioned something about real estate. Like, there's tons of real estate offers going through here. You might be more willing to play the game more aggressively for the perfect real estate offer than like something that you don't really care much about.
Would you also say that having a little bit of that experience doing the setting would give you better communication with the people who are also on your team?
Yeah, I would.
Make you better closer long term.
I would default and say, yeah, that's not going to make you worse. It will make you more attractive, but I don't think any of you guys need to do that unless you want to. I think there's a lot of stuff that we're going to pull out in the next call from what you guys are currently doing or have done that you can kind of skip that step unless you want to be a setter. Let's see. For you, because what makes this a little bit more difficult is we have a high income, but we also have like schedule commitments that we don't really want to compromise. So it's like trying to find that happy medium of like, where do we find the right amount of exposure to show us that like this is going to be something serious, something worth our time. And it's hard because when you're applying to jobs, obviously people figure this out, and I'm happy to like go back and forth in the DMs and on our call series and all this and like further define. But it's hard because when we go apply to jobs, it's not like, so let's say you say, hypothetical, every day after 3 p.m. I can take calls. Cool. I can guarantee that time. I can't just go to the job board and sort by closing roles that are cool with me taking calls after 3 p.m. Like, you kind of have to go through the process of applications, go interview, bring that up to them, maybe bring it up before so you don't waste your time or their time. But I also think, honestly, I don't even know why I'm like putting so much emphasis on, well, maybe it's because of the travel thing that we're talking about, but like, you're the one who has the most like schedule commitment right now at like 55 hours. Is that a flexible 55 or is that?
Yes, very much so. I take on jobs so I could take on less if, especially if I need an open schedule. Like I said, depending on the offer, I'll open up the time.
Okay.
Because I'm looking for bugs. I'm looking for, difficult problems to solve.
Got it. You mentioned cyber too. Are you selling cyber or are you like...
My service, but not like software.
Got it. So let me kind of summarize this because we've talked about a lot of different things. So you guys are all competing on the basis of sales ability. I don't think is going to be the bottleneck for anyone. Like, I think if we snapped our fingers and you guys all had fully open calendars, you would be able to compete for 10, 15, 20K per month roles. The nuance comes in where it's like, okay, I have this gig, these hours that I'm willing to give or that I'm not willing to give. The travel thing is kind of also like a case-by-case basis. If a company has 2 sales reps, they're going to be a lot more reluctant to just give you a week off out of whim's notice versus if they have like 10 or 20, something to definitely take into account. I think one of the best angles for all of you guys, given we have means to make money if we dedicate our time to this and we don't want to not make money, is you guys are all probably going to be best off like targeting people or targeting companies that value like quality over quantity, meaning, hey, look, I'm not going to be your 40-hour per week guy because that's just not in the cards for me right now. But for this time that I can allocate, I'll probably be your best closer because of this. And so just finding, like, getting in conversations with those companies. If you guys haven't noticed, there's a lot of young people in this industry. There's also a lot of like mid to late 20s, early mid 30s, and then we have like people up to, I don't want to insult anyone. I think we got some 60-year-olds in here. But like for y'all's like demographic where it's like, I'm not new to this. I've existed in the corporate structure. I know how to hold my own. I know how to like meet my quotas and do all this. Like, that's super attractive compared to the 20-year-old kid who got sold the laptop on the beach dream. So I think it's just finding the unique leverage. It could be in like industry understanding. It could be in, literally it could be in the sales ability because you guys have years and years. So
it also kind of sounds like maybe targeting larger sales teams is going to be to our benefit as well.
Yeah, there's kind of like I'm not going to say diminishing returns to that, but some of these larger sales teams, they're not large for the right reasons. They're large because they anticipate a lot of churn. And so it's like, how do we get into one that's large because it's quality? And that's like a big part of what we'll help with as well, is doing the due diligence, because when you guys do find something that piques your interest, because we have like other obligations, we don't want you guys wasting time. So that's a big value add here, is when you go into like interview interview processes, application processes, the space is small. We can usually kind of connect the dots and point you towards someone that knows something that's not like public, or someone that used to work there, knows someone that works there. So it's a lot of the value that we can provide. But we're not even expecting you guys to do any kind of applications yet. We're not expecting that until after the next call. But yeah, to summarize this, I think all closing, I think it's kind of going to be a little bit of a volume game given the restriction on the schedule. But I think the restriction on the schedule can kind of be like counteracted with the sales acumen that I'm going to assume that you guys have. And it's just starting to put feelers out, take data on who's interested, who's not, and then running due diligence on that, which again is not even until after the next call, unless you guys want to. If you see something, you're like, dude, I should apply to it, I don't think we're going to have time, but I'll get back to you after I have like 2 back-to-back calls. Something like that, I think it's a good role. The short of it is I think it's a good role, and they have like a team that does like $1 million a month, which is a good amount in this industry. So yeah, just kind of like being very careful with what we take. This isn't anything new. I mean, if it gives you guys any peace of mind, most people that are in here that can afford to be in here, they can afford it because they have jobs when they join. Working around schedules is one thing, and not to like undermine the whole DM thing, but if you guys are like, dude, you know what? I'm cool with making a chill 5 or so a month, just sending some DMs, inbound DMs, like booking people that are interested, and just like get my feet wet so I can kind of learn the ropes. I'm definitely down to talk about that some more, but I also think if you guys want to go straight to closing, you can. It's just closing comes with that time commitment, and if time is the restriction, then we have to just find the right opportunity, which is usually done through volume. And when I say volume, I'm not talking like, dude, in the corporate space, it's brutal. It is so brutal. People were like, I applied to 300 jobs on LinkedIn. I didn't get 1 interview. Dude, in here, it's like you apply to, like, we kind of pointed you towards the type of jobs that you're qualified for. In this case, it's closing. It's rare for people to be like 15, 20, 25 interviews deep and not have multiple positive things working, because we hit them faster than everyone else. We hit them with better resumes, better Loom videos, better recommendations. Like, we just like really play that game. We're supposed to have 1 guy jump into the next call. He's not in the waiting room yet. So any questions? I know that's a lot we covered right there.
No, it's good to know. Volume game's fine. That's what I mean, I think we're all pretty much used to that.
I'm in your next call, so if you want to continue this as that call, I'm probably that guy.
Is that you? I didn't even look at the it is you. Cool. Okay. Yeah. No, I usually just chill in the same Zoom room. So the next call is the market positioning one. Booked it proactively, which is good. Hopefully you were able to do the stuff before. But yeah, that's basically it. And you're the only one in here, so we'll have plenty of time. Any like other, I guess, process questions? I got to point you towards where to book this call and the prerequisites, but anything based on what we just spoke about?
No, I don't think so. I've got some definitely like pointed questions, but I've got our like next call scheduled for Friday. We'll speak then, and I've got some of it, which more just pertain to me, so I feel like I don't want to take up.
Yeah. Well, also, man, don't hesitate to DM me at all. I'll go explain whatever I can in whatever detail in the DMs. So are you booked for that next call too, or not yet?
No, I thought we were supposed to do that afterwards. So
yeah, we are usually. I don't know. You guys are ahead, which is good. But it is, if you go to like the sidebar on the left side, or I guess on the computer, you go to onboarding. There's the 5 calls. It's a market positioning call, and the main thing is just bringing a draft of the resume, and not just like the old resume you've had for 5 years, but one that is like for this space. We have the templates and the tools and all that to build that.
yeah, almost done. I've just got a couple more things. It's hard because a long time ago, jobs from like 2012 to 2020, I'm like, I don't have all the data like that.
No, for sure.
So I have to like do what I can, but like.
Yeah, I would say as long as you can just dump the data on there that you do have, we'll be able to make it better. I'm going to go through this right now, but I will work on everyone's resume to get it 100% before we go out and do applications, because we don't usually have time on that call. On the one that you're on Friday is fully booked, and when we have 3 people in there, we go until the very last minute every time. So if you can just book, for you, you're the only one. Just book that whenever. It's probably next Wednesday it's open. Between now and then, and for you as well, if you see something you want to apply to, don't not apply because we haven't done this. But before you go and do like 20 manual applications, like let's make sure everything's like super dialed in. There's some concepts that we're going to go over. I'm going to probably get into them with, but sales experience is the biggest thing, but then the industry experience or understanding is really big and even being considered. And so we need to make sure that people know that you understand this industry despite you coming from pharma, tech, or anything else. So anyways,
it's easier too. I could just stay on with and do my session right now.
If you have like resume put together, we can run
Yeah.
it. Yeah, cool. Okay, well, let's get into that one. If you have anything, if you don't know where to book that call, just DM me or I can have Carolyn help you with it. But yeah.
I think there's a link or something in there.
There is, yeah. It's just onboarding and then there's the 5 calls. It's the market positioning.
All right, I'll let you guys get to it.
Awesome. Thanks. We'll talk soon.
Yeah.
That's great to meet you.
Okay, so can you guys, I don't know if we're taking a breather.
I'm here. I'm just going to my laptop now.
Okay, cool. Can you DM me your resumes on Circle? What I'm going to do is I'm going to pull them up. We're going to screen share. We're going to spend a bulk of this call talking about the resumes. We're going to hit on the Loom videos a little bit after that and then open it up for just a little bit of questions. I'm going to cancel your Friday call so I can open up one spot for someone else. We'll make sure we get you all situated on this one.
That makes sense.
If you guys have Google Doc, editable would be preferred. If you did it on Word, just PDF it and send it over. I don't have a Microsoft Office applications on my laptop as of right now, so a little bit limited with that.
Through my company, honestly.
Yeah. And then let me know when you send those through. I'll open it up.
Yeah, I just sent it. I'll be right back. I'm just going to join from my computer.
Cool.
Right, just sent it.
Sweet.
You definitely watched the training on how to have good background, I assume?
I did. I got through most of the course.
Yeah, right now I'm failing at that, but
It's not
There's definitely improvements that need to be made.
It's not as important for these right here. Can you turn that into a PDF and drop it in the chat? Because I can't screen share both unless they're PDFs.
I'm just going to go grab a notebook. I'll be right back.
Cool.
Yeah, I think my schedule availability is going to be a little bit easier than to where I can pretty consistently block off like 4 hours a day on my calendar. So
that's good. That's the thing with closing. It's like if you don't have, depending on how good they think you can be, if you don't have even like 3-4 hours to offer, it can be a tough sell. Even tougher for because he's in Pacific time. So, I mean, he seems like a sharp dude. We'll figure it out. But usually it's just like it takes a higher volume of applications to get there. You said you sent this. All right. So,
Hot now. There we go.
Let me see. I'm trying to get this in my Chrome browser so I can just screen share Chrome and flip between the tabs because I have some other resumes that I want to share with you guys. Here we go. I think. Yep. There we go. All right, so I'm gonna screen share. I thought we were just gonna have one in here, so we're just a little behind pace. So we're gonna kind of go through this quick. Again, peace of mind. After this, we're probably gonna need some edits to be made. I will help you guys get this 100%. I will personally do it if you can just get close, because I would rather us save time and just apply to more faster than worry about the science of the resume. It's kind of stupid. Let me just pull up some other ones so we can have some things to show and then we'll get straight into it. First thing I'm going to notice is we need single page. You got that? We've had
trim for me.
This one, if it makes you feel better, man, this one was like 3 pages when we started. So we'll be able to get it there. You just kind of do a quick scan. This looks awesome right here. Cool. 22 leadership awards. Okay. Yeah, this is going to be really good. Let me just look through yours really quick. Capital. Awesome. 2010, 2022. Yeah, we got some stuff to work with here.
Can I be honest with you? Watching a 15-hour free training is useful, and I hope you can take things away from this, but what happens after you watch it? You're not going to have access to the jobs unless you want to send cold DMs, which, be my guest, it kind of sucks. I'll just let you know that ahead of time. You're not going to have access to the jobs. You're not going to have access to me. You're not going to have access to other people who are having success with this. No access to a team, no access to live call support, no access to anything. You're going to be solo. Flying solo in a performance-based industry is really, really hard. So it's already hard enough to find the jobs. Well, why don't you just let somebody source them for you, do due diligence, and then help you once you're in the roles to make sure that you're not getting the workaround in this role, to make sure that you're actually in a vehicle that's going to serve you. And that's what the serial sales community does. And so if you're watching this training, I take it you're interested in landing one of these remote sales jobs. Our community basically fast tracks the result that you're going to get. Well, actually, the odds are higher with us in your corner, but the results that you want to get, we're fast tracking it. We're making them more certain, eliminating a lot of the guesswork, and honestly, just making it easier for you. So if you're interested in making it easier, because you've already decided you want this, you're watching the training, but you want to make it easier, go down to the first link in the description, check out that page, check out all the information about what we do, how it works. Since 2022, we've been doing it. We're really good at it, and we'd love to help you. So go down below, check it out, talk to the team. Now back to the training.
All right, the first thing I want to talk about is this, and anything like this, you have something similar right here. What these are really good for, and kind of this, but not really. Let's see if you have it here. Oh yeah, right here. What these are really good for are checking the boxes on any of these like ATS, AI, resume scanner, filtration system deals. The thing is, in this space, these companies, the reason why they're hiring commission-based sales reps is because they're lean, mean, fast-growing, cash flow positive teams that, quite frankly, have not invested into HR that has these tools to use the AI shit that I just talked about. So what I'm saying is this industry as a sales rep, extremely performance-based. I would rather spend the real estate on my resume talking about stuff like this, which is showing that you've done the job, versus something such as this, because you could put this on your resume, you could put it, and you could put it, and it doesn't mean anything because there's no quantified amount of anything here, right? It's like I could put this as well. We could also have someone who's only ever served tables put this. Well, maybe not like HubSpot and whatever, but like client report. Like, what does that actually mean? So I would rather show that you know client report through a quantified kind of deal like this, which the GPT will help you get. So the very first thing that, like, kind of backing up, these companies don't have huge HR departments. They're not using, some of the biggest ones will have the AI stuff, but most will not. What they're going to do is they're going to open up, they're going to go to their applications, they're going to open up like 10, 20 resumes at a time on their computer. This is what I did when we were hiring for our agency. And they're just going to like flip between them and just like see eye test, like within a split second, pop, like, does this person even care, or are they a joke? Do they not take this seriously? If I were to eye test this resume, pretend I don't know this guy, this is all sales experience, but minus the army stuff. Before I even realize that this is sales experience, what I do realize is how damn articulate this is. And like how the attention to detail is almost like psycho level. If your resume looks like this, I can only imagine the attention to detail that you're going to pay to the leads in our CRM. I can only imagine how clean your pipeline is going to look, right? And so that's why I say being a good employee is more than being just a good closer, because like a good closer, sure, maybe they can capture 20-25% one call closes, but that means what? Everything else falls through the cracks. Like, we don't want that. The very first thing is the eye test. You'll also see it on this one, and I'm going to work with you guys to get perfect. So don't worry about that. We just need to get close. The second thing is this kind of stuff. And again, you've done it really well here. The data, right? The biggest mistake that people make on this is writing it like a job description. Let's see if you did this. Unfortunately, a little bit here. I think we could probably run this through our chat GPT and it'll help. So here's the thing, onus, artists, and sales lead. There's artists that are household names. There's also artists that end up on the side of the road. If I'm not in the art space, I actually don't understand what any of this means. Even when you say sold hundreds of handcrafted art pieces, I have no frame of reference. And so the easy way to do this is put it into the chat GPT tool. It'll help you kind of pull the numbers out and extract that. But I always say this, like, imagine you're at Thanksgiving dinner and your nephew comes up to you, 7 years old, and they're like, hey, like, tell me about what you do. They say, okay, that's cool. Like, are you good at it? Like, how would you describe to them that you're good? You would probably have to tell them, like, the entire story so that in their mind they can understand why that's good.
I'm going to go here and I'm going to find something that, here, right here, perfect. The way that we're going to show people across industries, coming from art, coming from tech, pharma, that we're good is quota attainment, it is rankings in the team, and it is compared to industry averages. Those three things. Anyone in any industry can understand that, 98% is still great, right? Like, quota's a hard thing, especially for in the current state of economic standing, I guess. But like, anyone can understand this, right? And anyone can understand this. So we got 111 here. Cool. What they don't understand, like, let's just say, I don't know, let's say this one's a little different because it's like your own business. Is this one your own? Yeah, this one's your own business.
It's also my own. That's what I do.
Yeah, we'll make it work.
Awesome.
Sorry, my VPN like crapped out for a second there. If you guys.
All good. So here's an example of one. I'm just gonna look at this resume. So like drove revenue growth from 6 million to 8 million. So if this guy just said like, I did 8 million in sales, first off, like if I'm just looking at this, I don't even know what kind of company that is. I do know what it's a manufacturing company, but like if I'm looking through 10, 20 resumes and I just see I did 8 million in sales, I'm like, okay, is that amazing? Is that terrible? Is that why you got fired and now you're looking for a new job? But then he put, achieving a 33 increase from 6 million, which like paints the picture that he actually drove the value. And so again, I don't want to like get too hung up on this just for the sake of time. The first thing is formatting, and that's like, the font type, font size, pushed all the way to the margin on the dates, same date format all the way down, same number of bullet points in here. I would love to see on yours, here's the other stuff. So here's a flaw for the sake of, we want to be great in here. The fact that you have 3 bullet points here with a ton of great information and none here, if I don't know you, actually all recruiters, all sales managers, they're not looking to hire, like when they look at a new application for the first time, they're not looking to hire you. They're looking to like sort you out. They're looking to if you're a waste of time, get you out of here as fast as possible. And so if I don't know you and I don't want to give you the benefit of the doubt, I'm going to assume, because there's nothing under any of these that like, it wasn't good, it wasn't relevant, whatever. Now I know, because it says, and there's relevant titles here, I know there's good stuff in here. And so even if, like if we look at this one, this is a VP of sales role where he really impacted the company. And then all the way going back to 2016 and beyond is United States Army. If I put these two side by side, they almost look identical. And so we need to show people that despite the type of role, the title, the job, whatever it was, that we made a significant impact in that role, in that company, even if it's not sales experience. And so it's not going to apply as much to you guys. If it's not sales experience, we do that through money saved, efficiency, profit gain, like other sorts of metrics with which the GPT will work out. For you, this should be really easy to grab metrics for these using that GPT tool. Yeah. But the main thing is we want to have the same number of bullet points throughout. I usually go 4 per. Single line is also important because I'm going to pick on you. You made it easy in this case. If I have 20 resumes up in front of me, I am not reading all this to learn what this is. I would so much rather have just super clean cut, concise, data driven points here. I always tell people, if you can have 2 points of data in 1 bullet point, that's good. If you can have 3, that's perfect. 3 kind of paints the whole picture. Usually it's like sales, time, percentage, something like that. And that's like, oh shit, I don't know anything about being a technical sales representative, but I do know what these numbers mean, right? Like the sales numbers and the acronyms, they kind of go across industries. You just have to give the context for people to understand that. Kind of dragging behind here. I want to make sure we stay up on pace. Format's number 1. The experience write-up is number 2. Just use the ChatGPT. Next is going to be this relevant education block. And so for each of you, we definitely, again, we're building a high ticket specific resume. We definitely want to have the community on here. The other things that we want to have on here, and actually a lot of your resumes are going to look different, such as like, if I look at this one versus this one, they look slightly different. Relevant education, obviously anything sales related. You probably have sales trainings that were tied to your company or through your company. I would put those on here.
If you can bridge what you learned there to be relevant to this, I would put those on there. Also, if you guys have ever invested into any other alternative education, agency stuff, marketing stuff, writing, if you can bridge that gap, people love to see that you invest into your skill set in like alternative ways, because that's a lot of what is being facilitated in this industry. That's where you're going to kind of bridge the gap. I did mention, first and foremost, you compete on sales ability, then you're going to compete on industry understanding or experience. This relevant education block is going to help you close the gap on that second part, which is, for all of you guys and in the call before, is the biggest opportunity right now. There's that. Some people, like, I like to show this one. I used to serve tables with this guy in college. His resume, all sales experience here, all different industries. And then he just had like a ton of trainings. He actually used to sell cars, and the dealership gave him these huge big name trainings. I would be surprised if you guys didn't recognize one of these names, right? So we kind of generalized the trainings, made them relevant to what it is we want to do, and threw them on there. And he got so many interviews for this. You know, everyone's going to have a different opinion on some of these. I know these guys are controversial, some of them. It got him a lot of interviews. That's the third thing, relevant education. So first and foremost, eye test. Do you look like a serious applicant? Okay, then if so, let me look at your experience. And then how do you write it up? You can see here, super dense with numbers. The next thing, the relevant education. You can call it relevant education. You can call it sales education, high ticket sales education, whatever you have in there. Maybe for you, we just call it sales education. The next thing is going to be this, the formal education. So I have a bachelor's degree. You have, do you?
Master's, but I do have 2 bachelors, but they're non-business related.
Okay, that's fine. Are those on here?
I did not put those because I figured master's was more. MES is master's.
Okay. Yeah, well, I studied construction science, so I definitely don't know what MES means.
Yeah.
But anyways, so I have a, bachelor's degree. It's not really opened any doors in terms of applications or opportunity in here, but if it is seen on a resume, it's good to see that you can do hard things for a long time. So I always put it on there. However, I put it more towards the bottom because it's not going to be what gets you separated from someone who has a ton of sales experience or a ton of sales training. If we look at here, you can see this. That's where we put it. The last thing. So that's formal education. Doesn't apply to you guys. I wouldn't put a high school diploma, wouldn't put a GED. I'd only put bachelor's and up, or associates maybe. But the next thing is interest. And actually you have it down here, Ryan, or you have it in a different format, skills. But this stuff, relevant to what you were doing before, potentially not so relevant here. Salesforce maybe, but I would rather use this I'd rather use this real estate for something else that's a little bit more applicable. So what you'll see on some of these is interest. I don't even like that so much. Let me think of one that we redid recently. Give me a sec. This one, I think this one's good. Yeah. So just like this, conversation starters, it shows that you have the life outside of sales. If you guys have been in sales, you know one of the most dangerous people to have on your sales team is the guy that has nothing going for him besides sales, because when sales get slow, his life crumbles and he's very difficult to get out of a rut. And so just showing that you do productive things. So this is one thing. If I have 2 extra lines at the bottom, I'll put it. You guys might not, because you guys have a lot of work experience to write up. You might look more like here, where it's like a lot of work, some sales training, no more space, short and sweet. I mean, this got him, he made $9K in his first month, closing, straight to closing. So this works. The next thing I would put on there, I don't even want to use the rest of the time to talk about this, but languages, if it's not Spanish, I usually wouldn't carve out the time or the space for it. I saw Portuguese and French. It would be very, very rare for you to land an opportunity, or tech here. So you kind of had this, and I think maybe you had it too. It's not gonna move the needle. I would rather put another bullet point on each of my experiences to show that I actually know this stuff than to just say that I know G Suite. This is an older resume. We pushed up on time a lot faster than I was hoping 2. I thought we were going to have one person in here, so we ran a little over. But that's the resume. So what the main thing that we need to do like soon, I know we're coming up on the holiday, is make some resume edits. We have the templates. That one that I showed you from is basically the template that is in the program, and then we have the GPT. So just run your stuff through there, send it back to me, ideally on Google Docs, and make sure I can edit it, and I will edit it for you guys. Like I will turn it back to you. I'll film a video of me doing it all. I'll turn it back to you. It will be ready to go. The next thing is the Loom videos. And unfortunately, I do have the people in the waiting room for the next call. I actually just did a good post on some recent Loom video from this guy who I showed. There's a lot of resources on the Loom videos. I have a full YouTube video that I think is linked in the program. My best recommendation to you, because those are going to be more important, and I'm going to let these people in. I'll tell them we'll just get started in just 1 second. Loom video is more important. I needed some time to explain this. We'll get started in just a minute here. More people are going to ask for your Loom video. Almost every opportunity is going to ask for your Loom video. The reason why we put so much emphasis on the resume is because they're going to happen at the same stage, but the bar for the resume is so much lower. And so if we can create a larger gap on that portion of it, we're going to be instantly prioritized for those offers. Loom video, we still want to compete, okay? And it's fairly easy to compete. We have the 4-step framework. It's in there. We have examples. I'm also happy to personally review your Loom videos and give you super tailored feedback. The main thing that you need to know is the objective of the Loom video is not to get hired, it's to get an interview. For guys like you, who was in the last call, you need to get on interviews. Because on paper, people might pass up on you because you are not yet in this industry. However, if I get on an interview with and he shows up in a suit jacket versus someone, I'm not on it's a little bit different for me. I'm not on an interview today. But if someone showed up to an interview with what I'm wearing, hat, hoodie, but I have a lot of high ticket experience, I would be a lot more interested in as a representation of my company. And so that's why the game for you, anyone who has a lot of sales experience, is bridge the gap to get on as many interviews as possible, because once we're on the interviews, we have a really big leg up. Again, a lot of this industry it's pretty young, pretty inexperienced. As this industry continues to grow bigger and bigger, selling to more serious players, bigger services, they need professionals. That's where the need is. It's not in remote closers who can handle a spouse objection. So it's a good example. We're just wrapping up this last call. So that's the main thing. From here, the next call is a progress audit call. It's the one that these two gentlemen are here for. I would recommend that you guys book that next Wednesday at the soonest, if not Friday, because between now and then, the number one thing that we need to do is submit applications. That is it. Like, exist in the community, read through, show up to the live calls, the open floor ones, but it's not the time for sales role plays. It's not the time for tens of hours of sales training. It is get our resume to a point where I can finalize it for you. Once that's finalized, there's one focus. It is applying to job. Well, actually 2 focuses. Applying to jobs, using the application tracking sheet. If you don't use the application tracking sheet, we cannot actually help you. If you use that sheet and you're not getting the outcome that you are hoping for, we can tell you exactly why. And you could probably see it for yourself because it pulls all the data and it shows you where the bottleneck is. So long story short, from here on out, redraft resume, or not even redraft, just like clean up based on what we just talked about. Send it to me, preferably Google Docs that I can edit, get it back to you usually within 24 hours and go from there. And if you guys between now and the next call have stuff come up where it's like, hey man, I got this interview, what do you know about this company? I got second round here, I got offer here, can you help me out? Like, I will help you out. I will help you in the DMs, I will do anything. I still need to get back to you in detail about that one.
For sure.
Yeah, I mean, it's just feedback. I think the guys that do the best, they just communicate, like, to be honest, because this is not rocket science. It's not rocket science at all. It's a sales job. It's something that you guys have all done already before. And it's just like, how do we do the same thing in a different industry has a pretty low barrier to entry? So that's basically it, you guys. I wish we had a little bit more time, but I want to make sure Bonnie and Brandon get what they need. Anything at all, though, any questions that were not answered here, DM me directly after this before you forget, and I'll get back after this call.
Absolutely.
Okay. Awesome. Thanks for listening, guys. I just talked for like an hour straight. Okay. I'll see y'all. Thank you.
All right. I appreciate y'all holding up. We got our progress audit call. Okay. So yeah, I wasn't lying. I literally just talked for like an hour straight. Let me take a sip of this. I guess we're going to talk about like one or two things. Okay. Things are going good. I got, can we get some eyes on this offer? Do you know this offer, this interview, application, stuff's going good. What do you think of it? The other side of it is like, I'm not quite getting what I want yet. And we're gonna troubleshoot that. Unless something changed, I kind of remember where you're at. But if you guys wouldn't mind just kind of sharing the latest, and then we'll kind of dive into that one by one. Whoever wants to go first too is good.
Yeah. So I accepted an offer last, week and a half ago. So my first day was last Monday, and I like everything about it so far, except for the show rate is atrocious. It's like 30% on these calls. So they're booking, and we talked about it as a team. Like we have 2 part-time setters and 1 full-time setter they brought on right after me. They're booking 6 to 8 calls a day, but I'm only getting into like 1 or 2 of them, because they're just no shows. Everything else looks really good. Like I love the offer. I love the guy that owns it. Like it's not a crazy price point. It's $5,800, and the close rate's pretty high when we get them on. Like I've made sales. It's just, and I don't know that it's a setter issue so much as it is a funnel issue. I just don't know how long to give it. Like it is a newer offer too. So this is something they're still dialing in. But like at this rate, it's only going to be like $6,000, $7,000, $8,000. I'm going to give them a couple weeks, obviously, just to kind of get things dialed in. But the OTE is supposed to be like 10 to 12.
And then based on how it's going, you said it's about 6 to 8.
Yeah. So there's there's 2 different packages on the main offer, and then there's like kind of a drop to their marketing team where they just do marketing with us rather than a full. It's called. The guy he scaled a detailing shop business from 0 to 90,000 in 90 days, and then he made this blueprint on how to do it, and it works. Like people in the program are having crazy success with it. So like you get the program, his whole curriculum, one-on-one coaching, CRM system, and marketing all in this package. But for certain people that are doing fine, they just need leads. Like we can switch them just to marketing, and then it's a 20% commission on like $1,000 package, so $200 there. So those are really easy to grab at the worst case scenario. Mm-hmm. But yeah, I mean right now $1,500 in basically 1 full week, so I'm only tracking like $6,000. It is a holiday week. It was my first week.
Yeah,
there's a lot of things at play here, but it's just really like since last Monday, our show rate's 32%.
Last Monday meaning like 9 days ago.
Yeah.
Is it I was trying to see, I was looking through our messages .com. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it sounds, I mean from a high level it sounds good besides the show rate. I would definitely take into consideration the holiday weekend a little bit, but
that was
30% is very low. It's hard to sustain for any business. Like I know even for you as a sales rep, it's hard. It should be hard for them to sustain that. Are they just running paid ads to sales call?
No. So he runs a ton of ads. Like he's spending a ton of money on ads right now. And again, this is newer, so he's ramping it up, getting it dialed in. They had 2 part-time setters, which they're part-time. They got other things going on. One's 18 years old in school. The other one's running up his own business. So they just hired a full-time setter, and he's been working his ass off. It's just, I don't know if it's just the ICP. It's like these 20-something-year-old dudes that started detailing that want to, take it to the next level. And, I think that's part of it, right? It's just their clientele.
I would like, for the sake of this call, it's not really what the call is for, but I would like to do like a little bit of I'm happy to do this, like a funnel deep dive with you, because there's a lot of stuff that can be done pre-call. This is like what I used to do for our agency. There's a lot of stuff that can be done to help with show rates.
Yeah, so he's using an agency called, I don't know if you're familiar with them, but the guy, I mean, I don't know enough about running an agency to know, but it sounds like he knows what the hell he's doing. Like the funnels are working. We're getting a ton of traffic. I think it's partly a setter issue, which we've covered on our team calls, where we're not spending enough time with them on the set.
Well, I don't like to point it towards the setters, even if the setters could be lacking, because example for this community, right? Like we run a high ticket offer. We don't have phone setters and we have show rates that kind of like, they beat out a lot of other companies, and I've run the offers that are like to pay traffic. I've run them off personal brands for other people, and if you can get in the 50 and above, you can scale with that, but it's not ideal. 60 and above really is where you're probably going to be like with volume. 70% and higher is generally pretty low volume, and that's really difficult in 2025 to crack. And so I would be interested to see that, because there's a lot that can be done, and selling to detailers is one of those demographics where, similar to, like, I've known people that sell to blue collar business owners, like pool builders and stuff like that. Dude, they're on the go, they're blue collar, their client calls them, they got this job, it's running over, there's a lot of stuff that could go on there. So before we speculate too much, if you can send, or actually, I don't know, I might book like a fake call. If you see
I see everything that comes through, so I can flag it.
Yeah, let's talk about that a little bit more after. I want to dive into your situation, and then I want to help here where I can.
I just figured I'd hop on to finish my life cycle of.
Oh yeah, no, for sure. I mean, this is good. Like we want feedback, whether it's good or bad. I think 6 to 8 in your first month, like it could definitely be worse, but at the same time, it's like we don't want you getting no-showed all day long. That's not fun, right? So
I just keep hanging on to it. It is a new offer. They are ramping it up. Like their spend is going to go crazy in December compared to what it is now, and it's already quite a bit. So we'll see what happens.
This is a hard time of year, man, because I mean you're in sales, you get it. Like not only is Thanksgiving tomorrow, but people are traveling like all week, right?
Yeah.
So
I'm not panicked yet. I just wanted to run that past you.
Well, how's we'll get to you in just a second. How is your performance compared to the other closers?
I'm the only closer.
Okay.
So owner was closing everything before, and obviously as an owner, like if you get someone on the call, it's a little bit easier. But I mean, I've gotten 3 closes out of, it's like 30% right now.
Yeah.
Right?
Okay. I just want to kind of cross that out from being the true bottleneck. 30% close rate can scale. It's the show rate. Also the founder thing. Like I used to take all the calls for the community. I've had other people, now it's Diego, like, dude, Diego closes more people than I do. So it's like, I wouldn't, actually, and I've been that guy too. I closed on a fitness offer, and I outclosed the guy who was the face of the brand, and he was good at sales. And there's kind of like a little bit of unspoken leverage in not talking to the business owner. It's like, yeah, like the business owner is like, he really knows his stuff. He's kind of big leagues here, but you can work with him. I'll show you how, like it's a little bit different.
Yeah, there's just like, it's an industry that I have automotive background, but like detail specific industry, I don't know.
Yeah.
I didn't know a lot of stuff until getting started. So a little bit, it's just ramping up.
Yeah. Can you send me on Circle the call booking link? I want to check it out. If you want me to book with a completely fake name and everything, I will. I don't want them to think you're like going and saying, oh, the offer sucks. Can you like help them or whatever?
No, I'll just play it off as like, Dylan was interested in the offer that I hopped on. He wanted to run through the funnel so he could, keep us in the loop. We have this community. If we ever need anyone in the future, he just wanted to kind of vet it.
Yeah, whatever you feel is best. But if you can send me that booking link, I'll check it out. All right. What's the latest with you, man?
Hey, what's up? Just been applying like crazy, right? Our last call was Thursday or Friday, just a few days ago. So yeah, I've just been lobbing them out there. Each one, I've gotten some no's. I've gotten some people that just aren't opening like DMs or replying at all. And Loom, you can see who watches your videos. So I've been trying to make one specific for each offer. And I've gotten about half of them watched. I do have an interview set up for next Tuesday. Next Tuesday.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, the 2nd. I'm not sure if that's Tuesday or not, but
Yep.
I'm gonna go through with it. I'm not really sure. So I applied for one offer, and then I spoke to somebody on the phone, and they told me that it wasn't available, and they sent me something else, and they had me book the interview while I was on the phone with them. So I went ahead and booked it, and then I read the Google Doc, and it was basically outbound setter role, cold calling. So I was like, well, that's not at all. I applied for a closer role for something way different.
Yeah.
So I canceled the booking, and she called me back like a few days later, and she's like, hey, what's going on with this interview? You canceled. And I kind of explained to her. So then she told me that let's go ahead and do the interview, and then if they think I'm a good fit, I'll get moved to stage 3, and they'll show me other availabilities, which I thought, well, why Why don't you tell me that the first time? It's a little weird. I thought that she told me that there was nothing else available besides what she showed me, and then I cancel, and she calls me back and says, "Well, let's see how this goes." But I'm gonna give it a shot, just to get practice at the very least. I'm already off that day.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I feel like my experience has been good. Speaking of communication, I need to send you my updated resume and some Loom examples. I've just been busy, man, with work. Like, 'cause I'm still working full time, right? Like, I drove like 3,000 miles last week, so I'm getting home like at 10, 9. I'm combing my hair, I'm throwing on a shirt, and I'm like shooting Loom videos, man, sending out applications, and yeah, so I'm having to take days off for these interviews and these calls just so I make sure I get it right and not screwing it up.
Unless you have a new link, I have your resume here. It looks.
Oh, okay, cool.
It looks good. Yeah, this is not a bottleneck for any reason. What I would say, the first thing that I'm like, okay, in a perfect world, you join this call and you say, yeah, dude, I'm, pacing awesome amount of money, I'm closing, could probably quit my job soon, whatever. And then if we're not there, it's like reverse engineering. Like, what is the bottleneck? If I'm looking at your application sheet, I think, we actually made a mistake. I may have misguided you. We booked this call a little bit earlier than we probably should have. So ideally, if your last call was last Friday, which I kind of blanked out on, ideally you're having this call this Friday at the latest. Now, look, you have schedule, work, maybe this is all you could book, maybe I messed up and told you the wrong thing. It doesn't really matter because we're still gonna make it productive. The reason why we want this a week out, you probably heard me say it to the guys on the last call, we want it a week out or preferably a week and a half out, is because if I'm looking at these applications right now, you've got 9 out in the last 5-6 days, and for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 going back to the 24th, about, they really haven't had much time to materialize. What they're going to do is they're going to post this out into a few places, take applicants for a few days, start sorting through it. Maybe a day or two later they start pushing people, pushing interviews. And so, what we just talked about with holiday week, 1, people are traveling, but then 2, holiday week combined with half of these roles that we have applied to have been done in a time frame where it would be pretty unreasonable for us to have an offer extended. Like, if you applied to something on the 24th and today on the 26th you had an offer extended, I'm not saying I would be concerned, but I'd be like, well, hold on, pump the brakes. Like, let's make sure this is good, right? So I just want to point that out, but like, I'm not seeing any specific problems other than that. On the flip side of this, if we come into this call and hypothetical situation that would be kind of unrealistic, on that Friday when you had your call, what was the date that Friday? 21? Yeah, 21. If you had gone out and sent 30 applications on the 21st and you came into this call with nothing to show for it, no interviews, no anything, then I would be like, okay, hold on, there's something going on here. Let's really dissect this and figure out where the bottleneck is. Right now, I don't think there's any bottleneck. I can speak a little bit on that company. My patience, I don't even think this is the right thing to say. What I want to say is, like, my patience is wearing thin. What I'm really trying to say is, like, I haven't seen too many people go to them and find super high quality roles yet. And so I'm not quite convinced that they're a super reliable source for us. So don't put too much weight into that one conversation yet. This goes for, in a role now, but any other like sales agency, recruiter pipeline, anything like that where they probably get a lot of applicants and they're always hiring for multiple offers, those are really good to like apply with your best foot forward, best effort, follow up as you normally would. Don't get your hopes up particularly high, because you just need to know that there's a lot more competition for those. And we're in the game, like, we're trying to play the numbers game of like going where the competition is either not there yet or just less for us, and then we outshine them and then we get, the opportunity we're looking for. I don't want you to go into the most competitive battleground and just compete on sheer sales ability, because it's just not really going to get you where you want technically or typically. I would say like the best odds that you're going to have, I think if I remember right, it's similar to what did, which is like a direct application with a company that says, hey, we're hiring, apply directly here with us now. So you are going to that company themselves is evaluating this. not a third party involved. So all that being said, man, I'm not really concerned with anything that I'm seeing here. I do want to just throw that out there because if I'm looking at some of these roles in here, some of them are like sales agency, those like big hiring pipelines. But just know you're going to have leverage in the direct one-to-one applications. They're going to be less competitive. You probably caught, actually, I don't know if you caught this. On the back end of that last call, I was talking about how the goal needs to be getting interviews. It's actually very similar for both of you. On paper, you guys might have a harder time competing because you haven't yet been in this industry. It's a lot easier to pick between two people that I don't know when one has been in this industry and one has not, to pick the one that's been in the industry. However, if I get you on an interview and you show up, black button down shirt, and the other guy shows up looking like me with a hoodie and a trucker hat, but I have high ticket experience, well, I'd be like, well, he just seems like more of a professional. He seems competent. I believe he can work the CRM and represent our company well. So we need to optimize for just like interviews. And Loom is kind of it's like a teaser of an interview, and that's why those are really important. Resume looks good. If you do want to send Loom videos to me, don't hesitate. Feel free to send however many. Same goes to you if you ever need that, or post in the community channel for feedback from more people. But yeah, man, I'm not really too concerned with this. We do want to, given you're having to take time away from work to interview, we want to try to make sure that we're not wasting our time. If you need help doing any due diligence on roles before interviewing, I'm happy to help. I don't think it would be an efficient use of your time or my time to run every single job by me before you interview. But if there's something that, you think is serious, like, I'm more than happy to check it out for you. If it's in the community, it's usually past like some sort of due diligence, like front end, like we've backed it up with revenue or sales team earnings or somehow, some way. And if it's not, we'll make sure that, if we get feedback that this was like really misrepresented or someone knows something we don't, we'll make sure that it's not shared in here anymore. But no, man, I mean, that's kind of the assessment. Is like, I don't really see anything going super wrong here. Do you feel like there's any areas of this process where you're just like super stuck or feel like you're going in the wrong direction or could be much better?
No, I definitely don't feel stuck. I think, just polishing some things, watching a Loom video the other day, I wasn't too far off that, but I was like, yeah, man, I need to title these. I need to, show up to, not that I was showing up in like gym shorts and a dirty t-shirt on these Looms, but I need to clean it up like as if I was going to an interview. And then customizing them, right? Like my first one was very generic, and then I sent that out a few times, and then I was like, I think it'd just be better if I customize it to each time. But no, I think I'm doing okay. No, I know I just had that call last Friday, so I'm just gonna keep at it. I might space the next one out a little bit so I can get some more traction to come back here with more progress. But yeah, I mean, I'm feeling good about it so far.
Yeah, man, I would say if you could do, the amount that in my mind that makes it unreasonable for you not to have something within, when I say have something, I mean extended to you, not necessarily you accept it, but if you could apply to the equivalent of 5 jobs per day for a week or a week and a half business days, so 5 to 8 days, 5 jobs per day, it would be unreasonable for you not to have something if you were applying to the type of role that we kind of pointed you toward based on your experience and everything. And then you go at it with good Loom video, good resume, which it sounds like you are, and you track these. I would say you could also probably get the job done if you did 3 per day for that time period. Because you've already had, I don't know if this is fully up to date. How many interviews did you say?
Just this one. I had a phone interview, and then next week I have a video interview with the same company.
Yeah, I went through it with too.
Yeah,
they just kind of push you to like what they need filled.
That's kind of the vibe I got, right? Because
that's why I don't want to say don't apply to those, but at the same time, like a mistake a lot of people make is they get in with like a big agency recruiting pipeline and they think like, oh, this company's big, this company's legit, like that means whatever they put me on is going to be where I should be. It's like, that's not the case at all. Like, you still need to do the same level of due diligence, whether it comes through our community or a sales agency or anything like that. So don't not go through the process, but at the same time, like, I would stay consistent with the applications. The main thing is applying to the new ones, Because if we look at it, application funnel, the very top thing that's going to like sort you into consideration or out of consideration is how soon you apply. Because if you're already 3-4 days late and they've already passed around the first round of applicants to interviews and you missed it, like, not good. There's something to this too. If you just had like an off day and you're like, you know what, dude, I'm just going to have fun with it, apply to a ton of jobs, put stuff into the air. I would actually prefer that you go back, instead of applying to jobs that were posted like a week ago, go back and apply to jobs that were posted a month ago, because a month ago is like nobody's applying to those, one, and the odds that they didn't find the person, they found the person but they got fired, they found the person but they left, the team is growing more, they're expecting to hire people next month. Like, it's a really good window to like catch people where nobody else is catching them. And this is assuming you've already applied to the new stuff. So I'm just saying, if you want something fun to do, it's not really that fun, that will give you some decent odds, going to like the 2 to 4 week old stuff, you'll cut through the noise a lot easier that way.
Okay.
Definitely just prioritize the new stuff though. I know we're only booked for 30 minutes here. I don't have anything after this. Do you guys have any just like topics? Send me that booking link and I'll check it out. But
I DM'd you on Instagram. I don't know if it's going to be in your actual DMs because we weren't following each other. So I kind of dig for it.
I'll find it.
Yeah.
Did you send me their Instagram?
So yeah, this is.
I got you. Interesting. Okay, cool. I'll check this out. The page looks good. Yeah, I just sent this in our text thread just so I have it. And yeah, let's connect on that. I'll give you some. I might be able to do it right after this call. I'll give you some feedback on
I gotta
it.
go pick up my kids.
For sure. I'll just send you a message.
Yeah. Awesome.
Cool. And I mean, the main focus is just like what you can control, 3 to 5 per day. I know easier said than done, especially with the whole tracking sheet and everything, but it's really that simple. You just gotta find the time.
Yeah, I'll get it done, just doing it, what I mean? But I'm feeling good.
Cool. All right. Well, you guys let me know. DMs or in the help or feedback channel if you need anything, and we'll just keep it pushing.
For sure.
You guys have a good Thanksgiving.
All right.
Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Yeah, you too. Nice meeting you.
Enjoy, you guys. Take care.
Good luck.
Later.
Camera's at 1%. And now I have some homework. I need to talk to one of the guys about the jobs that he was sending me. I need to review a call booking funnel for another guy who accepted a job. But his show rate on this closing role is not the best. Probably gonna end at like 6 to 8K in his first month, where he was expecting more than 10. So not the worst case scenario, but not the best either. So I'm gonna look at that. I'm going to talk to one of these guys about the job that he sent me, and then we're done. So you guys, that was 3 of the 5 calls that members of our community will go through with us. Everything's super custom fit. I get to know these guys, first name, last name, the types of jobs they were working, are working, their goals, everything unique to them. In addition to this, we have 3 weekly open floor calls. So the calls you just saw, we do those twice a week. Then we have calls on Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday. Different topics like sales strategy, getting hired, and a genuine open floor. Well, that was the free training. If you made it this far, I applaud you. You're quite committed to learning everything that you can about landing these 1099 remote sales jobs. Whether you're brand new looking to go to setting, you got some experience, you want to go to closing, the training applies to all the roles. Now, here's what the training isn't going to do for you. The training isn't going to source good opportunities for you. The training isn't going to do due diligence for you. The training isn't going to give you the accountability and support to actually put the pedal down so that you get the outcome in the time frame that you want it. The training is not going to help you level up from one role to the next role to the next role. The training is not going to give you an inside scoop into some of the best teams because you don't have access to people that are on those teams that have done 10K plus months on these teams. The training is not going to alert you when new high quality companies are hiring before anybody else knows. And if you've watched this far in the video, I'd hope you'd be able to take away now that the access and the proximity are truly 2 of the things that make the most impact in this whole equation. Being good at sales is one part of it, but if you run the process correctly, that part is extremely downstream and quite minimal in terms of the grand result that we're going after. If you're playing the game where you are competing
competing on sales experience, you have not taken away what you were supposed to take away from this free training. There are things 100% within your control that you can decide upon today to be good at and to do well that will influence your ability to go and land a job and do it fast and land a good one right off the bat versus going 3 months, 6 months, 12 months in this mediocre land of searching for okay opportunities. As of me recording this, we've posted over 19 remote work from home sales jobs per day for the last 12 months. That's over 7,000 jobs. You can go on LinkedIn, you can go on Facebook, you can go on Indeed, but I promise you are not finding the same quality of opportunity there. And if you do, it's going to be so much more competitive. If you go down below to the first link in the description, you will see a link for our community. I've been running this business since August of 2022. It started as a $9 per month group chat and has evolved to become better and better and better and better with more support and more access and more jobs and better results, and more in-person meetups, more accountability, more tracking, more safeguards put up so that you can't go in the gutters. And that's the business I've been putting my name behind first and last and blasting all over the internet for years at this point. So if you're serious about getting into this space, you know that there's a little bit more than just landing that first role one time and hoping that it's good. And you see yourself doing this for more than 6 months, for 12 months even. It becomes increasingly difficult to justify doing this on your own when you know of the hurdles that exist in front of you and you know the uncertainty around them. If not anything else, I hope I educated you around those hurdles, but I hope I also was able to educate you on why it makes sense for you to do this with the right people in your corner, with the right access and proximity. Time is our greatest asset. Whether you're making a lot of money now, you're not making that much money now. Time is the greatest asset. And if you know you're the person capable of making, let's say $10,000 per month, in a remote sales job, no income claims, no guarantees, then you are doing your future self a disservice today, right now, by not going down below and booking a call with our team. If you have any questions about the training, any of the material, any of the realistic results or processes, shoot me an email at dylan@serialsales.co. I'm more than happy to answer. I'm an open book. A lot of our free game is on YouTube. It's open to the public, but as you're seeing right now, as you've probably seen through the training, information isn't what gets you the result. Everybody in the world has access to the same information. All they have to do is type in a couple words in YouTube and they've got it. But not everybody in the world is getting the result that you want to get out of this. And for that reason, you should check out the link below. First link, that is the community that we run. We don't do guaranteed placement. We don't even really focus on sales training that much, but somehow, some way, our interview playlist of 10K per month interviews keeps stacking up. We're on the road to 110K per month interview playlist. At the time of me recording this, I think we have 68 or 69 interviews of confirmed 10,000 or more earnings per month from people that were not in this industry, joined our community, got that result. And we've had people do way bigger than 10K per month, but we usually try to record right after they hit that first threshold. So my last call to action to you guys, go down below, first link in the description. There is no time to waste if you know you're the person capable of even doing 5K per month in this space. You'll thank yourself many times over, and I hope to work with you soon. Thank you.